Chapter 180, Honest Man. But the Fifth Order enemy was not the only one facing the unbelievable quandary of having mushrooms mysteriously popping out of nowhere in his mouth. The same was happening to the rest of the newcomers. It was the Seventh Order who had it worst. When mushrooms began sprouting out of his nose, eyes, mouth, and ears, he reached a hand and grabbed them, crushing them only to find that his hands were drenched in his own blood. Realizing what was going on, he snarled furiously, "Poison! How dare you, you worthless wench!" Enraged, he sped straight at Wuxia. Boom! Lu Yi launched himself off Beaky's back and hurled himself to just in front of Ruanlingyu and Wuxia, where he ripped Inviolable out of its scabbard and swung it without any hesitation. A streak of red tore through the air with a trail of sparks following in its wake. The deadly force drove the Seventh Order backward. Lu Yi backtracked a couple of paces, but quickly collected himself and propelled forward as soon as his feet caught the bamboo floorboards. The two figures hurtled forward to meet each other, their weapons colliding fiercely amid incessant clangors of steel. This was Lu Ye's first skirmish against a fully fledged Seventh Order, and he was positively feeling the challenge. Fortunately, he was no longer the Lu Yi of the Battle of Golden Tip. Although he was still a Fifth Order, being trained by Li Baxian made him formidable enough to hold his own despite the relatively wide gap in rank. As if a creature with a life of its own, Inviolable was a thrashing serpent with unmatched agility and venomous viciousness. In mere moments since the skirmish began, Lu Yi found an opening. He hacked down hard, slicing through the Seventh Order's protective aura and causing a hideous gash more than a foot long that traced from his chest and down to his abdomen with blood pouring out of the sickening wound. Staggering backward, the Seventh Order gawked with disbelief. Never did he know that a Fifth Order could hurt him so badly. Just when he was still reeling with amazement, Lu Yi bolted forward. After another clash, the Seventh Order collected another wound. By then, his surprise had turned into terror. Whoever this Fifth Order was, he noted, his speed and strength unequivocally outstripped his own. But what truly terrified him was how the weapon just managed to draw blood whenever it grazed him. Whatever type of toxin he was poisoned with, the Seventh Order could feel his vision blurring and his ears ringing. His power was plummeting at a noticeable rate, and more vibrantly hued mushrooms were blooming all around his face. It was the poisonous spores that were sapping his power, causing the mushrooms to bloom. That would mean that he needed to settle this fight quickly and apprehend that wench to obtain an antidote. He immediately dug inside his storage bag and drew out a spirit artifact which he flung into the air with a low grunt, "Geo!" The artifact shot off into the air with a stream of sparkles in its wake, dashing straight for Lu Yi, a Seventh Order who had learned telekinesis. Lu Yi could have sworn that his hair instantly stood on end the moment he spied the artifact being set loose by the enemy Seventh Order. An engulfing sensation of lethal danger expanded all around him, threatening to swallow him whole as he could barely take his eyes off the streaking glow. Time seemed to have paused for that 1 second as he quickly calculated the trajectory of the object. That was when he finally saw what it really was. That was the effect of his physical enrichment at play. All thanks to the mysterious red substance from inside the dragon scale, he was not only becoming stronger and faster, but his vision was enhanced to a superhuman degree. His body wasn't the only thing that could react more quickly than before, his vision could too. "There's no time. I'm not going to be able to parry it in time," Lu Yi realized, knowing how fast the object was moving. He quickly channeled his spiritual power, and a Glyph, protection energy shield, immediately took form right in front of his chest as he injected more power into it to strengthen his final line of defense. Next came a bang and a violent discharge of force as the object collided with the energy shield. Lu Yi grunted as the impact battered his ribs, and he immediately tasted the acrid tang of blood. But his feet, as if rooted to the ground, kept him upright even as the huge but invisible force pushed him backward, his legs plowing through the soil in the ground, leaving 2 long ditches in his wake. "Yi!" Ruanlingyu, who was beside Wuxia, yelped with fright, her face now a pallid white. Wuxia bit her lip and performed another hand seal. Puff! One after another, the tiny little mushrooms growing on the enemy 7th Order began to pop, spreading a smog of poisonous spores all around his face. He began screaming maniacally as the very flesh on his face began to melt like liquid in sickening sizzles, leaving his face grotesquely deformed and bloody as more damage occurred. That was a much-needed breather for Lu Yi, who saw his chance and delivered a blow to the object still trying to spear through his glyph protection shield, sending the object careening elsewhere. Then he dashed straight at his enemy who could only watch helplessly with panic and horror and drove his weapon through him. The glyph, sharp edge reinforced inviolable, pierced through the man's chest, rupturing his heart, and punched out his back. Satisfied that victory was his, Lu Yi extricated his blade from his enemy and watched the blood pouring out the wound. Another shrill cry slashed through the air. Lu Yi jerked his head around just in time to see Biki pecking at the enemy's 6th Order and tossing him up into the air. Did he attack Biki in some way, or had Biki just deemed him an enemy when the skirmish began? Lu Yi did not know. All he knew was that Biki easily tore the man into 2 bloody halves that fell to the ground with a huge morbid splatter of blood, entrails, and viscera. At the same time, Kong Nyo had successfully dealt with his opponent. Fresh into the 5th Order, Kong Nyo would have had a difficult time holding up his own. But the newcomers had been poisoned even before the fight broke out, and Hua Xi's timely triggering of the poison was what helped to even the odds. Anyone in their shoes would have been distracted and intimidated by mushrooms suddenly growing out of his or her face. More so, mushrooms that could sap one's spiritual power as sustenance to grow. With the impromptu melee now concluded, Lu Yi flicked the blood off his saber before sliding it back into its sheath. He rubbed at his chest to ease the gnawing soreness. Glyph protection might have saved him from certain death, but it did not manage to prevent the entirety of the impact at all. "Who are these people?" Lu Yi asked, creasing into a worried frown. That was more than just a concern. He only just arrived, wanting to visit a friend, when he stumbled upon Hua Xi trying to kill herself before Ruan Lingyu's squeal sparked what turned out to be a bloody brawl. Just a few pieces of filth from the inner ring areas, Hua Xi muttered quietly. She looked at Lu Yi, upset that he was hurt. "Are you all right?" Lu Yi shook his head. "Let's come inside." Hua Xi motioned toward her bamboo abode. Lu Yi went with her. Ruan Lingyu and Kong Nyo stayed outside to help clear up the bodies. Hua Xi poured Lu Yi a cup of water once inside. The latter did note that she looked slightly at ease than she was earlier. At any rate, the weary look on her face must mean that life had not been too kind to her lately. Lu Yi lifted his cup and sipped at the water. "Are you in trouble?" He did not have to ask. The look on her face was enough for Lu Yi to guess what was going on. In fact, this was exactly what he had been worried about back when he first visited Mounting. As a local household name in the villages and townships nearby, any cultivator who got injured often sought her treatment and help, and Hua Xi would be willing to provide it in exchange for a small payment which she relied on to get her supplies. It was only a matter of time before somebody powerful and dangerous heard of her, someone that the Rogue Wanderers Club could do nothing to resist. As a 5th Order cultivator, Hua Xi and the club, a band of barely more than a dozen independents, had been able to keep themselves safe in the outermost areas of the battlefield. But trouble often comes when you're least expecting it. Hua Xi was eventually discovered when the enemy 7th Order came looking for her, when he somehow heard of her name, wanting her to heal his injuries. Naturally, Hua Xi was reluctant to provide her services to a cultivator of the 1,000 Demon Ridge. Unfortunately, she had little choice but to do as she was told. By the time the enemy 7th Order was fully healed, he flatly refused to leave. Seeing her as a golden goose, he enslaved her and used her to earn spirit stones. So long as he could control her, he would not have to venture into the inner ring areas of the battlefield anymore. He was only hurt because he lost a battle during his time in the inner ring areas, and that was what brought him to these parts. More than 3 weeks had passed since then, and every spirit stone that Hua Xi made was surrendered to the enemy 7th Order and his band of ruffians, just so that the rest of the Rogue Wanderers Club could be safe. What of the rest? The last time Lu Yi came, the club had more than a dozen men. but all he saw now were the three of them. Killed, Wuxia exhaled grimly. Kong Yo and the others had tried to resist the enemy when he wanted to enslave Wuxia, and in the ensuing altercation almost everyone in the club was killed. It was only when Wuxia threatened to kill herself that the enemy stayed their hand and spared the rest. That was how the cut on her throat came to be. Hope only arrived in the form of Lu Yi on the back of a gigantic eagle today, and that was enough for Wuxia to set aside any reservations. She knew that Lu Yi would do whatever was needed to help her and decided to gain control of the initiative. Fortunately enough, Lu Yi had improved more than she anticipated, making the attempt to take down the enemy 7th Order a relative cakewalk. Noticing Lu Yi was staring at her neck, Wuxia tried to cover the wound on her neck with a hand. She cracked her usual soft and demure smile and said, "Nevertheless, we're thankful that you've come." "Looks like they weren't going to survive long anyway, with or without me," Lu Yi added dryly, waving her off. Whatever devilry Wuxia had concocted from how her mushrooms worked, Lu Yi knew that, given time, she could have eliminated them all by herself, although doing so might incur some unwanted repercussions. Medical cultivators could also kill, and among them existed a select breed of cultivators who loved to use poison popularly known as poisoneers. Using toxins and venom, poisoneers could dispense death and carnage without anyone knowing, and those unlucky enough to be their victims oftentimes died painful and agonizing deaths. Enough about me. What about you? What brings the famous Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect to this place? Have you left something here? Clearly, news about the Battle of Golden Tip had reached these parts too. "My name is Lu Yi," he insisted vehemently with his veins bulging at his temples. "Really?" Wuxia feigned ignorance. "I seem to recall someone telling me that his name was Lu Yi. Was he lying?" She peered at Lu Yi through misty eyes, then her head began shaking. "It's true then. Men are not to be trusted at all," she sighed. "But what can I do? You've saved my life and I should perhaps devote myself to you in gratitude." Her lilting voice went hushed as she lowered her head, stealing furtive glances at him with her face now fully blushing red. Then he saw her hand, the one she used to cover her neck wound, coming down to tug on the hems of her clothing. Lu Yi felt unbearably parched all of a sudden, and he couldn't take his eyes off her. What the hell? Is this even true? I saved her and she's willing to give herself to me? Is this her trying to make an honest man out of me? Her hand innocently flatted a wrinkle. Lu Ye's gaze panned upwards and met hers, a toying and sly look on her face. He shut his eyes and took a deep breath instead. Gods, I'm a fool for entertaining such fantasies and thinking that they could be real. Chapter 181, You're pretty fast yourself. In the building, a kittenish smile tugged at Wuxia's lips while Lu Yi stared at her in annoyance. The stare down continued for a while before Wuxia finally let out a chuckle. "You've only saved my life once, but I've saved yours twice, so technically you still owe me one. If there is someone here who should be offering their benefactor their body, it would be you, don't you agree?" "You're completely right," replied Lu Yi while nodding his head repeatedly. What kind of man would decline such a fabulous offer? So, he took 2 steps toward the woman and started undressing himself. Wuxia watched him with an unchanging smile. When he loosened his shirt and was about to drop his pants though, her eyebrows finally twitched involuntarily. Alas, it was not meant to be. Ling Yu suddenly burst into the room while calling, "Sister Wuxia." Not a moment too soon, she realized she was staring at Lu Yi with his shirt loosened and his hands on his pants. Silence descended on the trio for a moment. Then, "I'm so sorry." Ling Yu backed out as quickly as she could before shutting the door with a light touch. Her face had turned completely red, and her heart was thudding like it was about to jump out of her chest. Since when did Sister Wuxia and Senior Brother Yi get together? No wonder he was willing to travel all that distance just to see her. Back in the room, Lu Yi took his time putting his clothes back into order before giving Wuxia the nod. "You win this time." Wuxia took a sip of water from her cup before asking lazily, "So, what brought you here this time?" Lu Yi collected his thoughts before explaining the reason for his arrival. When he was done, Wuxia nodded and said, "I see. Give me a moment." Lu Yi allowed it, knowing there was no forcing a decision like this. "Sure. Take your time." He then stepped out of the building to give Wuxia the space she needed. Coincidentally, he met eyes with the stoic Kong Yo and was rewarded with a smile that was uglier than a cry. Not far away, a blushing Ruan Lingyu was trying to avoid Lu Ye's eyes but kept sabotaging herself by sneaking looks at him from time to time. Lu Yi thought it necessary to explain things to her, if only because she seemed disturbed by the scene she had accidentally stumbled upon earlier. But before he could even start, Ruan Lingyu preempted him with a question. "Are you finished already, Senior Brother Yi? That's faster than expected." Realizing she had misspoken the second she finished her sentence, she added, What I mean to say is, shouldn't you keep Sister Wuxia company a little longer?" Lu Yi sucked in a deep breath. Suddenly, he thought it would be better if he said nothing at all. It was at this moment someone opened the door behind him. Wuxia stepped out into the open and declared, "I've made my decision." "Already?" Lu Yi exclaimed in astonishment. "Sure. You were pretty fast yourself, weren't you?" Wuxia teased him. Lu Yi glared at her slender, pale neck as he fought back the urge to strangle her on the spot. At the same time, he realized that his decision to seek out Wuxia had been a total mistake. "What was I thinking? I should have just left her to fend for herself." Wuxia ignored his expression and explained things to Ruan Lingyu and Kong Yo. "You already know this, but Yi is a disciple of the Crimson Blood Sect. The reason he came today is to escort us to his sect. I've decided to go with his plan, but what about you two? Would you like to follow him, or do you want to set out on your own? Either decision is fine." It was only then Ruan Lingyu finally realized what Lu Yi was here for. Without hesitation, she nodded and declared in excitement, "Count me in." Kong Yo was silent, but he too nodded his head to show he was going with them. "It seems that the decision is unanimous. Shall we go then?" Wuxia looked at Lu Yi. "Sure. Let's go." Lu Yi had not expected this mission to go this smoothly. At first, he thought Wuxia might reject his offer and wondered if he should make an attempt to change her mind. He never thought she would agree with barely a second thought. Then again, maybe it wasn't that surprising. The Rogue Wanderers Club was 11 strong at the beginning, but now there were only 3 of them left. Moreover, they were lucky that Lu Yi had appeared just in time to aid Wuxia in killing that 7th Order Cultivator. There was no guarantee that a similar incident wouldn't happen to her in the future, and she could not always count on an ally to appear in the nick of time to save her. Following Lu Yi to the Crimson Blood Sect, though, was a different story. At the very least, the chances that they would encounter another incident like this would be exceedingly rare. The Hawk's back was more than wide enough to fit 4 people comfortably. However, Ruan Lingyu screamed on top of her lungs, and all the blood had drained from Kong Yo's face when the hawk spread its wings and took to the sky. Even Wuxia, the only person besides Lu Yi to look calm and collected on the surface, was secretly clenching her fists in anxiety. The girl's trepidation did not last long though. After their initial discomfort had passed, Ruan Lingyu started opening her arms wide and shouting in excitement from time to time. Even Wuxia could not help but look over the edge every so often like a sheltered child who was shown the world the first time. Kong Yo was the only one who remained seated with a face as white as a sheet. Noticing that the young man wasn't doing well, Lu Yi asked with concern, "Are you okay, Kong Yo?" The stoic man moved his lips and squeezed out, "I'm fine. It's too high." Both Wuxia and Ruan Lingyu shot Kong Yo a surprised look. They never knew that the strong, stoic man had such a fragile side to him until now. It had taken Lu Yi around 5 days to make it to the Rogue Wanderers Club's location. The return trip was no different. A few days later, the giant hawk landed on the public square of the Crimson Blood Sect outpost, and the gang jumped off its back one by one. When Kong Yo landed on the ground, he immediately collapsed to his knees while panting like a drowning man who just barely made it back to the shore. Ruan Ling Yu gently patted him on the back while he was regaining his composure. Hua Si crossed her hands across her stomach while examining her surroundings with a critical eye. This is the Crimson Blood Sect outpost. Lu Yi nodded in agreement while feeding Gray a blood sturgeon. I know. It's been decades since anyone bothered to tidy up the place. After Gray had eaten a couple blood sturgeons, it took off to the sky once more before landing on a nearby hill. First things first, Lu Yi activated the battlefield imprint and informed Shui Yuan that all was well. Only then did he lead the Rogue Wanderers Club trio on a tour of the outpost. Funnily enough, Lu Yi himself wasn't very familiar with the outpost. There were plenty of places he had never been to before because he spent most of his time cultivating in the training chamber. In that sense, the tour was an eye-opener for him as well. After Lu Yi had found the trio a place to stay, he took them to the bazaar next. This was the first time Lu Yi had ever visited the bazaar. Somehow, Qin Yu caught wind of his arrival and rushed over to receive him in person. Judging from the fact that he was practically holding their hands throughout the tour, the man must have thought that Lu Yi had come to carry out an official inspection or something. He treated the trio especially well because he could see that they shared a great relationship with Lu Yi. The Crimson Blood Sect's bazaar was huge, bigger than any the bazaar Lu Yi had ever seen in the past. It was also located on the outskirts of the outpost. Although the Crimson Blood Sect hadn't frequented the outpost in decades, no independent cultivator had ever dared to infiltrate the stronghold. Their cautious nature would not allow them to take such a risk. As a result, the presence of the bazaar was more beneficial to the outpost than it was detrimental. Not only did it add some much-needed liveliness to the stronghold, it made things quite convenient for Lu Yi as well. He normally consumed spirit pills to cultivate his power, but right now he had more spirit stones than he had spirit pills. Thanks to the bazaar, he only needed to travel a short distance to buy the spirit pills he needed. Chen Yu's attitude only improved when he learned that Hua Si was a medicine cultivator. Medicine cultivators were exceedingly rare among independent cultivators, so battles almost always ended badly for the injured. The rich ones could still buy some healing pills to heal themselves, but the poor ones could only rely on their innate strength to recover. It was clear that Hua Si was going to make a killing if she opened a healing spot here. A while later, after he was sure that the trio had become familiar enough with the place, Lu Yi finally bade them goodbye and took his leave. It had been over 10 days since he left the headquarters. Although he had sent Shui Yuan a message some time ago, the girl could not help but worry about him anyway. By the time he returned home via the Divine Opportunity column, he discovered that his senior sister had already prepared a full table of medicinal cuisine for him. Li took to the food like fish to water. It felt a little lonely without Li Baxin though. Shui Yuan didn't eat much because she had prepared the food for Lu Yi, not herself. While dropping a slice of vegetable in Lu Ye's bowl, she said, "If you believe that your acquaintances are trustworthy, feel free to recruit them into the sect, okay?" Lu Yi asked unclearly, "Revi? Are you, sir?" Shui Yuan giggled. "You are a legate in charge. Of course you have the authority to recruit potential cultivators. You couldn't do it before because of various circumstances, but that's not the case anymore, is it? Not only that, I would encourage you to recruit as many people as you can because it directly concerns certain future matters of the sect. Also, you may accept any independent cultivator who wishes to attach themselves to you now. This way, you won't be undermanned if a faction decides to declare war on the outpost or something." "Understood. Feel free to recruit anyone at your discretion. The old man and I are confident in your judgment, even if the people you brought in are independent cultivators. That said, if you plan to make them an official member of the sect, then you must remember to bring them to the headquarters. I must register their names and investigate their background." "Sure." Lu Yi was still in the middle of eating when he ran into the room. She sat down beside him and watched him with a smile on her face. "Did something good happen?" Lu Yi watched her suspiciously. "No." The girl shook her head. "You've been away for a while, so I just came over to see you." "Sure. Keep your secrets." Lu Yi swallowed before remembering something. "Oh right. Do you still remember Ling Yu and the others? Of course. How could I forget? Yi nodded before growing nervous all of a sudden. Are they okay? Did something happen to them? Well, the Rogue Wanderers Club ran into a little something and lost most of their people. There are only 3 of them left now. Don't worry, Wuxia and Ling Yu are both fine. In fact, I've brought them all to the outpost. Yi's eyes widened like saucers. You brought Ling Yu to the outpost? She then dashed out of the door like the wind while saying, I'll go meet her now. Just a second later, Lu Yi heard her shouting, Amber! Amber! Wait for me, cried Lu Yi while looking behind his back, but the girl was gone already. He shook his head helplessly while commenting, Oh, the impetuousness of youth. Not wanting to keep Yi waiting, he gobbled up everything in a couple of bites and patted his stomach in satisfaction before rising to his feet. I'll be taking Yi to the outpost, senior sister. Be seeing you, Shui Yuan replied smilingly while clearing the table. To Lu Ye's surprise, he was unable to find Yi or Amber despite circling around the entire headquarters. Eventually, he came to the conclusion that the duo had already left the headquarters. It wasn't until he entered the outpost that he finally found Yi chatting excitedly with Ling Yu. Confused, he asked, How on earth did you get inside? Yi is Amber's ghost spirit, and Amber her tamed beast. Normally, they should not be able to enter the outpost without his help. A smug expression on her face, Yi raised her right hand and channeled her spiritual power. A battlefield imprint immediately appeared on the back of her hand. Lu Yi wasn't expecting to see this. You have an imprint too. The Sect master imprinted it for me himself. Yi giggled. In other words, I'm a Crimson Blood Sect disciple now. Seriously? Lu Yi was a bit speechless, to be honest. It was a good thing though. Now that Yi had a battlefield imprint, she and Amber could visit the outpost anytime they wanted now. Their freedom was no longer limited by him. It was at this moment Lu Yi realized something. Wait a second. Does that mean you're my junior sister now? Yi rose to her feet and saluted him respectfully. Crimson Blood Sect disciple Yi greets senior brother Yi. Lu Yi immediately raised his palm threateningly. What a polite junior sister you are. Now get over here so I can spank you. Yi let out a yelp and hid behind Wuxia immediately. She then poked out her head and stuck out her tongue at Lu Yi. Chapter 182, The Sect Master Got His Ass Kicked. The next day after he brought the remnants of the Rogue Wanderers Club to the outpost, he consulted their opinion before taking them to the headquarters as the legate in charge. After Shui Yuan imprinted them with the battlefield imprint in her capacity as the keeper of the seal, and the standard ceremonies were performed, they officially became members of the Crimson Blood Sect. In other words, the Crimson Blood Sect now had 5 Spirit Creek Realm disciples including Lu. Ruan Ling Yu was obviously happy with the outcome, and even the stoic Kong Nyo wore a bigger-than-normal smile on his face. After all, life as independent cultivators was austere in the best of circumstances. Now, they no longer had to worry about that. Lu Yi could sense that she didn't care nearly as much about joining a sect, but that was hardly unsurprising. As a 6th Order medicine cultivator, there was no outer circle sect who wouldn't accept her with open arms. Medicine cultivators would always be a must-have to major sections. The reason she still joined the Crimson Blood Sect despite not really feeling it was because of 2 reasons. 1, she wanted to give Ruan Ling Yu and Kong Nyo some stability, especially after that harrowing incident. 2, it was because of Lu Yi. Come to think of it, she had considered recruiting Lu Yi into the Rogue Wanderers Club by force at the beginning. However, she ultimately decided against it because she was afraid that he belonged to a major faction or something. Now the Rogue Wanderers Club was gone, and she herself had joined the Crimson Blood Sect instead. Life truly was as interesting as it was unpredictable. All Crimson Blood Sect disciples were paid a monthly salary. All sects provided this basic benefit. When Ruan Ling Yu accepted her very first salary from Shui Yuan, the girl had smiled and suddenly burst into tears without warning. He had to console her for a while before she regained her composure. On a side note, Lu Yi had expended a great deal of effort to construct a number of gathering spirit glyphs in several rooms. It was to improve the trio's cultivation efficiency. Now that they had joined the Crimson Blood Sect, the salary Shui Yuan paid them should be more than enough to sustain their cultivation in the short term. When he walked out of the training chamber, he realized that Hua Ci was waiting for him outside. Lu Ye's handiwork had given Hua Ci quite the shock when she gave the training chamber a go and discovered that it was brimming with world spiritual qi. She was starting to understand how Lu Yi was improving so quickly. "What's the matter?" he asked. Hua Ci replied, "The reason you sought me out at Mount Ying is the battle royale of the Legates, isn't it?" "Who told you that?" Lu Yi exclaimed in surprise. He was going to wait another 2 days before bringing this up to Hua Ci. He did not expect her to find out the truth herself so quickly. "Qin Yu's the one who told me about it. He said you were planning to sift through the independent cultivators and see if there's anyone suitable who will join you." Lu Yi nodded. "That is the plan, yes." "Then why didn't you tell me sooner? Are you worried that I will drag you down?" "What? I just haven't found the time to do so. So, what is your decision?" Hua Ci said in a docile voice, "You are the one who saved my life. Do I even have the right to say no? Naturally, I will obey anything you say." "Cut it out." Lu Ye's skin crawled with goosebumps. "Anyway, tell me your decision when you're ready. If you're joining, then you should know that the registration will happen in a couple of days. If not, that is fine too. This is not a mandatory participation." "Sure, I'll go." "Why wouldn't I? If you, a fifth order, aren't afraid, what do I, a sixth order, have to fear?" Hua Ci replied with a sweet smile on her lips. Lu Yi nodded and started toward the Sanctum of Providence. However, he didn't go far before turning back and looking at Hua Ci seriously. "Just so you know, the opposing legate in charge has at least one 7th order cultivator. There will be danger. Are you sure you want to come?" "I already told you I'm coming." She giggled. "Who will bury your corpse if not me?" Lu Yi snorted before leaving for real this time. It took him almost no time to arrive at the Sanctum of Providence. After connecting to the Divine Opportunity column as the legate in charge, he spent 500 contribution to purchase a blessing. He immediately sensed something extraordinary going on inside the Divine Opportunity column. It made clicking sounds while turning from side to side. Then, the concentration of the surrounding world spiritual qi became noticeably thicker. A Divine Opportunity column with no blessing whatsoever naturally increased the concentration of spiritual qi in the outpost by 10%. A single blessing would improve that effect by another 10%. In other words, the spiritual qi within the outpost was 20% thicker than it was outside. Lu Yi tried to purchase another blessing but did not succeed. It was because he had run out of contribution points. His legate-in-charge imprint informed him that he would need 1,000 contribution points to purchase a second blessing. He did not know how much the third blessing would cost, but according to Li Baxian the cost would keep increasing as more blessings were added. Clearly, improving the Divine Opportunity column wasn't something a single cultivator could do. The entire sect had to work together to gather the contribution points necessary to improve it. Besides that, the legate in charge had the right to make some adjustments to the range of the blessings, such as restricting them to certain areas only. If he wanted to, he could exclude the bazaar and prevent the independent cultivators living there from enjoying the effects of the blessing at all. With this blessing imposed came the opportunity for the Crimson Blood Sect to participate in the Battle Royal. Lu Yi was wondering how he should proceed when he felt the same tingly and sublime sensation whenever the heavens interacted with mortals. His battlefield imprint burned like a brand mark, and all of a sudden, a torrent of information surged into his mind. Now that they had a blessing, the Crimson Blood Sect was officially qualified to register for participation in the Battle Royale of the Legates. It took Lu Yi some time before he finally figured out how to carry out the registration. A pillar of light descended from the skies, warming his battlefield imprint and causing the energy within to churn a little. At the same time, a lot of useful information flooded his mind. There were still a few days before the Battle Royale of the Legates officially began. During this time, Lu Yi planned to improve his cultivation to the 6th order. He was now only a step away from doing so. This was the real reason he felt confident enough to participate in the Battle Royale. He might be less confident as a 5th order cultivator, but a 6th order? That would be a different story. At the headquarters, Lu Yi and Wuxia entered a sanctum behind the Summit of Fortitude together. "You are looking for us, Sect Master?" Lu Yi greeted while clasping his hands in salute. Wuxia also performed a disciple's salutations. The old man turned around to face them. "Your senior sister told me that you are planning to join the Battle Royale of the Legates, and that you've already completed the registration. Is that true?" "Yes, Sect Master. It will be a good experience." The Sect Master nodded slightly. "It's been decades since the Crimson Blood Sect has accepted a disciple, and your presence has made the sect so much livelier than it was before. I would like to lend you a hand, but there is only so much an old man like me could do, not to mention that previous incident nearly killed you." Lu Yi hurriedly responded, "As a member of the Crimson Blood Sect, it is only natural that the feuds and favors of the sect will fall on my shoulders. Plus, the reason I survived is thanks to the sect's reputation, however much it waned. You do not need to trouble yourself with this, Sect Master." The Sect Master stroked his beard. "I am glad to hear your thoughts, boy." He then let out a sigh before adding, "Come. There is a place you two should visit." He started toward the exit as he said this. Lu Yi and Wuxia hurriedly followed behind him. After they left the sanctum, the Sect Master flapped his sleeves once and summoned a powerful gust of spiritual power. It wrapped around Lu Yi and Wuxia and carried them all into the sky. A moment later, they landed on the summit of a spirit peak. Lu Yi looked around and spotted the Summit of Fortitude just a short distance away from them. It probably meant that this spirit peak was still within the boundary of the headquarters. There was a building on the summit, but it didn't look like a sanctum, a tower, or anything like he had ever seen, actually. It was pretty unique looking. After they arrived outside the entrance of the building, the Sect Master looked back at them and said, "Wait here." He then turned back toward the entrance, straightened his expression, and stepped inside. Outside the building, Wuxia elbowed Lu Yi and stared at him inquiringly. However, the young man could only shake his head at her. He had no idea this location even existed, let alone the reasons the Sect Master had brought them here. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from the building, "How dare you show your face around here?" Lu Yi was surprised. "Someone lives here." Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind blew out from inside the building. Even with Lu Ye's eyesight, he just barely caught a glimpse of a person being thrown out of the entrance and causing a huge bang when they crashed against a large tree. The wind was so strong that his clothes wouldn't stop flapping, and his face actually hurt from the contact. When he spun around and narrowed his eyes at the victim, he blanched. It was none other than the Sect Master himself. Wuxia and him hurriedly rushed to his side and lifted him back to his feet. There was a bluish-black circle around the Sect Master's left eye. It was clear that someone had punched him in the face. "Sect Master, what on?" Lu Yi could not even begin to fathom what was going on here. All he knew was that a woman lived in this building, and she had just kicked the Sect Master's ass. I'm fine. The Sect Master smoothed the wrinkles in front of his shirt before explaining, "An old friend of mine lives here, and as you may have noticed, she's a little more hot-tempered than most. Don't worry, I'll get through to her eventually. Just wait here." For some reason, his explanation left Lu Yi and Wuxia completely speechless. They watched blankly as the old man slowly entered the building once more. "Get lost. I swear I'll break your third leg if you dare show your face to me again." Another yell. Another time the Sect Master slammed against the same tree and slowly slid to the ground like a cartoon. This time, his right eye was covered in a bluish-black circle. At least the fist prints were matching now, not. "Sect Master." Lu Yi just could not stand and do nothing after seeing this. However, the Sect Master raised his hand and said again, "It's fine. If she wants to vent, then let her vent." He rose to his feet and walked toward the building for the third time. He cut such a courageous and dauntless figure that Lu Yi could not help but feel respect toward the man. It didn't take long for the woman to start yelling, and spiritual power to flood out of the building once more. Both Lu Yi and Hua Ci held their breaths in trepidation as they wondered if the sect master was going to be punched out a third time. He did not. In fact, the yells and scoldings actually declined over time. Things were happening a little too quickly for Lu Yi to understand, but thankfully he had a temptress to whisper the answer right beside his ear. I guarantee you that the woman living here is the sect master's lover. Are you serious? Lu Yi rolled his eyes at her. Did you not see the sect master getting his ass kicked twice? Hua Ci merely chuckled. You're still young. You don't know women yet. And you do. Duh. I'm a woman. Of course I know women, she declared while puffing up her chest. She was right, of course. Lu Yi didn't even know why he asked such a stupid question in the first place. A while later, the sect master's authoritative voice finally came from inside. Come in. Lu Yi and Hua Ci immediately straightened their expressions and returned a respectful response. Then, they filed into the building with Lu Yi in the lead. Astonishment spread across the young man's features when he crossed over the threshold and looked around. It was because the building looked small from the outside, but the inside was like a completely different world. He saw wondrous glyphs swimming on all four walls of the buildings like fish. They also appeared and disappeared on occasion. When he tried to identify the glyphs, he was surprised to find that he did not recognize a single one of them. They were inside what looked to be a sanctum, and the sect master was standing next to a gorgeous-looking lady. Although she looked like she was in her 20s, her actual age was up for debate. Someone with a keen eye would notice that her eyes were nothing like that of a young woman. Chapter 183, Tattooed Glyph, Transient Wings. The woman couldn't be too young because the sect master claimed that she was an old friend of his. If he were to make a conservative estimate, he would guess that she was in the same generation as the sect master. She looked young probably because she practiced some kind of youth technique. This is Lady Yun, the sect master introduced simply. Lu Yi and Hua Ci saluted her. Well met, Lady Yun. The woman gave them a nod of acknowledgement before examining Lu Yi from head to toe. Then, she said, So, the old fool told me that one of the good fortunes you received from the Spirit Creek battlefield was a glyph weaver's inheritance. Lu Yi wondered how the misunderstanding came to be. It probably had something to do with his ability to use glyphs in battle. After he shot the sect master a look and got a nod in return, Lu Yi replied, yes. It technically wasn't a lie because the tree of glyphs definitely had something to do with glyph weavers. Activate your glyphs and show me, she ordered. Lu Yi hesitated for a moment, but he opened his palm and activated a protection. A look of surprise spread across Lady Yun's face. What incredible speed! She hadn't inquired too deeply when the sect master had told her that Lu Ye's good fortune had something to do with glyph weavers. It was only now she realized that the little guy's glyph mastery had reached the point where he could activate it any time he wanted to. That said, she was a woman of vast experience and knowledge. She knew that it was possible for the top sect's disciples to produce the same results if they had been studying glyphs from a young age. She stepped closer and looked down to examine the glyph in Lu Ye's hand. This is the protection G. Your glyph is. She abruptly cut herself off and frowned. Then, she surprised everyone by grabbing Lu Ye's hand and examined the glyph closely. What did she discover to make her react like this? Lu Yi shot his sect master a pleading look, but he slowly shook his head and motioned for the young man to calm himself. A while later, Lady Yun finally released Lu Ye's hand and fell into deep thought. Her expression was inscrutable. The sect master decided to break the silence. Is something wrong with his glyph? No. Lady Yun shook her head. It's just that his glyph is a little different from the one commonly used in Jianghu, and unless I'm mistaken his looks a little more logical. I would have to make some comparisons to determine the exact differences though. She then looked at Lu Yi again and asked, Do you know any other glyphs? Lu Yi replied honestly, yes. I know 3 more. Show them to me. Lu Yi did as she asked and showed off Sharp Edge, Gathering Spirits and Bloodrage. When Lady Yun was done examining them, she declared with a note of certainty, the inheritance you got is pretty extraordinary. Whoever left it behind must be extremely accomplished in the path of the glyphs. Oh! The sect master was surprised. He rarely heard such high praise from Lady Yun. He asked curiously, how do they compare to yours? Lady Yun shook her head without hesitation. They are better. In fact, their path doesn't belong to any existing system in Jianghu. Despite being an original expression, these glyphs are much stronger than their Jianghu counterparts. She looked at Lu Yi again. How much do you know about the path of the glyphs? Lu Yi replied with an embarrassed look on his face, I only know how to use these 4 glyphs, and I know nothing else. Lady Yun looked surprised but broke into an understanding chuckle. It seems that the inheritance you received is incomplete. That is pretty normal. There were plenty of fortuitous encounters to be found on the Spirit Creek battlefield, and plenty of people have obtained the inheritances of unknown champions as a result. However, many of these inheritances were incomplete for one reason or another. In Lady Yun's opinion, Lu Ye's being able to activate the 4 glyphs at the speed of thought but knowing next to nothing about glyphs in general was because the inheritance he received was incomplete. A complete inheritance would have taught him the structure and basic characteristics of glyphs at the very least. Come visit me often in the future. You will allow me to study these glyphs, and in return I will offer you my glyph knowledge. Is that okay with you? As soon as she said this, the sect master blinked rapidly at Lu Yi like he was having a stroke. Knowing what he was trying to hint, Lu Yi responded, Of course. Thank you, senior. Lady Yun nodded with a smile. Her expression looked much kinder than before. It was at this moment the sect master let out a cough. Now that that's done, let's get down to business, shall we? Follow me, said Lady Yun while leading them down a long corridor to the side. A short while later, they arrived at a small room with a bed at the center. There was also a bench next to the bed. After she entered the room, Lady Yun performed some sort of hand seal before pressing her hand against the wall. There was a surge of spiritual power, and the entire room suddenly lit up like multiple powerful lights had been turned on at the same time. However, the light felt soft instead of glaring. Take off your shirt and lie down on the bed, Lady Yun instructed. Lu Yi was confused until the sect master explained things to him. Lady Yun will be tattooing a glyph onto your body. We call this type of glyph a tattooed glyph, and it functions just like a normal glyph. We believe it may help you in the upcoming battle royale. This was the first time Lu Yi heard of something like this, so his curiosity was immediately piqued. This was probably the real reason the sect master had brought Hua Si and him to this summit. His doubts settled, Lu Yi took off his shirt and laid down on the bed. Lady Yun sat down on the bench and took out a jade box. She opened it to reveal a stack of needles of varying lengths. Where is it? Lady Yun held out her hand to the sect master. After he passed her a bottle, she opened it and gave it a tentative sniff. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. The blood of a great spirit beast of the real lake realm? What beast is this? The sect master replied simply, a fire cube. That is pretty rare. Lady Yun nodded approvingly before ridiculing him a little. I can't remember the last time you were this generous. The sect master wisely kept his mouth shut. Lady Yun picked up a long needle from the jade box and dipped it in the blood of the fire cube. After she activated her spirit power, the needle drank the blood and turned completely crimson, almost as if it was alive. She raised the needle and pressed a hand against Lu Ye's shoulder blade. It will hurt a little. Try to endure it. She then stabbed the needle into his back. Lu Yi felt something entering his flesh before a kind of burning pain flared from the point of contact. It wasn't particularly painful, but it irritated like an itch that could not be scratched. It was incredibly difficult to endure, but Lu Yi had no choice but to grit his teeth and soldier on. In the process, Lady Yun kept changing the needles she was using, slowed or quickened her movements whenever necessary, and even changed the intensity of her spiritual power from time to time. The one constant throughout all this was that her hands were incredibly steady. Wuxia stood next to him while the tattooing was happening. She watched as the peculiar picture of a glyph slowly took form on Lu Ye's back. 2 whole hours later, when Lady Yun had pierced his skin for the last time, she finally let out a long sigh of relief and patted Lu Ye's back lightly. "It's done." Lu Yi slowly climbed to his feet and took a moment to feel things out. Not only did he feel like something had been added to his back, something that was fused to his very skin, yet still felt like a foreign object, he had the distinct feeling that he could channel spiritual power into the object and activate it. The Sect master explained, "Your cultivation level is still pretty low right now, so tattooing a permanent glyph to your body would be a bad idea. The tattooed glyph Lady Yun gave you is a temporary glyph that grants you the power of flight. If you ever encounter a champion that is beyond your ability to defeat, simply channel your spiritual power to activate it." Transient Wings is the name of this glyph. Lady Yun added, "At full activation, you'll be able to fly for 6 hours max. Any longer than that, and the tattooed glyph will lose its efficacy." A glyph of flight? Lu Yi thought in shock. If he didn't know the Sect master cared for him before, he knew now. The battle royale of the Legates was right around the corner, meaning that there was only so much power he and Wuxia could cultivate before then. On the other hand, this glyph of flight was an instant power-up. It granted them the ability to escape if they ever ran into a champion they couldn't hope to defeat. It was hardly low cost, however. Forget that it took a master like Lady Yun to tattoo the glyph. The blood of a fire cube alone was a rare treasure. He wouldn't have wasted the blood of a real Lake Realm Great Spirit beast on a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator like himself. Lu Yi was touched to say the least. "Well, what are you two still standing here for? Get out." Lady Yun suddenly shooed them with a stern expression. After the Sect master and Lu Yi had scrambled out of the room, she shut the door firmly behind her. After the Sect master led Lu Yi out of the sanctum, he asked, "It takes practice to master flight properly. Would you like to give it a try now, Yi?" Of course. Lu Yi could barely suppress his excitement. Countless people had dreamed of flying at least once in their life. Although he had flown before, to fly while being carried on someone's back and to fly via one's own strength were 2 completely different things. Originally, he thought he would have to cultivate to the 8th or 9th order before he could attempt true flight, but now his experience had been expedited thanks to none other than the Sect master himself. Although Transient Wings would only last 6 hours before losing its efficacy completely, the Sect master was also right that he needed to practice the ability. Otherwise, he might screw up if he waited until danger was right on top of him. So, he channeled his spiritual power and poured them into his back. When Transient Wings activated, a pair of wings covered in a fiery red spiritual power shot out of his left and right shoulder blade with a whoosh. The pair of wings looked rather thin. Judging from its shape, it resembled the wings of a spirit beast. He reckoned that it was the same shape as a fire cube's. Anyway, he sent a mental command to the wings and caused them to flap a little. The next thing he knew, he was blasting off diagonally like a meteor. The Sect master immediately waved his arm and enveloped Lu Yi in a gentle gust of spiritual power. The young man's ascent was stopped before he could crash into anything. Cold sweat broke out of Lu Yi's forehead as he stared at the tree he damned near crash into. If the Sect master hadn't been here to watch over him, he would have suffered quite the concussion. Again and again he lost control and nearly crashed into far more objects than he cared to count as he practiced, but eventually he got the hang of it and was able to steady his flight to an extent. He still didn't dare to fly too quickly though. He knew he would lose control if he pushed it beyond a certain point. A full hour later, Lu Yi was finally able to let loose and fly freely in the sky. He had a lot of fun and wanted to enjoy it more, but considering that Transient Wings' time was limited, he reluctantly returned to the ground and allowed them to fade away. Transient Wings was absolutely one of the best escape tools he could ask for. Its only flaw was that it consumed a lot of spiritual power. He had only been flying for an hour, but his spiritual power had already dwindled to 30%. The tattoo should be saved for crises where it was the only viable option left. A while later, Wuxia exited the sanctum as well. The sect master and Lu Yi walked up to Lady Yun to bid her goodbye, and the lady responded with a wave before walking back into the building. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows at Wuxia and asked, "Do you want to test out your wings now?" The sect master said it takes practice to master flight properly. Wuxia nodded in agreement. "Sure." There was a surge of spiritual power, and a pair of green wings grew out of Wuxia's back. She wobbled a little as she slowly floated into the air, but it took her little time to stabilize herself. A short while later, the young woman was flying across the sky as lithely as a butterfly. Lu Ye's eyelid twitched at the sight. Why is the difference so big? Chapter 184, Battle Royale of the Legates. In the outpost's training chamber, a circle of boon and 3 gathering spirits were drawing in world spiritual chi like crazy. The entire room was overflowing with spiritual chi and wisps of blood chi that looked like spirit snakes. Both types of chi were drawn into Lu Ye's body non-stop by some sort of indescribable power. Not only that, his stomach was rumbling like thunder. It was his gluttonous feast working its magic. Suddenly, Lu Yi opened his eyes. He looked down at the back of his hand. The battlefield imprint was warming up a little, and the power of the heavens were giving him a sign. It was time. He paused his cultivation techniques and took back the dragon scale he had placed on the circle of boon. Then he left the training chamber. Within moments, he was standing in front of the divine opportunity pillar at the Sanctum of Providence. Wuxia hadn't arrived yet. As of late, she and Shui Yuan had stuck to each other like glue doing God knows what. If he had to guess, his senior sister was probably teaching her stuff regarding medicine cultivation. They were both medicine cultivators after all. While waiting, Lu Yi activated his battlefield imprint and inspected his own personal information. Identity: Crimson Blood Sect Disciple. Cultivation: 83 spiritual points. Location: Spirit Creek Battlefield. Contribution points: 26. Nearly 2 months had passed since the battle at Golden Tip. Since he recovered from his injuries and restored the Tree of Glyph's ability to burn pill poison, his cultivation had been improving by leaps and bounds. On the same day he returned from Lady Yun's residence, he had unlocked his 81st spiritual point and entered the 6th Order of Spirit Creek Realm. Today he had unlocked another 2 spiritual points. In fact, he would have made even greater progress if he hadn't spent almost 2 weeks flying to Mount Ing and seeking out the Rogue Wanderers Club. It was because the outpost was a peaceful place, and its cultivation environment was much better than the places he used to cultivate in. So far, his cultivation progress had met his expectations. His contribution points, on the other hand, were a bit of an eyesore to put it mildly. This was after he had killed that 7th Order cultivator at Mount Ing too. He would have had 5 contribution points instead of 26 otherwise. In the past, Lu Yi had no idea what contribution points were good for, but after he learned of the existence of the Vault of Providence, he realized that contribution points were an extremely attractive currency to any cultivator. In his case, he needed to spend contribution points to purchase suitable resources for the Tree of Glyphs as well, so he foresaw that his need for contribution points would be tremendous. Accumulating contribution points by killing other cultivators alone, unless the targets were of a higher order, was too slow. This was why the Battle Royale of the Legates was a great place to collect contribution points. Since every participating sect would be betting 1 blessing in the Battle Royale, a powerful cultivator could easily amass a tremendous number of contribution points. In fact, Lu Yi had considered bringing Amber with him to the Battle Royale because he had formed a bonding pact with the tiger, meaning that it was his tamed beast and a part of his strength. Rule-wise, there was nothing stopping him from taking Amber with him. Shui Yuan and Li Baxin strongly advised against this idea, however. The tremors caused by the battle at Golden Tip had just subsided recently, and plenty of people knew that Lu Yi was accompanied by a massive white tiger. If he were to bring Amber into the Battle Royale, it would be all too easy for fellow cultivators to recognize him. Consequently, the Thousand Demon Ridge could gang up on him if they realized his identity. To put it simply, the benefits of bringing Amber with him weren't worth the risk. Without Amber, it would be much easier for him to keep his identity a secret. It was true that a lot of people had seen Lu Yi at Golden Tip, but Spirit Creek Battlefield was a vast place. There were far, far more cultivators who had never seen him before. It was at this moment a sweet-smelling figure entered into view. Hua Si had finally arrived. Lu Yi looked her up and down once before asking in a surprised tone, "New clothes? Are you wearing it for good luck or something?" Hua Si was wearing something very different today. It was a tight-fitting white dress with small red flowers adorning the hems of her skirt. The pure colors complemented her soft, fair skin perfectly. Lu Yi quickly noticed something off, however. It seemed that the beautiful dress wasn't just a beautiful dress. A spirit artifact? Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. It's a gift from senior sister Shui Yuan. She used to wear it until her cultivation level outgrew its usefulness. Lu Yi thought skeptically, is Shui Yuan even big enough to wear something like this? It's the perfect size for Hua Si, sure, but Shui Yuan. I can only imagine her wearing this on a Chinese opera stage. He also felt a tad neglected and voiced as much. I'm the one who joined the sect first. Hua Si giggled behind her palm. Senior sister Shui Yuan mentioned that combat cultivators like you shouldn't wear defensive spiritual artifacts. Excessive protection will cause you to lose your edge. Lu Yi mulled over the explanation and nodded. That makes sense. It was what he learned when senior brother Li Baxin was still teaching him as well. A combat cultivator who refused to dance on a knife's edge could not improve themselves. If he kept relying on outside power to win his battles, it was only a matter of time before he became overly dependent on said power. Suddenly, he felt something touching the top of his head. He immediately turned toward Hua Si and stared at her with a mixture of annoyance and disbelief. What the hell are you doing? The woman was patting his head like he was a child. Hua Si smiled kindly like an older sister. Nothing? I just thought that this wasn't a bad feeling is all. Lu Ye's eyes became hidden behind his hair. Did no one ever teach you that a man's head should not be touched thoughtlessly? Of course not, replied Hua Si matter-of-factly. What will happen if I do it? Lu Ye's eyes suddenly turned sinister and... It's begun. Hua Si abruptly turned serious and pressed a hand against the divine opportunity column. Lu Yi shot her a look but placed his hand on the pillar as well. Their surroundings became distorted as the heavens swirled around them. The vague sound of lapping waves resounded beside their ears. When their surroundings returned to normal, the duo found themselves standing on an unfamiliar beach. They exchanged a quick glance with one another and watched their surroundings closely. Not a moment too soon, Lu Yi saw two strangers turning around and laying their eyes on them. Their gazes met. Everyone wore guarded expressions as they channeled their spiritual power at the same time. Lu Yi examined the strangers' spiritual light and quickly identified them as seventh-order cultivators. Not only that, the battlefield imprint on the back of their hands glowed red instead of Lu Yi and Hua Si's blue. They were members of the Thousand Demon Ridge. Looks like we're off to a great start, partner. The youngster donning a combat outfit barked out a laugh before charging straight toward Lu Yi and Hua Si. Clearly, he considered himself and his partner lucky to encounter a pair of sixth-order cultivators right from the get-go. The other seventh-order cultivator responded with a curt, "Don't get careless," before firing a beam of golden light. Both Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators had wasted no time in attacking Lu Yi and Hua Si. Hua Si leaped to the side to dodge the ranged attack. Lu Che crouched lower and charged straight toward his enemies. The golden light hit no one and blasted a hole in the sand. Their positions were pretty close to begin with, and in Lu Yi and the youngster's case they were both charging toward their foes. The distance between them narrowed to nothing in a short time. Lu Ye's aggression annoyed the youngster. How dare he, a sixth-order cultivator, rush him like they were equals? Mind set on teaching Lu Yi a lesson, he unsheathed his sword and launched a piercing strike right away. The spiritual light on his sword flickered like the tongue of a spirit snake. It was clear that there was a lot of power behind the attack. Lu Yi unsheathed his own saber and met the youngster's attack halfway. There was a loud clang of metal, and the youngster's confident expression morphed into shock. It was because Lu Yi's saber swing had nearly been powerful enough to wrench his sword out of his grip. Doubt sprung in the youngster's head like weeds. Is he a body-tempering cultivator or a combat cultivator? His hand never stopped moving though. He tightened his grip and attacked Lu Yi with everything he had. Sparks flew everywhere as metallic clangs echoed throughout the beach. It looked like the duo were evenly matched with one another, but the look on their faces told a different story. Lu Yi's expression was calm since the start of the battle, but the youngsters grew more and more shocked with every passing second. It was because the sixth-order cultivator he thought he could manhandle as he pleased was far stronger than he imagined. In fact, he gradually realized that he was actually the inferior one between the two of them. Not only was his opponent faster and stronger than him, he had fallen into a complete disadvantage in almost no time at all. Every time he clashed blades with his opponent, his sword would shriek like it was in pain, and his perlicue would sting like hell. There's no way he's a sixth-order cultivator. His instincts were screaming that his opponent was a wolf in sheep's clothing wearing some sort of cultivation-concealing spirit artifact, but he was also aware that the rules of the heavens were immutable. Since his opponents had appeared at the beach, their cultivation level should not exceed theirs. Another 3 breaths passed, and the youngster felt like he was tethering on the edge of defeat. Already, his perlicue had begun to rupture and bleed profusely. Realizing that there was no longer any time to hesitate, the youngster hurriedly pulled out a golden body talisman paper, channeled his spiritual power, and slapped it on his own body. He was trying to save his own life, but the very act actually opened him to greater attacks. The reason most combat cultivators did not use spirit talisman papers in the middle of combat was because they were effectively disrupting their own combat rhythm. The inviolable swung upward, and the youngster's sword flew out of his grip with a resonant clang. He let out a cry of surprise as he was thrown back. The attack hadn't just disarmed him, it destroyed his golden body talisman paper right after it took effect as well. Lu Yi caught up to him in a flash. He slashed at the youngster without hesitation. While the youngster was utterly shocked, he wasn't without one last trick up his sleeves. Eyes glinting with triumphant deceit, he pressed his fingers into a hand seal and channeled his spiritual power. Die! The flying sword immediately stopped its trajectory and shot toward Lu Yi like a beam of light. There was no dodging it. It reached Lu Yi's back in but an instant. Blood splattered, but the cunning glint in the youngster's eyes turned into terror. A diagonal wound about 1/3 of a meter long had appeared on his torso at the same time Lu Yi was slammed face first into the sand. However, the youngster had suffered a grave wound, whereas Lu Yi was only somewhat winded. The battle at Mount Ing had taught him to watch out for telekinetic techniques, so the second he noticed that the youngster was controlling his sword remotely, he had immediately cast protection behind his back. When a cultivator reached the 7th order, they would be able to learn telekinesis. The technique was both a foundational block for flying and an additional method to kill their opponent. It also increased the power of one's spirit artifact. Lu Yi climbed to his feet in a hurry because the youngster wasn't dead yet. Not taking any chances, he reversed his grip on the inviolable and stabbed the youngster right through the chest. Blood gushed out like a fountain when he withdrew his saber. It wasn't yet time to take a breather though. Feet leaving deep footsteps in the wet sand, Lu Yi took off toward the spell cultivator without a pause. The spell cultivator was currently launching a barrage of spells against Wuxia. As a medicine cultivator, there was nothing the young woman could do except endure until Lu Yi came to her rescue. He thought his companion would be able to take out Lu Yi without issues, but the outcome surprised him to say the least. Somehow, his 7th order companion had managed to get himself killed by a 6th order cultivator. That bloody idiot! The spell cultivator thought furiously. He was busy with his own fight and so did not really pay attention to the duel between his companion and Lu Yi. Normally, it was impossible for a 7th Order cultivator to be outmatched by a 6th Order. He thought his companion was defeated because he had severely underestimated his opponent. Chapter 185, Chess C. The spell cultivator had no choice but to abandon his assault on Wuxia when he saw that Lu Yi was rushing straight toward him. The golden light in his hands changed directions and began blasting away at Lu Yi. Lu Yi swayed left and right as he charged toward the spell cultivator. It looked like he was just barely dodging out of harm's way, but he really had full control of the situation. The spells weren't moving so fast that his eyes couldn't capture their trajectory. His body was keeping up with his brain's commands as well. In other words, it would take an extremely fast spell or one with a wide range to hit Lu Yi. In just 3 breaths, the spell cultivator's eyes had become filled with shock and disbelief. It was because Lu Yi had perfectly dodged each and every one of his spells. He hurriedly backed away from Lu Yi and channeled his spiritual power at the same time. Judging from the huge ball of golden light gathering in front of his chest, he was about to cast a powerful spell technique. It was at this moment an aquamarine arrow struck his side. Since the spell cultivator's attention was completely on Lu Yi, he never saw the attack until it was too late. The spell technique had struck him hard enough to stagger him and dispel the spiritual power he just gathered in haste. The attack came from Wuxia, of course. She was a medicine cultivator, but that didn't mean she was incapable of combat. An independent cultivator who couldn't fight would have died a long time ago. Moreover, Wuxia wasn't just a medicine cultivator. She was also a spell cultivator. Sure, she only knew a handful of spell techniques, and none of them were particularly powerful. For example, the aquamarine arrow had failed to inflict a serious wound on the enemy spell cultivator, but it didn't matter, because it had achieved its intended effect. It had interrupted the enemy's powerful spell technique. By the time the 7th Order cultivator recovered, Lu Yi was already in front of him. Left with no choice, he cast his golden light and blasted at Lu Yi again. Lu Yi easily sidestepped the spell and brought down the inviolable. The saber passed through the spell cultivator's body with ease, shattering the golden light covering his skin and leaving a massive wound across his chest. The guy screamed in pain and stumbled backward, but Lu Yi followed him like a maggot sucking on his marrows. He stabbed the man right through the solar plexus. His saber was empowered by sharp edge, so it met little resistance even though its blade was thick and heavy. The spell cultivator's expression was filled with incredulity even as he grabbed the blade in a futile attempt to save himself. It was only now he realized that his companion hadn't died because of a moment of carelessness. His enemy had simply been too formidable. Blood and severed fingers flew through the air as Lu Yi withdrew his saber with a flourish. The spell cultivator swayed on his feet for a moment before collapsing heavily on the ground. A pool of blood formed beneath his body. His eyes were wide open even as he drew his last breath. After Lu Yi had gotten close to the 7th Order cultivator, he had killed the man in just 2 strikes. On the surface, killing a spell cultivator seemed far easier than killing a combat cultivator, but anyone who thought that would be making a grave mistake. Most of the time, assuming that their cultivation levels were identical, a combat cultivator would be hard-pressed to close the distance between themselves and the spell cultivator. In fact, Lu Yi had experienced this exact scenario when his cultivation level was still poor. Of course, that was in the past. These days, it was nigh impossible for a spell cultivator at his cultivation level to even put a scratch on him, much less survive after he got close to them. A pair of red lights flew out of the dead cultivators and entered the back of Lu Yi's hand one after another. When he looked down to check, he discovered that his contribution points had increased by 28, and there was something new lurking within his battlefield imprint. He probed it for a bit until he realized that it was the blessing of the Divine Opportunity column. The entry cost of the Battle Royale was a blessing worth 500 contribution per sect. The participants could kill their opponents and rob them of their blessing. If Lu Yi could return to the Crimson Blood Sect safely, he would have the choice of imbuing the blessings in the Divine Opportunity column to increase the outpost's spiritual chi, or exchange them for an equal amount of Sect contribution points. Speaking of which, Sect contribution points was not the same as individual contribution points, though the two currencies were interchangeable to a certain degree. This was why the Battle Royale of the Legates was considered a major event in Jianghu. Both major and minor sects were keen on participating in this event because the heavens guaranteed that the outcome would be fair. "You okay?" Lu Yi asked while turning toward Wuxia. She looked a little dirty after the battle, but sported no obvious injuries as far as he could tell. Wuxia nodded. Although her cultivation level was an order lower than that 7th order spell Cultivator, she would have been fine for at least a while longer. The spirit artifact Shui Yuan gifted her had greatly improved her defenses. After they had organized the loot, they began scouting the surrounding terrain. A while later, the duo were standing on the highest spot on the land and looking all over the place. As it turned out, they had been transported to a small island, one that was only as big as a public square. While the island was overflowing with vegetation, it was surrounded by sea from all sides. It was impossible to hide in such a small, confined terrain, so they knew that the only ones on this island were them and the 2,000 Demon Ridge cultivators they killed just now. One good thing about the island was that it was overflowing with spiritual chi. There was barely any noticeable difference compared to the wilderness of Spirit Creek battlefield, so they were able to recover quite quickly after the battle. The Chess Sea. Lu Yi exhaled after confirming the location of this year's Battle Royale of the Legates. So far, the Battle Royale of the Legates had never taken place on the same battlefield. According to the incomplete statistics of the major sects in Jianghu, as many as 34 kinds of battlefields had been featured in the Battle Royale of the Legates. There were mountain forests, deserts, swamps, flatlands, seas and more. The Chess Sea was one of the most famous battlefields of the Royale because it was an unknown sea filled with tiny islands that, from a bird's eye view, looked like chess pieces on a chessboard. The curious thing about the Chess Sea was that the islands weren't static. They would automatically float across the sea and merge with other islands to form bigger islands. As time passed, these islands would keep merging with one another until finally, they formed a province-sized continent. As miraculous as this place was, this was actually bad news for most participants. If this was any other battlefield, a battered, exhausted cultivator at least had the choice of escaping to the edge of the battlefield and hide there until the battle royale was over. However, this could not be done on the Chess Sea. The islands would keep merging with each other and forcing cultivators of differing factions to clash against one another. Moreover, the sea itself was rife with danger. Violent, massive sea beasts were just one of the many threats one could potentially encounter in the sea, meaning hiding in the sea wasn't a viable strategy either. Finally, flying before the islands were fully merged was also a bad idea. It was because flying above the sea depleted far more spiritual power than normal. The flyer could easily run out of spiritual power before they got anywhere. This was why even the legates of the core circle could not strike out on their own. Their only choice was to stay on their island and wait for their islands to merge. If someone were to rank the battlefields of the Battle Royale by their casualty rate, then the Chess Sea would definitely rank among the top 3. Lu Yi did not know what the other cultivators thought after discovering that the Battle Royale would be taking place on the Chess Sea, but he knew he and Wuxia could see the excitement in each other's eyes. "I'm going to grow some mushrooms," Wuxia said before taking off toward the center of the island with a delighted look on her face. As partners of this Battle Royale of the Legates, they had communicated some of their enemy-slaying and self-preservation skills with each other as a matter of course. Wuxia's enemy-slaying tactics were meager at best, so it would be wishful thinking to expect her to quickly slay a powerful opponent like Lu Yi. On the other hand, she could be far more useful than a 6th-order cultivator if she was allowed the time and space to work her magic. And mushroom growing was her most powerful ability bar none. Previously at Mount Ing, Wuxia had planted mushrooms in the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators' bodies without them knowing. If Lu Yi had arrived a few days later, and everything was in place, she could have eliminated all 3 cultivators by herself without their knowledge. Although she had had to spring her trap prematurely due to Lu Ye's arrival, she still gave that 7th order cultivator quite the fright. Lu Ye had to hide his surprise when Wuxia had told him about her ability. Who would have thought that the medicine cultivators, savior of the ill and injured, would be capable of such devious methods? It would not be an exaggeration to say that Wuxia had single-handedly readjusted his view of medicine cultivators, especially independent medicine cultivators like her. The young woman might look kind and gentle on the surface, but she could wipe cities and massacre nations if she wanted to. With that in mind, it should be obvious why the Chess Sea was an extremely favorable terrain for Wuxia and other cultivators like her. It was one of the best places she could hope for to unleash her abilities. Lu Ye was also lucky to have recruited her before entering the Battle Royale. After all, there was no way he could have known that this year's Battle Royale of the Legates would be set on the Chess Sea. Wuxia wasn't just growing mushrooms either. She was also collecting medicinal herbs. The spiritual qi in Chess Sea was incredibly rich and suitable for growing medicinal herbs. Killing enemies wasn't the only way to make a profit after all. Lu Ye remained on guard while Wuxia was busy doing her thing. It wasn't difficult since the island was small enough that he could literally view it from one end to another. He also sensed that the island was moving toward a particular direction at high speed. He could not help but wonder how the island managed to float on the sea. After all, it was no boat, and there was no way it was an empty shell, right? Suddenly, Lu Ye felt a reaction from his battlefield imprint. He inspected it and discovered that Li Baxian had sent him a message. His senior brother was the prolgate of the Devoted Ones, so of course he was participating in the Battle Royale and present in the Chess Sea as well. He had to be in the centermost area though. The message contained Li Baxian's knowledge of the Chess Sea and one message: do your best, but don't go overboard, junior brother. Lu Ye responded with a thank you message. Unfortunately, nothing happened even after Wuxia finished her preparations, so Lu Ye decided to switch up his cultivation discipline and cultivate. They weren't going to encounter any danger until the island merged with another anyway, so why not? 2 hours later, Wuxia suddenly called out to him. He immediately paused his cultivation and dashed to the highest spot of the island. He followed her gaze and found a tiny black dot moving toward them at high speed. Another island was floating in their direction, or rather, both islands were attracted toward one another like magnets. The other island was still too far away for him to glean anything concrete. He could not tell if there were enemies on the island either. The sea breeze filled his mouth and his nose with a fishy, salty taste. Lu Ye took a moment to calculate the island's speed. At this rate, they would collide in less than an hour. After some consideration, he placed the inviolable into his storage bag and stood side by side with Wuxia. When the distance between the two islands had narrowed to a certain extent, they suddenly sped up almost as if they were reacting to the other's presence. This time, the islands were close enough for Lu Ye to observe the other island. He could see 2 people standing on a high place and observing them in turn. Chapter 186, It's the mushrooms who killed him. Both sides confirmed each other's cultivation level after a moment of observation. The 2 cultivators on the other island were 7th order cultivators. They carried a saber and a sword, respectively, and they looked like combat cultivators. Before the island got close, the thinner of the 2 cultivators called out to them, "Which faction do you belong to, fellow cultivators?" "We belong to Grand Sky Coalition." Their battlefield imprints weren't responding yet because they were still pretty far away from each other. At a close enough range, the imprints would automatically light up and expose the person's faction just like when they had fought the 2000 Demon Ridge cultivators before. This was one of the rules of the Battle Royale of the Legates. It made it easy for the cultivators to recognize each other's factions. Lu Ye did not respond to the thin cultivator's call. He simply stared at the man expressionlessly. The thin cultivator said again, "If you don't mind, can you please show your battlefield imprints, fellow cultivators? We would like to avoid friendly fire, you see. This time, Lu Yi responded by channeling his spiritual power and raising one arm. The next moment, a fat fire bird flapped its fat wings and flew straight toward the opposing island. Wuxia was so stunned by how rotund the fire bird was that she blanked out for a second before following up with an aquamarine arrow. This was the first time she saw Lu Yi using a spell technique, much less one with such an impressive style. If not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, she would have burst out laughing already. Now she understood why Lu Yi had put away his saber. The spells had been launched straight at the other party. While Lu Yi could not tell if the other party was lying, he was certain they harbored questionable motives at the very least. In Jianghu and the Spirit Creek battlefield, it was common sense for unfamiliar cultivators to hide their factions from each other. That they had given up their factions so readily only made him suspicious. That was why Lu Yi had decided to attack first. If the other party was from the Grand Sky Coalition, then he wouldn't mind offering them an apology after the islands were merged. But if they hailed from the Thousand Demon Ridge, then he would be making the first move against them. One way or another, he wanted the initiative to be in their hands, not the other parties. There was a burst of spiritual power as the thin cultivator exploded in anger. How dare you launch a surprise attack against us? You must be looking to die real bad. The guy was mouthy, but he certainly wasn't slow. Both men dodged out of harm's way in an instant. Neither Lu Ye's Fire Phoenix technique nor Wuxia's Aquamarine arrow was particularly fast or powerful, not to mention that they were still quite some distance away from each other. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for them to dodge the spells. For a time, Lu Yi and Wuxia threw ineffective spell after ineffective spell at their opponents until finally, the two combat cultivators decided it was a bit humiliating to dodge enemy fire without retaliating at least a little. A quick discussion later, they fished out spirit talisman papers from their storage bags, activated them and threw them at Lu Yi and Wuxia. For a time, spells flew between the closing islands like colorful fireworks. Fire birds, aquamarine arrows, golden arcs and icicles flew all over the place. While retaliating, the thin cultivator declared with a malicious grin, "Two little sixth-order spell cultivators, huh? Just you wait. You're going to regret attacking us real soon." Suddenly, both parties swayed unsteadily on their feet. It was because the two islands had finally collided with each other. As if on cue, Lu Yi and Wuxia floundered all over the place as if they had no sense of balance at all. On the other hand, the two combat cultivators quickly steadied themselves and rushed toward Lu Yi and Wuxia at high speed. As the distance between them shortened, the back of everyone's hands started glowing brightly. While Lu Yi and Wuxia's glowed blue, the two combat cultivators glowed red. Grand Sky Coalition? No, they were obviously Thousand Demon Ridge. "You are dead," the thin cultivator uttered in a chilling tone while dodging Lu Ye's spells. He was just a few seconds away from the young man now. When his companion charged toward Wuxia, the young woman immediately ditched Lu Yi and fled in haste. "Ha!" The thin cultivator cackled at the sight. It was always a treat to watch fellow partners abandoning one another to escape his wrath. The thin cultivator dodged one last spell before leaping high into the sky. He unsheathed his sword with a victorious look on his face. Not only did his opponent fail to maintain his distance from a combat cultivator, his cultivation level was an order lower than his. This was his victory no matter how you looked at it. It was at this moment he saw Lu Yi pulling a saber from his storage bag. A tinge of worry suddenly colored his features. When Lu Yi swung the saber at him, and fiery red spiritual power covered his vision, that worry reached peak level in an instant and transformed into terror. Clang! His sword was sent flying in the first strike. As he was in midair, he would only watch as Lu Ye's saber. It looked like the entire blade was on fire because it was covered in red spiritual power, cut through his arm and his body. "Ayah!" The thin cultivator let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying. A shower of blood exploded from his body, and his arm flew lifelessly into the air. It was only now he realized that the sixth-order young man wasn't a spell cultivator after all. He was a combat cultivator. Still, how did he cast his spells so quickly? It wasn't like he never suspected that the young man was trying to pull a fast one on him, but his casting speed had dispelled his doubts. It was the kind of speed that was only attainable with an incredible amount of practice. That crafty little bastard. The thin cultivator swore in his head while making a hand seal with his remaining hand. His spiritual power cycled furiously as his sword sang and transformed into a beam of light. Unfortunately, a saber flashed across his vision before he could do anything with the sword. The next thing he knew, his life had already departed his body. It had only been 3 breaths since the thin cultivator charged Lu Yi. After Lu Yi had slain his opponent, he wasted no time in rushing to Hua Xi's aid. Although the young woman had great running speed, she was ultimately no match for a combat cultivator. She was about to be caught up when a blood-curdling scream caused the man's heart to skip a beat. When he turned to look behind him, he saw that Lu Yi was approaching him at high speed. My partner died? But how? Also, I thought that young man's a spell cultivator, so why is he wielding a saber? One difficult question after another popped into his head. He was just deciding whether to turn around and face Lu Yi or continue his pursuit when suddenly vertigo struck him without warning. He had accidentally stepped on a gray mushroom. 9 visible spores clung to his body and entered his lungs as he breathed. He had no idea what just happened, but he instinctively channeled his spiritual power and chased away the uncomfortable feeling. It was only a moment's delay, but Lu Yi was already in front of him and swinging his saber. He had no choice but to fight the young man. Metallic clangs rang across the battlefield. Sparks flew everywhere as spirit artifact clashed against spirit artifact. Since she no longer had to flee for her life, Hua Xi turned around and cycled her own spiritual power. Suddenly, the spiritual light surrounding the 7th Order cultivator grew dimmer and dimmer. Lu Yi could visibly feel his enemy's moves weakening with each strike. At the beginning, his enemy had performed exactly as a 7th Order cultivator would. 2 moves later, his spiritual power suddenly weakened as if some sort of invisible power was suppressing a portion of his strength. It actually dropped to that of a 6th Order cultivator. Lu Yi could have killed a 7th Order cultivator with little effort, much less a 6th Order. That said, he wanted to see how Hua Xi's mushrooms performed in battle, so he dragged out the fight instead of ending it immediately. It didn't take long before the enemy cultivator's spiritual power weakened yet again. This time, not only did his strength fall to that of a 5th Order cultivator, the ominous scene he saw at Mount Ing reared its head once more. Tiny mushrooms started growing out of the man's eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. It was terrifying to say the least. This time, even the enemy noticed that something was terribly wrong. After he drove Lu Yi away with an attack, he yelled at them in panic and anger, "What did you do to me?" "Is this all?" Lu Yi asked Hua Xi. "More or less, yes." "You can kill him now." "Who, me?" "Duh. He's worth 14 contribution points, you know?" "But my hands are made for healing the wounded and saving lives, not murder," Hua Xi complained with an affronted look. "I'll take you both to the grave with me." The 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivator roared in fury before charging straight toward Lu Yi. Not only had they treated him like air, they had discussed the value of his life right in front of him. No one could have borne such humiliation. It was too late though. Before he could reach Lu Yi, the tiny mushrooms growing out of his head suddenly exploded in rapid succession like tiny fireworks. When the explosions ended, the man's face was a gruesome goo of melted flesh, and he hit the ground with a resounding thud. Even the blood pooling beneath his body was greenish-red instead of normal red. A pair of red lights then flew toward Hua Xi and Lu Yi respectively. The contribution points went to Hua Xi and the blessing Lu Yi. Lu Yi looked at Hua Xi and held a gaze for a moment. She smiled innocently as she asked, "Why are you staring at me like that?" "It's the mushrooms that killed him, not me." What could Lu Yi even say to that? In the end, he decided to ignore it and focused on gathering the loot. While he was inspecting the battlefield imprint, he suddenly realized that he got not 1, but 2 blessings. In other words, these 2,000 Demon Ridge cultivators had killed a team of cultivators and stolen their blessing prior to meeting them. His face turned thoughtful when he realized this. From the looks of it, the longer they survived and the more enemies they killed, the greater the rewards they would receive. He could only imagine what kind of reward they would receive if they managed to kill the final team. After all, every time a participant team dies, the blessing they paid as the entry cost would be transferred to the victor. After the battle, Lu Yi and Hua Ci proceeded to investigate the other island. While crossing over, they discovered that the two islands weren't actually merged into one seamless whole. They were just stuck together like a pair of magnets. At the same time, they were both floating in a certain direction. Hua Ci walked to the other island with a spring in her step. She was going to grow her mushrooms, of course. Ideally, she wanted to transform every island that floated their way into an invisible death trap. This way, anyone who dared to enter their territory would have to endure hell. Lu Yi did not follow her this time. There was no danger since the enemies had already been killed. Lu Yi discovered that the world's spiritual chi of the island had become richer after the merging. Since he hadn't used up much energy during the fight, it only took him a moment to return to full strength. 2 hours later, Hua Ci returned to his side while humming a song he had never heard before. She seemed to be in very high spirits. "Your mushrooms seemed more powerful than before," Lu Yi voiced his thoughts. He was pretty sure they weren't this strong when she had used the same tactic against that 7th Order cultivator at Mount Ing. They hadn't taken effect nearly as fast either. "Senior Sister Shi Yuan's the one who taught me," she explained. Lu Yi exclaimed in surprise, "She knows how to grow mushrooms as well?" "No, but she does have the foresight and the experience. It's no problem for her to instruct a small cultivator like me." He couldn't deny that. As if seeing through his thoughts, Hua Ci added, smiling, "All medicine cultivators are experts in poison. Whether they're willing to use it this way is another matter entirely. After all, how can you heal without knowing the illness? How can you treat poison without knowing poison? If you think that medicine cultivators are easy to bully just because they look soft and cuddly, you've got another thing coming. I've never underestimated anyone before, and I'm not about to start now." Chapter 187, Bone Fragment. 3 days later, Lu Yi and Hua Ci's island had become 10 times bigger than before. A few more islands had merged with their island during this time. Some contained enemies, and some were completely empty. There was a time Lu Yi observed the merging islands in hopes of finding a pattern of some sort, but he quickly discovered that the mergers were completely random. When they first appeared at the Chess Sea, it had taken 2 hours before the first island showed up. After that, nothing happened for half a day before the second and third island appeared on the horizon at nearly the same time. Their appearance had scared Lu Yi and Hua Ci quite a bit because fighting 2 islands worth of enemies even with their setup was hardly easy, but it all turned out okay in the end. All islands that came afterward had also appeared on the horizon without warning. There was no discernible pattern that Lu Yi could identify. All he knew was that these islands would keep drifting across the Chess Sea until they got close enough to attract each other. So far, Lu Yi and Hua Ci had taken out a few teams of 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators. Their coordination had only improved after their first kill. Every time they spotted the enemy, they would pretend to be spell cultivators and bombard them with spell techniques. The enemy could never resist charging them if they were a combat cultivator or a body-tempering cultivator, and Lu Yi never failed to reward their predictable behavior with a pleasant surprise. There was one time they ran into a team of 2 spell cultivators instead and exchanged a passionate dialogue of spells and more spells with each other. In the end, Lu Yi and Hua Ci had to pretend that they ran out of stamina and fled before they finally managed to lure their adversaries to their island, a massive death trap that was overflowing with Hua Ci's mushrooms. Their fate was as good as sealed after that. Whenever Hua Ci activated her mushrooms, they would release a cloud of tiny, nigh invisible spores that invaded the target's body. While they weren't immediately fatal, their main function was to corrupt the cultivator's spiritual power and seal a large portion of their strength. Not only that, these spores would absorb their target's spiritual power to grow tiny mushrooms out of their eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. It shouldn't need to be said how alarming it was to experience such a phenomenon in the middle of a battle. It came as no surprise that no one was able to survive Lu Ye's saber after the mushrooms took effect. Hua Xi's method of killing might be incredibly tedious and nowhere as cathartic as Lu Ye's, but there was no denying its effectiveness. Of course, her mushrooms weren't unstoppable. Fire-type spiritual power could suppress the invading spores to a great degree or destroy them completely. If someone knew about the traps and flushed the area with fire-type spell techniques first, then all of her hard work would be destroyed. It had been 3 days since they entered the Chess Sea, and they both had a fair amount of rewards to show for it. The contribution points they had received weren't great, but the blessings were a different story. If they could survive until the end of the Battle Royale and invest all these blessings into the Divine Opportunity column, the quality of the outpost's spiritual chi would surely improve by leaps and bounds. Another battle ended, and this time Lu Yi was covered in blood. Some of it belonged to his enemy, and some was his own. He panted heavily as he stood amidst a pool of blood and 4 dead 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators. Their luck had run out during the latest merging. The other island contained not 1, but 2 teams of 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators. If it wasn't for Hua Xi's mushrooms, there was no way he could have survived this. He was powerful enough to defeat foes whose cultivation levels were higher than his own, but that did not mean he was invincible. At his current level, fighting 2 7th-order cultivators at the same time was more or less his limit. 3 was just impossible. Just like all their previous battles, Hua Xi's mushrooms were the main reason they were able to turn this around. Upon seeing 4 enemies on the other island, they knew there was no chance they could defeat the enemy via brute force this time. Not even bothering to pretend to be spell cultivators this time, they immediately turned tail and retreated into their island. It was a good thing that the island was much bigger than before. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have the option to run. What happened afterward was a cat-and-mouse chase that spanned across the entire island. They must have circled the place at least a couple of times before they were finally surrounded. As the 4 enemies approached with malicious grins on their face, Hua Xi finally sprung her trap. Their spiritual power suddenly became corrupted, and tiny mushrooms began growing out of their heads. At the same time, Lu Yi dashed like lightning and slayed an enemy cultivator in an instant. The ensuing battle was a deadly dance where the slightest mistake could have ended in Lu Yi and Hua Xi's death. The mushrooms were effective, but the combined explosive power of 3 7th-order cultivators still dealt a ton of damage to Lu Yi. Even Hua Xi had taken a hit from a telekinetically charged sword. If it wasn't for the dress Shui Yuan had gifted her, that hit would have pierced her stomach completely. After they managed to survive the first 10 breaths, the tides slowly but surely turned in their favor. It was because the enemies were losing strength with every passing minute. Near the end, they didn't even have the strength to use telekinesis anymore. Lu Yi eventually cut them all down with his saber. Lu Yi turned to check how Hua Xi was doing and found blood trickling down a corner of her lips. Clearly, that telekinetically charged attack had done a sizable amount of damage even after it was blocked by her spirit artifact. Lu Yi himself was covered in a number of wounds, the worst one almost deep enough to see bone. But overall, he had gotten out of that battle relatively intact. They exchanged glances, both still reeling from how easily everything could have gone south. Hua Xi walked over and started treating Lu Ye's injuries. His wounds abruptly ceased bleeding and tingled non-stop as warm aquamarine light gently enveloped his body. It was clear that the medicine cultivator's healing power had become stronger after she entered the 6th Order. Although the wounds wouldn't heal instantly as a matter of course, they were no longer a major problem. Hua Xi tended to her own injury only after she had finished treating Lu Yi. In the meantime, Lu Yi consumed a healing pill and a spirit-restoring pill. He kept a watchful eye on their surroundings while switching his cultivation discipline to quicken his recovery. Unlike most people, he did not need to enter a state of meditation while recovering his strength. All he needed to do was to swallow the pills, and the gluttonous feast would do the rest for him. It was the same when he was cultivating at the outpost. When other cultivators cultivated, they had to concentrate on inhaling and exhaling the world's spiritual qi around them. If they lost concentration for even a moment, their cultivation efficiency would be impacted to a certain degree. This wasn't the case for Lu Yi though. All he needed to do was to construct gathering spirits in his spiritual points and switch out his cultivation discipline, and he could divert his attention elsewhere. Of course, most of the time he just stared at a blank space or slept because he had nothing to do. The island he and Wuxia had appeared on at the start was in the middle of the merged islands. There, he had built a fairly sized gathering spirits for Wuxia because her recovery speed wasn't as quick as his. This way, they would be able to recover more efficiently after every battle. The Chess Sea was a battlefield where a huge battle could happen at any moment. Therefore, it was critically important to maintain an abundance of one's spiritual power. This was especially true for Wuxia because her mushrooms required a lot of spiritual power to grow. Despite their inconspicuous appearance, each and every mushroom had been grown by her own spiritual power and some facilitation methods. As the island continued to grow in size, the number of places she needed to grow her mushrooms were also increasing. Thankfully, the concentration level of the world's spiritual qi was increasing as well. Most of the time, she only needed to meditate for a short moment to recover her spiritual power completely. They took care of the loot as they had done many times before. This time, Lu Yi received a total of 5 blessings from the 4,000 Demon Ridge cultivators. These people had obviously slain a number of Grand Sky Coalition cultivators before they came upon them. Lu Yi was certain that these teams belonged to separate sects, and yet somehow they were lucky enough to encounter one another instead of another enemy team. He and Wuxia, for example, hadn't encountered a single Grand Sky Coalition team since coming here. He put away the enemy's storage bags before dumping their bodies into the ocean. It was how he dealt with all the other bodies so far. After all, no one knew how much longer they were going to stay in the Chess Sea, and to leave them on the island was to leave them to rot and stink to the high heavens. Every time Lu Yi dropped a body into the ocean, countless shadows would rise to the surface and devour everything in an instant. Not a single piece of flesh was left behind. He had never managed to identify these shadows, but he knew beyond any doubt that he had to avoid entering the sea at all costs. Maybe he could skirt the surface in case of emergencies, but to venture any deeper was to court certain death. The second body he tossed also disappeared in the blink of an eye. The third one was no different. When Lu Yi was about to toss the fourth body though, he suddenly frowned and glanced in the direction of the sea. A bone fragment had floated to the surface before he realized it. This alone would have been strange enough, but what really surprised him was that the shadows were swimming away from the bone fragment. Lu Yi stared at the bone fragment until he recalled seeing it hanging around the neck of 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivator he killed. At the time he had ignored it after confirming that it was no spirit artifact or precious material, but now it seemed that he was mistaken. After all, it had repelled even the shadows beneath the Chess Sea. Lu Yi thought for a moment before setting down the body he was carrying on the ground. He then pulled open their shirt and grabbed the item around their neck. It was another bone fragment. It was definitely the same as the bone fragment on the sea. He tried channeling spiritual power into the object but failed to elicit any reaction from it. When he tried squeezing it, he discovered that it was exceptionally tough. It definitely wasn't a spirit material. So what on earth is it? At first, he thought that the bone fragment was just a meaningful trinket to the cultivators who wore them. However, he found the theory unlikely because the wearers of the bone fragment did not belong to the same sect. This was compounded by the fact that they hadn't coordinated with each other during the earlier battle at all. So, these two cultivators wore the same pendant even though they belonged to different sections. Was it just a coincidence? Or was there something else here? He left the body where it was and left temporarily to find a long branch. Once he came back, he fished out the bone fragment that was floating on the sea. Only then did he dump the rest of the bodies. After the bone fragment was gone, the shadows beneath the sea immediately became active once more. With that done, Lu Yi returned to the highest spot of the island to resume his watch and study the bone fragments at the same time. 2 hours later, a fully recovered Wuxia returned to his side and saw the bone fragments he was studying. She asked curiously, "What are those?" Lu Yi shook his head before explaining his findings. Feeling even more curious, Wuxia said, "So, you're saying that 2 cultivators belonging to different sects are wearing the same bone fragment pendant for some reason?" "Yeah." Lu Yi nodded before reciting the characteristics of the 2 cultivators to help Wuxia remember. A while later, the young woman nodded thoughtfully. "You're right. I don't think they belong to the same sect. But what if they're siblings and these bone fragments are some sort of heirloom?" Lu Yi could not deny that possibility. "Well, it doesn't matter. Shui Yuan should be able to tell us what they are after we get back," he said as he put them inside his storage bag. Suddenly, Wuxia bumped him with her elbow and pointed down a certain direction. Lu Yi followed her gaze and tensed up immediately. It was because he saw an island that was no smaller than theirs floating swiftly in their direction. Chapter 188 Reinforcement. All islands in the Chess Sea were pretty small at the beginning. At most, they were as big as a public square. Over time, they grew bigger by attracting other islands and merging with them. The bigger the island, the greater the enemy's strength and numbers might be. It was because such an island would have gone through multiple mergings and battles already. Of course, there were always exceptions to the rule. For example, Lu Yi and Wuxia had managed to amass quite the island despite being 6th-order cultivators only. Suddenly, Lu Yi noticed something unusual. He could see flashes of spells from time to time and hear the sounds of fighting. The commotion only grew more obvious as the islands moved closer and closer to each other. The fact that there was combat could only mean that cultivators from both Thousand Demon Ridge Cultivators and Grand Sky Coalition were present on that island. It was impossible to tell who had the upper hand from where they stood though. Judging from how fierce the battle was, it was clear that neither party was aware that an island was fast approaching their direction. Lu Yi considered his options for a moment before saying to Wuxia, "I'm going to fly over and check things out. You stay here. Be careful." He channeled his spiritual power, and a pair of fiery wings came to life behind his back. He then flew toward the other island. The second he crossed over to the sea surface, Lu Yi immediately sensed his spiritual power pouring out of his body like someone had drilled a hole in it. It was as bad as maintaining a protection that covered his entire body. Although he had been warned about this before, he couldn't help but feel surprised by how much spiritual power he was losing anyway. No wonder flying, or rather flying over the sea surface, was something to be avoided unless one had a specific purpose in their mind. He wondered why the energy consumption was so terrible over the sea surface, but that wasn't a question that was going to be answered anytime soon, so he pushed it to the back of his mind. The good news was that the 2 islands were already fairly close to each other. It only took him a couple of breaths to land on the other island and withdraw his wings. After that, he suppressed the presence of his spiritual power as best he could and carefully sneaked his way toward the sounds of combat. He didn't have much time though. The 2 islands could collide into each other at any moment. When that happened, the combatants would take notice for sure. Luckily, the island wasn't so huge that it would take him too long to reach the battlefield without being detected. A short while later, Lu Yi saw 5,000 Demon Ridge cultivators attacking 2 Grand Sky Coalition cultivators. Not only that, there were 3 dead bodies on the ground. It was clearly a fierce battle. The 1,000 Demon Ridge party of 5 was made up of 2 spell cultivators, 1 body tempering cultivator, 1 combat cultivator, and 1 ghost cultivator. The 2 Grand Sky Coalition cultivators were a man and a woman who were covered in blood and wounds. They weren't going to last much longer. This was a 2 versus 5, so of course they were no match for their opponents. The reason they managed to last until now was because the man was a resilient body-tempering cultivator with a powerful physique and overflowing vitality. He also wielded a shield spirit artifact that made it even harder for the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators to punch through his defenses. Of course, One of the reasons the battle had dragged on for so long was because the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators wanted to play it safe. Why take unnecessary risks when the battle was already won? Animals were most dangerous when they were injured and cornered, much less cultivators with one last trick or two up their sleeves. One of their companions had perished precisely because they had ignored the age-old adage. At the beginning, this was a 6 versus 4 battle instead of 5 versus 2. After they had taken out the first Grand Sky Coalition cultivator, one of their companions grew impatient and tried to end the battle as quickly as possible. Instead, they were dragged to the grave by their prey. Right now, all they needed to do was to trap their prey until the body-tempering cultivator's shield was destroyed. The battle was as good as over after that. The 3 melee-ranged cultivators kept encircling and harassing the enemy while their spell cultivators launched spell after spell from a safe distance. Already, the spiritual light on the shield spirit artifact was so dim that it could falter at any moment. The 2 Grand Sky Coalition cultivators looked grim-faced and determined. It was because they knew that their chance of surviving this was next to zero. The thought of begging for mercy never crossed their minds because they knew it would be useless. All it would earn them was more humiliation, especially for female cultivator. It did not take a genius to know what would happen if the woman fell into the enemy's hands alive. That was why they weren't aiming to win. They were aiming for the opportunity to drag an enemy down to the grave with them. And it came. There was a terrible boom, and the ground suddenly shook like an earthquake. The 2 islands had finally collided with one another. No one was able to stay steady on their feet. The 5,000 Demon Ridge cultivators blanched at the same time. They had encountered the Grand Sky Coalition's island less than 2 hours ago. No one was expecting another island so soon. "Watch out!" Someone cried out in warning, but it was too late. The instant the islands had collided, the 2 Grand Sky Coalition cultivators rushed toward the combat cultivator at the same time. The body-tempering cultivator let out a furious roar and brought his shield to bear, covering for the beautiful woman behind him. The determination and ruthlessness in their eyes were so that the combat cultivator could not help but panic a little. Ah! A blood-curdling scream cut through the air, but it hadn't come from the combat cultivator. It left all the combatants in shock and confusion. The 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators spun toward the direction of the scream and found one of their spell cultivators convulsing on his feet, the tip of a blade poking out of his chest. Behind him stood a man they had never seen before. What the hell just happened? How did he show up this quickly? From the moment the islands collided, they already knew that a new party might interfere with their battle. If the newcomers belonged to 1,000 Demon Ridge, then it was a happy ending as a matter of course. If they belonged to Grand Sky Coalition, then the situation might become a little dicey. Either way, they were prepared to deal with the situation. What they weren't prepared to deal with was their spell cultivator dying practically the second the islands had collided. What was going on here? Had the man been hiding on the island all this time? There was no time to think. Charging with wanton abandon, the 2 Grand Sky Coalition cultivators had managed to make their way to the combat cultivator and were doing their best to drag him to the grave with them, self-preservation be damned. Unfortunately, they failed because their injuries were just too severe. The combat cultivator only took a hit before his body-tempering companion came to his rescue. For a time, the 4 cultivators danced the dance of death with each other. The ghost cultivator wasn't doing nothing either. His presence suddenly became much harder to detect as he cut in from the flank and pushed the 2 Grand Sky Coalition cultivators to the edge. At the same time, Lu Yi charged toward the second spell cultivator while shouting, "Hang in there." The shield-wielding body-tempering cultivator did not react to his shout, but the female cultivator wielding a pair of daggers did. Astonishment spread across her features because that voice felt familiar for some reason. But of course, this was no time to be distracted. Purple patterns crept all over her pale neck and dyed her pupils purple. The way they slithered all over her face made her look both demonic and beautiful. Ghost cultivators excelled at assassinations, so head-on battles like this one was not her strong point. It wasn't like she had a choice though. The only thing she could do now was to bring her full power to bear. Back on Lu Ye's side, the young man was rapidly closing the distance between himself and the spell cultivator while dodging every spell that was flying in his direction. It was such an unbelievable sight that a bit of panic had crept onto the spell cultivator's features. He had never seen such a nimble combat cultivator in his life. When Lu Yi was almost right on top of him, the spell cultivator gritted his teeth and channeled his spiritual power. The next second, a powerful repulsive force erupted from his body. The surprise attack caused Lu Yi to stumble on his feet. Not about to let the golden opportunity slip by, the spell cultivator hurriedly ran toward his companions. Unfortunately, he only managed a few steps when he felt a surge of hot energy flying toward him from the flank. He looked back and saw a big-ass firebird flying straight toward him. He hurriedly summoned a spiritual power shield in front of himself. Boom! The firebird crashed into the shield and caused a tremendous explosion. By the time he had recovered his footing, Lu Yi was already on top of him. The inviolable swung upward and sent the spell cultivator's forearm flying. Lu Yi then brought it back down and put a good amount of holes in the spell cultivator's body. The poor guy's scream could be heard throughout the island. Boom! Seconds before his death, the spell cultivator cast one last spell that struck Lu Yi squarely in the chest. Despite protection, the spell was still powerful enough to send him flying through the air. When Lu Yi clambered back to his feet, he was just in time to see the spell cultivator falling forward on his knees. A dot of red light floated toward him at the same time. Lu Yi turned sideways and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was why he had sworn to kill any spell cultivator that annoyed him. The battle wasn't over yet, though. He ran straight toward the two Grand Sky Coalition cultivators. Maybe it was because Lu Ye's appearance gave them hope, or maybe it was because their plan to drag their enemy to the grave had failed. Right now, the duo were doing their best to retreat in Lu Ye's direction. It was a close thing. Their injuries were so severe that they were leaving bloody footprints with every step they took, not to mention that this was still a 2 versus 3. The 3,000 Demon Ridge cultivators were also doing their utmost to overwhelm them before Lu Yi could reach them. But they did it. They managed to hold out until Lu Yi reached them. When the battle was joined, the female cultivator finally recognized their savior. Her feelings were mixed. This was the last place she had expected to see him again. Go! Lu Yi yelled while blocking an attack with the inviolable. They were still at a disadvantage even though their numbers had equalized. While Lu Yi was sure he could survive the 3 enemy cultivators, the 2 Grand Sky Coalition cultivators would die if they continued fighting any longer. The duo looked hesitant, but Lu Yi shouted again, "Go!" This time, they obeyed his order and made their escape. The pressure on Lu Yi increased dramatically. Not even he could withstand the assault of 3 7th Order cultivators for long. A protection the size of a table appeared in front of Lu Yi at the cost of a tremendous amount of spiritual power. The trio kept attacking and putting cracks on the glyph, but the young man simply injected more spiritual power into it and restored it anew. He only managed to hold on for another 3 breaths though. By the time he reached his limit, his internal organs felt like they were vibrating, and blood threatened to spill out of his mouth. He dished out a horizontal slash at the same time as he cancelled protection. While the trio backed away from the attack, he immediately turned tail and ran. Lu Yi was at least 30 meters away by the time the 3 cultivators noticed that he was escaping. Although they were shocked by his speed, they did not forget to employ telekinesis and launch their spirit artifacts at Lu Yi. Sensing the killing intent behind him, Lu Yi immediately activated Transient wings and took to the sky. He did not activate protection because he knew it wouldn't be enough to block the attacks. Even if it was, the resulting impact would still grievously wound him. Chapter 189, My Medicine Cultivator is a Scary Woman. Transient wings, the glyph Lady Yun tattooed on Lu Ye's back, was a big help this time. The 3,000 Demon Ridge cultivators visibly blanked out for a moment when the young man suddenly soared into the sky. No one was expecting him to be capable of flight of all things. Bathed in red light, Lu Yi flew like the wind while being chased by 3 spirit artifacts carrying different colors of spiritual lights. They almost looked like rainbows from a distance. Not every low-level cultivator could acquire a tattooed glyph. After all, there weren't many glyph weavers in Jianghu, much less glyph weavers who possessed the knowledge and technique to tattoo a glyph. In fact, there were less than 20 glyph weavers across the entire cultivation world of Jianghu who were capable of such a feat, and it so happened that Lady Yun was one of them. If it wasn't for the Sect Master, it would have taken much more effort to convince her to tattoo a glyph for Lu Yi and Hua Si. Lu Yi must have flown at least 100 meters before the pinpricks of danger gradually faded from his back. When he felt confident enough to look back, he discovered that the 3,000 Demon Ridge cultivators had withdrawn their spirit artifacts. It was because Lu Yi had escaped beyond their attack range. Telekinesis was great, but it was hardly omnipotent. For these 7th Order cultivators, 90 meters was their absolute limit. Anything more than that would cause them to lose contact with their own spirit artifact. After Lu Yi was gone, the 3 cultivators exchanged hesitating glances with each other. They didn't know if they should chase after the enemy or not. Lu Yi's ability to take out 2 spell cultivators in a row was worrying, but they also knew his cultivation level was only 6th Order. Moreover, the other 2 Grand Sky Coalition cultivators were so badly injured that they barely counted as a fighting power. Logically speaking, their best option was to chase and hunt down the enemy before they could recover. However, the other island was also the enemy's territory. It was never a good idea to chase into the enemy's territory recklessly, not to mention that there was the possibility of traps. It didn't even need to be a complicated trap. Assuming that the enemy had the numbers, even if the likelihood was pretty low, all they needed to do was to lie in ambush somewhere. A brief discussion later, it was decided that the Ghost Cultivator would sneak into the enemy island and scout out the area first. Of the 6 major cultivation systems, Ghost Cultivators were most adept at infiltration and assassination. However, most of the Ghost Cultivators Lu Yi encountered weren't too different from a combat cultivators. The reason for that was cultivation level. Ghost Cultivators could not display their true capabilities until they had passed a certain threshold. There was one edge a Ghost Cultivator had over other cultivators even at a low cultivation level, and that was their running speed. It was why the Ghost Cultivator was entrusted with the duty to scout the enemy, even if he wasn't exactly eager to bear the risk. It was simply their best choice right now. Thanks to the cover provided by his 2 companions, the Ghost Cultivator was able to infiltrate Lu Yi and Hua Si's island with no issues. After scouting out the enemy from a far distance, he returned to his companions with both good news and bad news. The good news was that the enemy reinforcements they feared only consisted of 1 6th Order cultivator. The bad news was that she was a medicine cultivator, and she was treating the 2 injured Grand Sky Coalition cultivators right now. For a time, the body-tempering cultivator and the combat cultivator were completely speechless. What kind of sect would assign a pair of 6th Order cultivators to be their legate and prolgate, not to mention that one of them was a medicine cultivator? It wasn't like medicine cultivators could not study another cultivation system to make up for their flaws, but they still had to invest most of their time in studying medicine. Combat-wise, no one would dispute that medicine cultivators were the weakest of all types of cultivators. This was why medicine cultivators rarely showed up in the Battle Royale of the Legates. In a Battle Royale, participants were expected to battle each other to the death most of the time. If the team wasn't strong enough, then the most likely outcome was death. With that in mind, who in their right mind would intentionally have their fighting strength by bringing a medicine cultivator? Were they planning on the medicine cultivator sewing their corpse back together after they were chopped to a dozen pieces? The 3,000 Demon Ridge cultivators just could not figure it out no matter what. Just who was the bizarre sect who came up with such an ingenious tactic? Regardless, their course of action was clear now. If they chose to stay idle, then it was only a matter of time before the 2 injured cultivators regained their strength. When that happened, it would be a 3 versus 4 where they were the disadvantaged party. They needed to end this before those 2 cultivators could recover. The 3,000 Demon Ridge cultivators hurried toward the other island upon coming to a decision. On the way, they discussed battle plans and agreed that the ghost cultivator would keep Lu Yi occupied. The way Lu Yi had slain 2 of their numbers and kept the 3 of them at bay before escaping to their sky was still fresh in their minds, so they knew that it would be idiotic to treat him as a normal 6th-order cultivator. All they asked of the ghost cultivator was to keep Lu Yi occupied until they had taken out the other 3 Grand Sky Coalition cultivators. After that, there should be no reason they couldn't kill Lu Yi even if he could fly. Meanwhile, Wuxia was in the middle of treating the 2 Grand Sky Coalition cultivators when she suddenly shot Lu Yi a look. The young man caught her meaning immediately. The body-tempering cultivator asked, "Are they here?" "Yeah." He forced himself to rise to his feet and raised his shield spirit artifact. Thinking that this was it for all of them, he let out a resigned sigh in his head and smiled at Lu Yi. "Sorry for bringing such trouble to your doorsteps. I'll do my best to stop them." The female cultivator also rose to her feet and grabbed her dagger spirit artifacts. Huaxi's treatment was useful, but the enemy had come too quickly. All she managed to do was to stop their bleeding. The female cultivator looked like she wanted to say something to Lu Yi, but in the end she didn't. It was at this moment Lu Yi slowly unsheathed his saber and declared in an indifferent tone, "Calm down, you two. If those 3 dare to show their faces here, you have my word that they won't live to regret it." Both the body-tempering cultivator and the female cultivator looked at him in astonishment. Should they say he was boastful or an idiot? They might outnumber the enemy, but anyone could see that their chances of survival were low. Sensing their doubt, Lu Yi added, "You don't know this, but my medicine cultivator is a scary woman." As if on cue, 3,000 Ridge Demon cultivators appeared at the distance. Lu Yi tightened his grip around the inviolable as the enemies launched their spirit artifacts at them using telekinesis. The brawny body-tempering cultivator let out a mighty roar and blocked in front of their group. He slammed his shield spirit artifact on the ground and channeled his spiritual power to summon a thick barrier. It was large enough to protect all 4 cultivators behind it. Every time a spirit artifact clashed against the barrier, the body-tempering cultivator's body would shake a little. However, he refused to budge as if he was rooted to the ground. The barrier began to crumble as it blocked more and more attacks, but that was fine, because Lu Yi and the female cultivator had already rushed out of the cover. The female cultivator controlled one of her daggers using telekinesis in an attempt to give the combat cultivator a taste of his own medicine. The man had no choice but to channel his own spirit artifact to defend against his attack. Lu Yi had also channeled his spiritual power and launched a spell at the ghost cultivator. Mayhem reigned supreme for a time. Spiritual power rose and fell all over the place. Then, Huaxia casually raised her hands, activated her spiritual power, and made a secret technique. The 3,000 Demon Ridge cultivators blanched at the same time. Their spiritual power had suddenly become corrupted, and it felt like they were trying to cycle sludge instead of energy. As a result, their strength plummeted like a rock, and their skills became much weaker than before. Not only that, they could feel something growing out of their eyes, their ears, their nostrils, and their mouths. Not only did it block their breathing and eyesight, their spiritual power was leaking like a burst dam. It scared the shit out of them as a matter of course. Then, Lu Yi ran up to the ghost cultivator and took off his head in a single slash. 30 breaths later, the battle ended with the body-tempering cultivator crushing his counterpart's head to bits with his shield spirit artifact. Lu Yi had returned his saber to its sheath, and Huaxia looked so calm it was as if a battle hadn't happened just now. The only ones who were affected were the body-tempering cultivator and the female cultivator. When Lu Yi told them that his medicine cultivator was a scary woman, they hadn't really taken him seriously. Maybe he was right, but how scary could a medicine cultivator really be? Everyone knew that a medicine cultivator's niche was saving lives, not taking them. Then Huaxia shattered their worldview completely. They hadn't even seen it happen properly. All they saw was tiny mushrooms growing out of their enemies' heads all of a sudden and severely impeding their performance in every aspect. The next thing they knew, they had killed the 3,000 Demon Ridge cultivators as easily as taking out the trash. They had never heard of such a treacherous method of killing in their lives. It wasn't like their sects didn't have medicine cultivators who could kill, but none of them was even close to being as scary as this one. Both Grand Sky Coalition cultivators had the feeling that the seemingly sweet-tempered medicine cultivator must have obtained a good fortune or an incredible inheritance in the past. It was the only explanation why she was so much deadlier than her peers. "I'll deal with this. Just focus on healing your injuries," Lu Yi said before leaving to clean the battlefield. Hua Xi looked at her patients and asked sweetly, "So, who wants to go first?" The body-tempering cultivator and female cultivator exchanged a glance with each other before declaring in unison, "He will. She will." Hua Xi beamed at them. "Relax. I'm not going to grow mushrooms in your bodies." The body-tempering cultivator scratched his head in embarrassment. "You go first, junior sister Lan. I'm a body-tempering cultivator. I can wait." And so the trio focused on treatment and recovery while Lu Yi put away the enemy's storage bags and spirit artifacts. He then dragged the bodies to the shore and dumped them all into the sea. Then he ran to the other island and did the same thing there. An incense stick later, Lu Yi returned with a strange expression on his face. He seemed to be holding something in his hand. "Junior brother Yi." The female cultivator called out to him. Hua Xi had already finished treating her, though it would take her some time to recover to full health as a matter of course. "Senior sister Lan." Lu Yi smiled back at her. "We meet again." It had been a while since he rescued them, but it was only now they had the time to properly speak with each other. The female cultivator was none other than Lan Yudi of Mount Ura. Over 2 months ago, after Lu Ye's identity was exposed and countless thousand Demon Ridge cultivators attempted to murder him, it was she who sought him out first and escorted him the entire way. Lu Yi received help from many more people during that time, but Lan Yudi was the one he remembered the clearest. When they parted ways last time, she and the Northern Stars were being besieged by the members of Thousand Demon Ridge. However, Lu Yi exposed his whereabouts willingly and lured a good number of them away. After the incident had settled, he messaged Lan Yudi and confirmed her safety. He never expected to run into her again in the Battle Royale of the Legates, however. The fact she was here could only mean that she was a Legate or a Prolgate. "Thank you for saving our lives, junior brother," Lan Yudi said seriously. Lu Yi shook his head. "I would not be alive if you hadn't escorted me that day, senior sister. I'm the one who should be thanking you." "Then I suppose we're even now," Lan Yudi replied with a smile. Suddenly, Hua Xi interrupted the conversation with an innocent look. "Didn't you tell me that the saved person should repay their benefactor with their body?" "What?" Lan Yudi shot Lu Yi a confused look. Lu Yi grunted. "Ignore her. My medicine cultivator also likes to talk crazy from time to time." Chapter 190, Came Prepared. Lu Yi proceeded to exchange names with the body-tempering cultivator who was receiving treatment from Hua Xi. He was the legate of an 8th-tier sect from Dingzhou, and his name was Gao Tai. Gao Tai expressed his astonishment when he learned of Lu Ye's identity. "You're Lu Yi of Crimson Blood Sect? The commotion you caused 2 months ago at Golden Tip was quite something." Lu Yi did not correct him. He just could not even be bothered to try anymore. Some aspects of fame were irreversible once made, and his nickname was one of them. Lan Yudi was a Prolgate and Gao Tai a Legate. They were previously a party of 4 until they ran into these Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators and lost 2 of their number. Lu Yi had collected their belongings when he went to the other island earlier, so he returned their storage bags after Lan Yudi and Gao Tai identified them. The duo should be happy to escape the jaws of death, but the death of their companions still put them in a melancholic mood. Lu Yi spoke with them for a while and discovered that they had been extremely lucky. They had met up with each other soon after they arrived, and together they were able to take out multiple teams of Thousand Ridge Demon cultivators with no issues. That lasted until they encountered the latest group of enemies. They were 4 strong, but the enemy had 2 more over them. Since their cultivation level and combat strength were more or less the same, the party with the superior numbers clearly held the advantage. If Lu Yi hadn't appeared in the nick of time, they had no doubt that they would have died already. Suddenly, Lu Yi tossed a pair of bone fragments into their hands. "Do you recognize these things?" Lan Yudi and Gao Tai caught them and inspected the bone fragments for a moment. They shook their heads as Lan Yudi asked, "What are they?" "I don't know either," Lu Yi replied while fiddling with another 2 bone fragments. "I picked them up from the other island." He had already collected 2 bone fragments beforehand, and he found another 2 while looting the battlefield. One of them had come from the spell Cultivator he ambushed, and the other from a 1,000 Demon Ridge Cultivator who was already dead by the time he entered the other island. He was one of the 3 corpses on the ground. After Lu Yi had explained his findings to Lan Yudi and Gao Tai, they both wore shocked and had puzzled looks on their faces. "You've collected these bone fragments from 4 different people? Assuming they all belong to a different sect, that's 4 different sects owning the same object. What on earth is it?" Lan Yudi attempted to channel her spiritual power into the bone fragment and failed to elicit a response. Squeezing it did nothing either. She even went so far as to hack it a couple of times with a dagger, and to her shock she was unable to break it in half. "I've never seen it either. Perhaps it is some sort of exotic spirit material that we do not recognize," Gao Tai guessed. "But why would they be in the hands of people from 4 different sects?" Lan Yudi had recognized the problem as well. Lu Yi wanted to know the answer too, but nothing came to him yet. Earlier, Hua Si had guessed that the 2,000 Demon Ridge cultivators might be blood-related, and he had agreed with her assessment. But now he wasn't so sure. Assuming they were siblings, why would they each join a different sect? In the end, they weren't able to arrive at anything conclusive. He decided to ask Li Baxin about it. His senior brother should be far more equipped than him to find a clue considering his knowledge and experience. While Lan Yudi and Gao Tai were recovering from their injuries, Lu Yi kept watch and sent a message to Li Baxin. Hua Si had left to grow her mushrooms on the other island. Right now, the merged islands weren't so big that it was beyond her control yet, but it was only a matter of time. Eventually, she would have to focus on one particular area only. His senior brother didn't respond to his message immediately, which probably meant that he was in the middle of a battle. Lu Yi wasn't worried though. He had come to know the cultivation world a little better these days, and he found out that his senior brother was the 10th strongest champion on the Spirit Creek battlefield's Roll of Supremacy. It was also rumored that the strongest champion on the Roll of Supremacy was the Legate of the Devoted Ones. He couldn't imagine that there were many enemies who could threaten them here. A while later, he received a reply from Li Baxin. "I was fighting just now." "What is it, junior brother?" His senior brother said in a casual tone. It was clear who was the winner of the fight. Lu Yi proceeded to tell him everything he just learned and inquired about the bone fragment. To his surprise, Li Baxin recited the characteristics of the bone fragment before he could give a description. "You got one too, senior brother?" Lu Yi asked in a surprised tone. "I just found one, yes." Lu Yi suddenly had a bad feeling about this. He was on the outer edge of the chess sea, and his senior brother the center. The fact that bone fragments were found not just on different 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators, but different locations of the chess sea seemed to imply something. "I don't recognize this thing either, but don't worry, I'll ask around. I'll let you know when I have the results." "Okay." After the conversation was over, Lu Yi rubbed the bone fragments thoughtfully before putting them back in his storage bag. For hours later, a new island appeared on the horizon. It was smaller than theirs, meaning that it had undergone a merge a couple of times only. When it got close enough, Lu Yi discovered that it belonged to fellow Grand Sky Coalition cultivators. There were only 2 of them, and they were all injured to a certain degree. It was clear that they were in quite the scrap before running into them. Both cultivators were overjoyed to find a medicine cultivator among Lu Ye's group as a matter of course. Previously, they were prepared to fight to the death because they knew they were too injured to realistically survive the next fight. Luckily for them, not only was their next encounter a friendly one, they even had a medicine cultivator among them. Wuxia wasted no time in treating their wounds and winning their eternal gratitude. With this, their island had officially grown to 6 cultivators strong. Everyone felt much better about their chances because they were no longer helpless before large groups of 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators. In fact, there was a good chance that they would be the ones to outnumber the enemy from now on. At the same time, countless fierce battles were being fought on countless islands across the entire Chess Sea. Without exception, each battle ended with one side being thoroughly annihilated. Looking at the bigger picture, there was no doubt that 1,000 Demon Ridge held the dominant advantage in this battle royal of the Legates. It was because most of the cultivators from 1,000 Demon Ridge were able to meet up with one another, while those from Grand Sky Coalition were the complete opposite. It was a bad situation for Grand Sky Coalition. Even if they managed to win one battle, more battles awaited them in the future. Moreover, because the cultivators from 1,000 Demon Ridge kept meeting up with one another, they almost always outnumbered their opponents when they did encounter an enemy group. Unable to put up an effective resistance, Grand Sky Coalition suffered even greater casualties. Another big battle visited Lu Ye's group almost half a day later. The enemy group was also 6 cultivators strong, this time. On the surface, it looked like both sides were evenly matched, but Lu Ye's group consisted of 4 wounded cultivators and 2 6th-order cultivators. Although Wuxia had treated all of them, it would take them at least a couple more days to recover to full health. There was a short exchange meant to test the waters, and Lu Ye's group had fallen like dominoes. They withdrew to their island, and the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators gave chase, believing that victory was well within their grasp. Then it was over. They stepped into Wuxia's mushroom grounds, and the rest was history. Lan Yudi and Gao Tai felt nauseous even though they had already seen the mushrooms in action once. The 2 newcomers were beyond shocked as a matter of course. At least it didn't affect their performance. When the battle was over, everyone was counting their loot with smiles on their faces. The Grand Sky Coalition cultivators were already grateful in the first place, but now they were treating Wuxia like their closest friend. In a battlefield like this, there was nothing more reassuring than a medicine cultivator in the backlands, not to mention one who could also weaken their enemies. Without exaggeration, Wuxia was the reason they were able to win this fight as easily as they did. As a show of gratitude, they gave all the loot to Wuxia after it was tallied. To them, the contribution points and blessings they gained from killing the enemy was already more than enough. No one was thick-skinned enough to ask for a share of the loot as well. Wuxia tried to turn down their gift, but her persuasion was no match for the others. In the end, she had no choice but to accept them with a smile. After this battle, everyone realized Wuxia's importance in this battle royale and discussed battle strategies with Lu Yi. In the end, they decided to stick a bodyguard by the medicine cultivator's side in every battle. Lu Yi could clearly feel the difference in treatment. That wasn't to say he was unhappy with the arrangement, of course. Quite the opposite, Wuxia's capabilities beyond her healing and her mushrooms were fairly weak, so she would be much safer if she had someone to guard her at all times. As with all previous battles, the group focused on recuperation and recovery after everything was taken care of. It was around this time Lu Yi received a message from Li Baxin. Ditch those bone fragments as soon as you can. It has the ability to affect the chess islands and draw them toward each other, and 1,000 Demon Ridge is using this to gather their forces. Grand Sky Coalition is in big trouble this time. Lu Yi blanked out for a second. He already knew that something was off about those bone fragments, but this was definitely not what he was expecting. According to his senior brother, the bone fragment could affect the chess islands and draw them toward another bone fragment owner, effectively allowing 1,000 Demon Ridge to snowball into an unstoppable force. This coincided with everything he had experienced in the battle royale so far. The 4 bone fragments in his possession had been collected from different 1,000 Demon Ridge forces that were somehow able to meet up with one another in the vast ocean that was the Chess Sea. They could just be lucky, but the likelier explanation was that the bone fragments were affecting the chess islands. If this was true then, his senior brother was right. Grand Sky Coalition was screwed. Where did these bone fragments come from? Have they appeared in the past? Lu Yi messaged. From what I gathered, 1,000 Demon Ridge sect had accidentally discovered them in the Chess Sea decades ago. They were the remains of a powerful sea spirit beast. After they brought it back to the sect, they found a way to break it down to bone fragments and distributed them to every sect that's participating in this battle royale. Li Baxian responded as quickly as he could. You absolutely must be careful, junior brother. Try to meet up with other Grand Sky Coalition cultivators and hang in there until all the chess islands are merged. I'll find you then. Don't worry, senior brother. I can manage things here. You should take care since you have a bone fragment yourself, Lu Yi replied. Lu Yi frowned deeply after he ended the conversation. He had no doubt that 1,000 Demon Ridge had come prepared. In fact, they must have been plotting this for a long time. They had purposely withheld all information regarding the bone fragments until the battle royale of the Legates happened. Chapter 191, A Pair of Treasures. There was also the possibility that 1,000 Demon Ridge had always passed out the bone fragments in the battle royale of the Legates. They just weren't useful in most instances because the selected battlefield wasn't Chess Sea. The bone fragment was not a spirit material. Therefore, it drew little to no attention even when it fell into the hands of a Grand Sky Coalition cultivator. So far, 1,000 Demon Ridge's preparations had given them a massive advantage over their opponents practically since the start of the battle royale. His senior brother was in great danger right now. There was no way 1,000 Demon Ridge would be satisfied with just killing some insignificant 7th or 8th order cultivators with this scheme. Lu Yi had no doubt that their true aim was the Legates and Prolgates in the core circle. These talented cultivators were expected to become the pillar of their sects in the future. If they were all killed in the battle royale, it would be wishful thinking to say that a rupture would happen in the Spirit Creek realm level, but Grand Sky Coalition would definitely be missing a tremendous amount of future pillars in the next few decades. 1,000 Demon Ridge was playing the long game here. Even if the effects of the bone fragments were leaked, 1,000 Demon Ridge still had nothing to lose. The movement of the chess islands was fully automated, so the participants could only passively wait for the islands to merge with one another and lead them to enemies, allies, or no one at all. Until the chess islands had merged into one giant continent, it was unlikely that anyone, not even a champion like Li Baxian, would attempt to fly across the sea and escape to another island either. It simply cost too much spiritual power to do so. Lu Yi himself could attest to that. Naturally, the upper hand was firmly in 1,000 Demon Ridge's grasp right now. Everyone looked stunned after Lu Yi shared the information he had learned from Li Baxian with them. None of them was expecting the bone fragments to have such a major effect in this battle royale. My senior brother wants me to throw away these bone fragments as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would continuously pull us toward 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators who also possess a bone fragment, Lu Yi said while playing with the bone fragments in his hand. He did not look like he was planning to throw them away, however. What do you think we should do, Lu Yi? Lan Yudi looked at him. What do you guys think we should do? Lu Yi deflected the question to everyone else. One of the 2 Grand Sky Coalition cultivators they rescued earlier spoke up. Brother Li is unaware of our circumstances, so it's only natural for him to ask Lu Yi to throw the bone fragments away. However, there are 6 of us here, and we have Sister Hua Xi's medicine skills and mushroom traps on our side. As long as the enemy count isn't higher than 10, I do not believe there is any group we cannot defeat. Therefore, assuming that the bone fragments truly work as Brother Li claimed, I believe we should keep them instead of throwing them away. I believe we should use them to get to as many 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators as possible and kill them all. The man looked around after he finished giving his answer. His sect mate agreed as a matter of course. Lan Yudi and Gao Tai also nodded after exchanging a glance with each other. When everyone turned to look at Lu Yi, he smiled and said, "Since we are all of the same opinion here, then let's all carry 1 bone fragment each. I wonder if the effectiveness of the bone fragments will increase if we collect more of them? Well, better safe than sorry." He proceeded to give away 3 of the 4 bone fragments he was holding. Coincidentally, each sect got exactly one bone fragment. With that done, Lu Yi said solemnly, a lot of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators must have met up with each other at this point, and I'm sure Grand Sky Coalition has suffered a lot of damage. The only thing we can do to stop this is to kill as many enemies as possible. Only then will we have the strength and numbers to fight against Thousand Demon Ridge when all of the chess islands have merged. Lan Yudi nodded. Lu Yi is right. A sense of mission and honor suddenly seized Gao Tai. Does that mean it's up to us to save the Grand Sky Coalition now? The two cultivators from another sect also turned serious. Lu Yi broke out a chuckle. It's not that serious. Some of our allies will have to meet up with one another eventually. Anyway, all we need to do is do our best. Everyone nodded, but their shoulders felt heavier than ever before. If there isn't anything else, I'll be returning to my watch. Please focus on recovering your strength, my friends, Lu Yi said before dashing back to the highest point of the island. 2 hours later, Lu Yi saw a new island on the horizon. He immediately sounded the alarm and roused his allies from their rest. Despite their best efforts, they were unable to determine what was happening on the incoming island, much less the allegiance of the cultivators occupying it. Regardless, everyone was ready to fight at a moment's notice. While waiting for the island to arrive, they held a quick meeting and churned out a new plan to bait the enemy into their trap. It was decided that Lan Yudi and Gao Tao would act as bait and lure the enemies into the island. Everyone else would remain at the back of the island. If the newcomers belonged to Grand Sky Coalition, then they would welcome them with open arms as a matter of course. But if they came from Thousand Demon Ridge, then Lan Yudi and Gao Tai would lure them toward their main force as best they could. Once the enemy had passed through Hua Xi's mushroom zone, it was simply a matter of killing the enemy and reacting to the situation as they saw fit. The reason Gao Tai was chosen to be the bait was because he was a body-tempering cultivator. Body-tempering cultivators were naturally sturdy and they could survive most attacks that would have killed a cultivator from another cultivation faction. With Hua Xi in the backline, he would recover as long as he didn't die on the spot or took fatal wounds. In short, Gao Tai would be acting as the enemy's punching bag. Lan Yudi's role was even simpler. She was to act as the beautiful damsel in distress. Between a sweaty mess of a man and a beautiful, sexy woman whose clothes were covered in blood stains, it did not take a genius to know who the cultivators of Thousand Demon Ridge would chase. The plan was proposed by Lu Yi and approved by everyone. Lan Yudi was the only one who was shooting Lu Yi an unfriendly look, and not without a good reason. They put the plan into action immediately after the planning stage was over. While Lan Yudi and Gao Tai remained on the high ground, everyone else retreated to the back of the island and waited for the signal. A while later, the two islands collided with a boom, and the ground shook like an earthquake. Lu Yi focused his senses and waited for something to happen, and soon he felt fluctuations of spiritual power and heard the sounds of spells whistling through the air. After that, it didn't take long before he received a message from Lan Yudi. There are 5 enemies in total. 5 enemies meant that there were at least 3 hostile sects on the new island. There were only 5 probably because one of them could have died in an earlier battle. While Thousand Demon Ridge's scheme was devious, there was no way they would not sustain any casualties even if the battle royale ended with their victory. No one from Thousand Demon Ridge or Grand Sky Coalition was a weak-willed person. In a hopeless situation, they were all capable of sacrificing themselves to drag the enemy down with them. But of course, this determination did not amount to much after Hua Xi's mushrooms had weakened them. Rumbling noises came from the front non-stop. It wasn't long before Lu Yi saw Lan Yudi and Gao Tai fleeing in their direction in a hurry. They had split up so they wouldn't slow each other down. The pursuers were pretty cautious. While making sure that their prey did not escape their sight, they constantly checked their surroundings to ensure they weren't ambushed. Too bad for them, their fate was sealed from the moment they set foot on this island. Hua Xi could not say that her mushrooms were spread across the entire island, but she had trapped every key area in the island. Unless the enemy cultivators remained in the air the entire time, they would inevitably inhale some spores. An "I knew it" expression appeared on the pursuers' faces when they saw Lu Ye's group. When they noticed that Lu Yi and Hua Ci were only 6th order though, they immediately let out a sigh of relief. While they were outnumbered 6-5, Lu Yi and Hua Ci were the only ones who seemed perfectly unharmed. Everyone else was clearly injured to a certain degree. The 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators were still wondering if they should launch an assault when they discovered that Lu Ye's group was already rushing toward them. They had no choice but to engage the enemy in battle. Spirit artifacts clashed against one another both in the air and on the ground. Halos of spiritual power erupted all over the place. Because Lu Ye's group had left one person behind to guard Hua Ci, and Lu Yi himself was only 6th order and incapable of telekinesis, the tide swung drastically in the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators' favor right from the get-go. However, just when they thought that this would be an easy victory, the tables were turned all of a sudden. Their spiritual power suddenly became slow and unsteady to the point where their very spiritual artifacts weren't functioning properly. The sudden loss of power allowed Lu Ye's group to strike 3 spirit artifacts out of the air and Lu Yi to run up to a 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivator without resistance. The stunned man retreated in shock, but was unable to stop the saber flying straight at him. Blood splattered everywhere, and screams rang out one after another. 20 breaths later, the battle was over. Lu Yi shook off the blood on the blade and returned his saber to its sheath before calling out to Gao Tai, "Brother Gao, come check out the other island with me, will you?" "Of course." The body-tempering cultivator agreed without hesitation and joined up with him shortly. Although it seemed highly unlikely that the enemy would leave someone behind on the island, it was still a non-zero chance. It would be terrible if they lost someone because they were careless. The rest of the group stayed behind to clean up the battlefield. Speaking of which, the group was still giving Hua Ci all the loot and amusing her greatly. The medicine cultivator felt bad taking it, but the group wouldn't accept even a small share no matter how hard she tried to change their minds. It was because they knew that Hua Ci was the reason the battle had gone as easily as it did. Without her, they could have lost someone even though they outnumbered the enemy. Instead, they suffered no injuries and barely lost any spiritual power at all. In this world, who didn't enjoy a completely one-sided battle? It also affirmed their determination to protect Hua Ci at all costs. Hua Ci could not help but wonder how many storage bags she would accumulate when this battle royale was said and done. On the other side, after going through the island with a fine-tooth comb and confirming that there were no hidden 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators, Lu Yi and Gao Tai returned to their island. A short while later, Lan Yudi accompanied Hua Ci to the other island to make the necessary arrangements. With this latest expansion, it was no longer possible for Hua Ci to trap every inch of the island. It took a lot of spiritual power and effort to grow the mushrooms. That was why she had no choice but to grow them in certain key locations only. The good news was that Lu Ye's gathering spirit did wonders to recover her spiritual power. Every time she finished a setup, all she needed to do was meditate for a bit and return to full strength. Not only that, the world's spiritual chi in the island grew richer and richer with every expansion. Right now, it was almost twice as rich as the spiritual chi in the Crimson Blood Sect. Hua Ci was busy growing her mushrooms, but Lu Yi wasn't idle either. He decided to construct a bigger gathering spirits at their resting spot that cost 60% of his spiritual power. Everyone was stunned by his handiwork. It was only now that they realized that Hua Ci and Lu Yi were a pair of treasures. Hua Ci could heal people and weaken the enemy with her mushrooms. Lu Yi could easily construct a gathering spirits that sped up everyone's recovery and lessened their qualms regarding energy consumption during battle. Was Crimson Blood Sect a sect of gods or something? Chapter 192, Golem Master. Time passed quickly. Lu Ye's island continued to collide and merge with other islands, and from time to time a huge battle would break out. Since their initial battle plan had worked flawlessly, Lu Ye's group saw no reason to change it besides fine-tuning some details. Gao Tai and Lan Yudi would bait the enemy into their island, and they would take them out once they had inhaled the spores. The routine was nothing new but extremely effective regardless. There were many times the enemy had seen through their simple tactic, but so what? Unless the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators chose to remain on their island, victory was the only outcome. Of course, they also ran into cultivators from Grand Sky Coalition sometimes. The attraction and merging of the chess islands were probably decided by proximity. The two closest chess islands would be pulled toward one another, and it was the same with the bone fragments. 3 days later, over 20 Grand Sky Coalition cultivators had gathered on Lu Ye's island. At this point, it was pretty rare for either 1,000 Demon Ridge or Grand Sky Coalition to encounter isolated groups of cultivators. The weaker groups would have been slaughtered to the last, and all the stronger ones would have met up with some allies and formed groups of various sizes. A group of over 20 people was not an insignificant force. For one, it made their battles much easier than before. They weren't worried even when the enemy group was bigger than theirs. Thanks to Wuxia, they did not need to minimize their injuries every time a battle was engaged. The medicine cultivator would naturally treat them all when the battle was over. Lu Ye's gathering spirits also allowed them to fully regenerate their spiritual power, meaning that they could go all out every time without needing to worry about energy consumption. The 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators who had the misfortune of going up against them sometimes wondered if they had taken some drugs. At some point, Wuxia stopped growing her mushrooms altogether. It was because the island had grown beyond the limits of her control. Even so, she was a high-value target that was protected by 2 bodyguards at all times. Lu Yi himself was no exception. Every time he walked down to the battlefield, Gao Tai would be there to protect him. The body-tempering cultivator followed him like a shadow and was ready to sacrifice his life to save him if necessary. Although their cultivation level was easily the lowest of all the Legates and Prolgates participating in the Battle Royale, their effectiveness in a battlefield like the Chess Sea could not be understated. Nobody dared to let anything happen to them. Aquamarine light caressed the edges of Lu Ye's vision as a tingly sensation came from his wounds. Wuxia was treating him right now. Their latest opponent had been a tough nut to crack. They were a group of over 30,000 Demon Ridge cultivators, a terrifying force that was nigh unstoppable at this stage of the Battle Royale. Under normal circumstances, no one would be a match for them. Clearly, this group was able to meet up with many of their allies prior to encountering Lu Ye's group. They had invaded the island in high spirits, believing that there was nothing the enemy could possibly do to stop them. Of course, that wasn't the case at all. The moment they had entered the kill zone, they lost at least a dozen of people in just dozens of breaths. The rest scattered in panic and lost a couple more members before they finally returned to their island. Lu Ye's group gave chase as a matter of course, but it turned out that the enemy had also laid their own traps. After suffering some casualties and deciding to pull back for the moment, the battle came to a screeching halt. Neither side was willing to invade the other's island without thought, so instead they dispatched a few people with words to the shores and have them yell obscenities all day and night. For a time, it seemed like the battle of insults would never end, but Lu Ye's group knew they couldn't allow the stalemate to continue. After a brief discussion, they decided to launch an attack on the basis that they had the numbers advantage and a medicine cultivator in the backline. In the Chess Sea, it was ill-advised to drag out a battle because there was no way to know when the next island would arrive. If the newcomers were allies, then all was well, but if they were enemies, then their situation would only worsen for them. After all, even with Lu Yi and Wuxia's help, they still needed some time to recover after every battle. Unfortunately, the second attack didn't go very well either. They didn't lose anyone this time, but they still had to retreat after sustaining some injuries. We can't drag this out any longer. Thanks to those bone fragments, the chances that the next island will also belong to 1,000 Demon Ridge group is extremely high. The situation will get much worse if that happens, said the legate of an 8th-tier sect. It was no alarmist talk. Although their group was over 20 people strong, they had encountered far more enemies than allies in the past 3 days. In fact, their probability of encountering 1,000 Demon Ridge groups so far was around 70%. The bone fragments were clearly affecting the Chess Sea's movements. The problem is the array cultivator of the enemy group. Although his arrays are pretty crude, their power is not to be underestimated. We'll need to eliminate him first before we can vanquish the enemy. They know that though. That's why they're defending him with everything they got. It'll not be easy to kill him. The group discussed tactics while they were recovering their strength, but no one was able to come up with a viable plan. Worry and fear weighed heavily in their minds. It wasn't like the enemy was unbeatable. They outnumbered the enemy almost 2-1, so they could definitely win if they launched a mindless, all-out attack. There was no telling how many people would die in the process though. It was the last resort no one wanted to use unless they had no other choice. While this was going on, Lu Yi was watching a thin male cultivator repairing a palm-sized spider, a golem that was almost lifelike enough to be the real thing. The thin cultivator was the legate of Thousand Gear Pavilion, and his name was Lu Yushan. Thousand Gear Pavilion was a special sect in Jianghu. It was because they were a sect of golem masters. There were plenty of minor factions besides the 6 main factions of cultivation. Some of them had a long history and some did not. However, they were all niche factions with little to no influence because they did not fit with the current trend of cultivation. Lu Ye's sect master had owned a 2-wheeled horse-drawn carriage that was pulled by horse-shaped golems that almost looked like the real thing. Unfortunately, it was destroyed on the way to the Crimson Blood sect. Lu Yi remembered Tang Yifeng telling him that he might encounter a golem master in the future, and he was right. Lu Yushan was a golem master who excelled at crafting various mechanical tools. In the past, Lu Yi believed that golem masters were only good for crafting supporting equipment such as the 2-wheeled horse-drawn carriage, but he realized his perspective was too narrow after fighting side by side with Lu Yushan. They could craft powerful weapons that dealt huge damage to the enemies as well. Lu Yushan owned a spirit artifact named the Thunder Dragon Cannon. Its function was very simple. The spirit artifact would absorb the spiritual power from spirit stones and compress them into a ball. Once it was ready, it would unleash its power at the user's command. Lu Yi had seen with his own eyes a 7th-order combat cultivator taking a hit to the torso and losing half of his chest just like that. The attack was so powerful that even his protection wouldn't be able to stop it. That said, the cannon had plenty of flaws. For starters, it took ages to charge up its power, meaning that it was easy for the enemy to dodge out of the way if they knew where to look. That was why Lu Yushan rarely used it unless he found the perfect opportunity to do so. Second, it cost a lot of spiritual power to fire the Thunder Dragon Cannon just once, for spirit stones worth of spiritual power to be exact. The mechanical tools of golem masters were extremely sophisticated. Since they mostly relied on external tools to bolster their strength, very few of them ever became high-level cultivators. Of course, that didn't mean that the way of golem making was a dead end. Talented golem masters were perfectly capable of cultivating to a higher realm. One such example was the Sect master of Thousand Gear Pavilion, a divine ocean realm cultivator. The only reason their sect was just an 8th-tier sect was because they had too few disciples. The spider Lu Yushan was repairing right now was a purely supportive mechanical tool that was used for scouting purposes only, a spider golem. It was how he scouted the enemy's island earlier. After Wuxia was finished treating him, Lu Yi picked up a spider golem and examined it curiously. Lu Yushan shot him a smile before asking, "Do you like my spider golem, brother Yi? I've never seen something like this before. We golem masters are a small faction. It's no wonder you've never seen one before. How many golems do you have, brother Yushan?" "A dozen or so. Feel free to play with it if you want to," offered Lu Yushan generously. Lu Yi thanked him before walking toward Wuxia with the spider golem in hand. Every hair on Wuxia's body stood on end when she saw this. Keeping her composure on the outside, she asked, "What are you doing? Take a look at this." Lu Yi tossed the spider golem in Wuxia's direction, but to his surprise she did not catch it. The girl had frozen right as it landed on top of her chest, the blood visibly draining away from her face as she looked down on it. Even her body was beginning to tremble slightly. "You're scared of spiders?" Lu Yi shot her a surprised look after he picked the spider off of her chest. No. That was what she said, but she couldn't even keep her pitch straight. Lu Yi nodded. Brother Lu has a dozen more spider golems, and I was wondering if you could grow your mushrooms in them. If it works, he can slip them behind enemy lines, and when the time is right, he unclenched his fist. Boom! If the enemy wouldn't step into their mushroom trap, then they would deliver it to them themselves. The effects would be the same either way. In the future, this meant that they were no longer limited to just baiting the enemy into their kill zone. They could also take the fight to the enemy and win practically any engagement, assuming that Lu Yushan had enough golems, of course. So, what do you think? The legates who were still discussing battle strategies stopped their discussion and looked in their direction. Even Lu Yushan had stopped repairing his spider golems. Hua Si sucked in a deep breath and grabbed the spider in Lu Ye's hand. She then said in a calm voice, "I'll give it a try." She might have fooled the others, but Lu Yi could feel exactly how cold her fingers were. A short while later, Hua Si gave them the good news. "I did it. I'm not sure if Brother Lu can still control it though. Can you give it a try?" The moment Hua Si said this, Lu Yushan channeled his spiritual power into the spider golem. It suddenly came to life and brushed its hairy legs against her palm. Slap! Hua Si slapped the spider right across Lu Ye's face. His face was instantly covered in spores, and the delicate golem was shattered into a couple of pieces as well. Everyone could only watch this in stunned silence. Hua Si mustered a brave smile and said, "Sorry, my hand slipped." Lu Yi wiped his face and stared at her expressionlessly. And Lu Yushan extended a trembling hand while groaning, "My baby." After the little intermission, everyone immediately made the necessary arrangements to execute the plan. Lu Yushan had joined the battle royale of the legates with a junior sister, so they had more than enough golems to spare for this battle. Hua Si looked like she was about to faint after she grew her mushroom in each and every one of them. Chapter 193, Taking the Initiative. Once everything was set, all 20 or so Grand Sky Coalition cultivators started advancing toward the other island. The body-tempering cultivators led at the forefront, the combat cultivators followed behind them, the spell cultivators and ghost cultivators were in the middle, and finally Hua Si at the very back. She was accompanied by 2 bodyguards whose job was to block any attack that might fly in her direction. As usual, the battle began with spell techniques and telecontrolled weapons flying in both directions. For a time, spiritual powers and explosions flared all over the place. Lu Yi and Lu Yushan were currently standing at the highest point of their island. They did not join the battle this time because they had something more important to do. The Golem Master was currently sitting cross-legged in front of Lu Yi and controlling his spider golems to slip behind enemy lines. The reason the others were faking a forceful attack was to draw the enemy's attention and distract them from Lu Yushan's spider golems. Otherwise, they would have been discovered real quick because animal life did not exist on the Chess Islands. Lu Yi stood behind Lu Yushan not just to protect him, but also because he was waiting for the right time to act. The enemy array cultivator must be killed, or they would suffer casualties even if Hua Si's methods worked as intended. He observed the battle for a moment before turning his head toward a different direction. A new chess island had appeared in the distance, and they would collide with theirs in an incense stick at most. He had no idea if they were friend or foe, which was why they could not drag this out any longer. If it turned out that the incoming chess island carried dozens of additional 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators, they would be caught in a deadly pincer attack. The shockwaves grew more and more intense until finally, Lu Yushan abruptly opened his eyes and rose to his feet. "Everything is in position." Lu Yi nodded. "Let's go." He took a step forward and slipped his arms beneath Lu Yushan's armpits. Afterwards a pair of fiery wings appeared behind him, as he took to the sky and flew straight toward the battlefield. Lu Yi and Lu Yushan flew their own battle line in just the blink of an eye. Of course, the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators also saw this and blanched. They had no idea what Lu Ye's group was planning, but whatever it was, it could only mean bad news for them. Some of the flying weapons immediately changed direction and flew toward Lu Yi, but they lost their strength before they even got close to him. A 7th Order Cultivator could only extend their weapon so far, and Lu Yi had learned their attack range a long time ago. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was invincible as long as Transient Wings was still active. Lu Yushan was hanging right beneath Lu Yi, so he didn't feel nearly as confident as his partner. Once he discovered that they were out of range of the enemy though, he immediately relaxed and made a hand seal. He muttered, "Explode." The spider golems hiding behind enemy lines immediately exploded and surprised the hell out of the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators. No one knew what just happened, especially since the explosions had dealt next to no damage to them. Hua Ci made her move while doubt and suspicion filled their minds. A visible circle of aquamarine energy surrounded her for a moment before sweeping in every direction, passing over her allies and enveloping her enemies completely. The 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators panicked immediately. It was because their spiritual power had become corrupted just like the time they had invaded the Lu Ye's island. That battle hadn't just killed many of their allies, it took them a tremendous amount of effort to finally eject the spores from their bodies and restore their spiritual power to normal. It was why they had given up on invading Lu Ye's island and chose to passively defend their corner for now. Unfortunately, it would appear that even that wasn't enough to stop the enemy from hitting them with the spores. A couple of flying weapons were instantly struck down from the sky. Behind the 1,000 Demon Ridge battle line, a man clad in green clothes was observing the battlefield closely with an array disc. He was waiting for the cultivators of Grand Sky Coalition to step into certain areas so he could activate the arrays he had set up previously. He had a feeling that he wasn't going to survive today, but he had no intentions of departing this world alone. One way or another, he would drag at least a couple of Grand Sky Coalition cultivators to the grave with him. It was at this moment a sense of crisis enveloped him without warning. When he looked up, he found a speck of light that definitely wasn't the sun growing bigger and bigger in the sky. In just a scant few seconds, it had transformed into a mini-sun and filled him with an unbridled sense of danger. "It's that Golem master!" One of his bodyguards growled. Lu Yushan had shattered the chest of a 7th Order cultivator in a single blast earlier, and to say that the memory was still fresh in everyone's mind would be an understatement. They all recognized the light the moment they laid their eyes on it. Not only that, they saw a second person carrying the Golem master in the sky. That man had a pair of wings made of fiery red spiritual power. "Don't let him get close," someone yelled. 2 flying weapons immediately flew toward the array cultivator and surrounded him protectively. The second Lu Yi moved into range, they would be bombarded to hell and back. Lu Yi never got within the range of the flying weapons though. They were unable to touch even a hair on him or Lu Yushan's person no matter what they tried. Lu Yushan's smile grew increasingly malevolent as his oddly shaped spiritual artifact charged up. A few breaths later, the weapon was finally ready to be shot. "Thunder Dragon roar!" Lu Yushan roared. A pillar of light exploded out of the Thunder Dragon cannon and descended straight toward the array cultivator. The 2 flying weapons in its path were easily blown away like cheap pieces of metal. The array cultivator knew it was bad the moment Lu Yushan fired his spiritual artifact. He hurriedly dodged to the side at the same time the body-tempering cultivator acting as his bodyguard raised a shield spirit artifact and stood in front of him. Like an immovable mountain, he channeled his spiritual power and attempted to block the attack with all he had. Unfortunately for him, the bright light of the shield spirit artifact was overwhelmed by the pillar of light. When all was said and done, the powerful spiritual power that once surrounded the shield scattered into many tiny light particles that popped into nothingness the second it made contact with the ground. The shield itself was covered in cracks, and it broke into 1,000,000 pieces a couple of seconds later. At the same time, the body-tempering cultivator wielding it spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to his knees. The array cultivator himself was completely unharmed, but the shockwave of the attack still disoriented him greatly. He had just climbed back to his feet when a figure descended from the sky. The next moment he saw a bright saber flashing before his eyes. Not far away, Lu Yushan hit the ground with a resounding thud. After scrambling to his feet and spitting out the dirt in his mouth, he looked in Lu Ye's direction and complained with a painful grimace, "You could have been gentler, damn it." Lu Yi had dropped him the second he fired his Thunder Dragon cannon. If he wasn't a 7th order cultivator who had learned just enough telekinesis to cushion his fall, this could have been the end of him. He didn't blame the combat cultivator though. He knew that Lu Yi just wanted to kill that array cultivator as soon as possible. He himself had scrambled to his feet, grabbed his Thunder Dragon cannon, and ran toward the enemy backline. However, he had only taken a few steps when he saw Lu Yi soaring to the sky once more with blood spurting out of his body. A couple of flying weapons were chasing just a few meters away from his ass. "It's done!" Lu Yi roared. "Kill them all!" Gao Tai shouted from the front line and charged toward the enemy faster than anyone else. Now that the array cultivator was dead, the arrays he left behind were basically dead weight. They no longer had to worry about them. The battle ended quickly. The Thousand Demon Ridge group had lost their array cultivator, weakened by Wuxia, and was at an absolute numbers disadvantage. There was no chance they would be able to do anything. They quickly fell and were annihilated to the last man. It was yet another total victory. A few people were wounded, but no one was dead. In fact, Lu Yi was the one who took the most damage. When he flew into the enemy backline and slew that array cultivator, he also took a number of hits here and there. Luckily, they were all flesh wounds that would be healed in just a short time. "Keep fighting. Don't stop. Another chess island is about to hit us." Lu Yi shouted, and everyone figured out his plan immediately. The spell cultivators began channeling their spell techniques, and those who knew telekinesis clashed their flying weapons against one another. They made sure that the sounds of combat could be heard from far, far away. Meanwhile, Lan Yudi and another 2 cultivators had moved to a nearby hiding spot to act as scouts. A while later, the 2 chess islands collided with a massive boom. A few more minutes passed, and Lan Yudi sent a message informing that there was no need to keep up a charade any longer. Against all odds, the cultivators occupying the new chess island were Grand Sky Coalition, and there were at least a dozen of them. After the 2 forces met, their numbers jumped to almost 40. The new group was in far worse condition than Lu Ye's group, however. Nearly everyone was injured in some way, and they looked like they just had a literal bloodbath. Some were so grievously wounded they were close to death. Their joy was palpable when they learned that Lu Ye's group had a medicine cultivator. Wuxia treated them all starting from the one carrying the worst injuries. Thanks to the battlefield imprint, communication between cultivators from different chess islands were pretty quick. Soon, almost everyone had learned that Thousand Demon Ridge had joined this battle royale of the Legates with the intent to massacre as many Grand Sky Coalition cultivators as possible. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do to improve the situation until the chess islands had merged into one giant continent, so instead they prayed that they would meet up with Crimson Blood Sect's chess island. It was because they heard that they had a medicine cultivator that could treat their wounds, and several massive gathering spirits that allowed them to recover their spiritual power quickly. Since there was no way to control the merging of the chess islands whatsoever, the best the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators could do was to stick together and minimize their losses as much as possible. Only then would they have a shot at surviving the enemy's attack. It must be said that Lu Ye's island had disrupted Thousand Demon Ridge's devious plan to a certain extent. If they hadn't slain the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator that came their way, the enemy would have snowballed into an unstoppable force that no Grand Sky Coalition group would be able to stop eventually. Their actions hadn't just saved their own lives, but also prevented the deaths of many more. Earlier, Gao Tai was joking when he said that it was up to them to save the Grand Sky Coalition, but now the situation was slowly but surely developing in that direction. Moreover, the successful cooperation between Wuxia and the Golem Masters meant they now had a new way of dealing with their enemies. Instead of waiting passively for the enemy to come to them, they could also attack the enemy if the situation asked for it. To this end, Lu Yushan and his junior sister were giving their all to create as many small golems as possible. Chapter 194, The Final Merging. The 10th day since they entered the Chess Sea, over 100 cultivators had assembled on the Chess Island. It was so vast that it was no longer possible to view it from one end to another. On the 15th day, the number of cultivators increased to 200. The reason their numbers had grown so explosively was because each island now carried a considerable amount of cultivators on them. The smallest group were around a dozen, and the biggest around 40 or so. This was a tremendous boost to their fighting strength as a matter of course, but the battles were also more intense than ever before. Just as Grand Sky Coalition was gathering their numbers, Thousand Demon Ridge was doing the same thing. Small-scale battles no longer happened, and every battle filled the sky with spells and flying weapons. From what Lu Yi knew, the merging usually lasted between 18 to 20 days. During this time, the chess islands would continuously merge with one another until they formed a province-sized continent. When the continent was fully formed, natural treasures and resources that were rarely found would appear for the taking, usually on chess islands that no one had set foot on before. The continent would last for around 10 days or so before breaking into countless chess islands once more. When that happened, the battle royale of the Legates would end, and the survivors would be teleported back to their outposts. It was now the 15th day, meaning that the second and last phase of the battle royale was about to begin. Right now, everyone could only wait passively for their opponents to be delivered to their island, but once the continent was fully formed, they would be free to act however they pleased. The battle between the two factions would intensify dramatically, and the preparations Thousand Demon Ridge had made would finally come into play. The participants had kept each other up to date using the battlefield imprints, and from time to time the cultivators of Grand Sky Coalition would receive the terrible news that their allies had been slaughtered to the last. If too many Outer Ring Grand Sky Coalition cultivators had perished during the first phase of the Battle Royale, then Thousand Demon Ridge would drastically outnumber them when the continent was formed. With that kind of advantage, forget just knocking Grand Sky Coalition completely out of the game, they could even slaughter every last man and woman provided that there was enough time. The situation was even worse for the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators in the Inner Ring. The Outer Ring cultivators at least had the Crimson Blood Sect's Legate and Prolgate to rely on, but the Inner Ring cultivators could only rely on themselves. They had no one to reduce the enemy's forces or heal them when they were injured. They could only rely on spirit pills and meditation to recover if they ran out of spiritual power. After all the terrible battles they had fought, even cultivators who had cultivated Heaven Grade 8th or 9th Order cultivation techniques sustained a significant amount of casualties. Another 2 days passed, and the number of cultivators on Lu Ye's island grew past the 300 mark. The latest chess island had carried a whopping 70-plus Grand Sky Coalition cultivators on them, and they were beyond overjoyed to learn that they had finally met up with the chess island belonging to Lu Yi and Hua Ci. They even paid them a visit to get to know them better. 300 cultivators was an incredible force on the chess sea. They could not wait for the final merging to happen because it was the only way their still stranded allies could meet up with them and have a chance at survival. The day finally arrived. Every chess island on the chess sea suddenly trembled for a second before speeding down a particular direction. The atmosphere turned gravely serious when everyone realized that the final merging was upon them. At the beginning, an innumerable amount of chess islands moved toward each other to form a bigger and bigger conglomeration of islands. Now, they were all being pulled toward the center of the chess sea by an invisible force, though merging still happened from time to time. Some of these islands contained people, and sometimes they did not. It was worth noting that most of the uninhabited chess islands were tiny. It was almost as if they hadn't undergone a merging until now, but they all contained a good amount of rare treasures and resources. Some were even unique to the chess sea. There was also a large resource island at a certain corner of the chess sea. A fruit tree had grown on the highest point of the island, and it had 9 palm-sized blue flowers which fragrance could be smelled from 5 kilometers away. World spiritual chi was visibly being sucked into the 9 flowers and forming tiny vortices. Over time, fruits began growing beneath the stems. It did not take a genius to imagine that these fruits were precious, and that the two factions were going to battle each other to the death for them. A great battle was destined to ravage these lands. The Chess Islands had not yet completed its final merging, but Liu Ye's group was embroiled in battle once more. It was because 2 chess islands had happened on them on their way to the center, and they just happened to sandwich their island in the middle. Both chess islands carried at least 100 cultivators or so. They attacked before Liu Ye's group even had the chance to clarify their faction. Both chess islands belonged to Thousand Demon Ridge. After communicating with one another and confirming that the chess island caught between them belonged to Grand Sky Coalition, they did not hesitate to launch a joint assault. Unknown to the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators, Liu Ye's group was more than happy to welcome them onto their island. Ever since their numbers had exceeded 100, they had been forced to take the fight to the enemy every time. No one was stupid enough to carelessly invade an enemy island that was obviously crawling with hostiles. Pretending that their force was weak wasn't possible either because the enemy simply needed to dispatch a few scouts to find out their true numbers. Although Hua Xi's presence ensured that every battle was won with minimal casualties, it was never a perfect victory. Their enemies were no pushovers after all. The cultivators of Thousand Demon Ridge were just as experienced and fearless as theirs. As a result, it had been days since any force had even set foot on their island. Hua Xi's mushroom traps were feeling neglected, to put it lightly. Not anymore. Believing that they held the advantage because they had caught the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators in a pincer attack, the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators decided to launch a joint assault, not realizing that this was exactly what the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators wanted. The battle hadn't even begun, and everyone was already channeling their spiritual power in secret and waiting impatiently for the massacre to begin. Killing a legate rewarded not just contribution points, but also their blessing. Killing a prolgate only rewarded contribution points, not to mention that there were more wolves than sheep on the battlefield, so to speak. Therefore, this wasn't a battle to defeat the enemy. Victory was all but confirmed from the moment the enemy had set foot on their island, but a competition to outdo their fellow cultivators and kill the most legates. The spoils would go to the ones with the keenest eyes and fastest hands. The 2,000 Demon Ridge forces had high morale and excellent coordination. On the other hand, the Grand Sky Coalition force looked like a disjointed rabble. When the spell techniques and flying weapons started flying across the sky, though, the Thousand Demon Ridge forces abruptly realized that something was off with the situation. Is it just me, or do they outnumber us? But how is that possible? The Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators could hardly believe that they were outnumbered, even though they were 2 chess islands against 1, but the battle had already begun, and to withdraw now would be to incur massive casualties. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and keep fighting. However, they soon realized that the Grand Sky Coalition force were unable to gain the upper hand despite their superior numbers because they did not have a unified chain of command. Assured by their enemy's apparent lack of coherence, their attack grew more and more ferocious. Unknown to them, the reason the 300 cultivators appeared incoherent and even distracted was because most of their attention was focused on a sweet-tempered woman. Her name was Hua Xi. Speaking of which, Hua Xi's number of bodyguards had increased to 5. They were a body-tempering cultivator, a combat cultivator, a spell cultivator, a ghost cultivator, and a golem master, Lu Yushan's junior sister to be exact. When the time was right, Hua Xi raised her hands and activated her secret technique. An aquamarine halo of light swept across the battlefield. As if the halo was some sort of signal, all 300 Grand Sky Coalition cultivators abruptly turned up the heat. Cries of surprise came from both sides of the battlefield as the stalemate in the air was suddenly broken. The next thing they knew, Grand Sky Coalition's flying weapons had stabbed into the enemy's battle line and killed at least a dozen of body-tempering cultivators and combat cultivators. Thunder Dragon Roar. Lu Yushan let out an energetic cry that did not fit his small and thin stature as his spirit artifact unleashed a powerful pillar of light into the enemy group. No one but him knew exactly how many people he had killed with that one blast, but the blissful expression on his face said it all. Kill! Gao Tai roared. Once again, he was the first to charge toward the enemy while holding up his shield spirit artifact. None of the enemy's attacks were able to get through his shield's barrier. Following right behind him were dozens of combat cultivators. They looked so pumped that their eyes were almost shining with greed and bloodlust. Lu Yi was one of these people. A few seconds later, Gao Tai crashed into an enemy body-tempering cultivator and elicited a boom that sounded like two rocks smashing into one another. Screeches of metal pierced the eardrums as his barrier flickered a little. The impact was so that both body-tempering cultivators were pushed a few steps away from each other. On the surface it looked like they were equally matched, but Gao Tai was grinning from ear to ear because the combat cultivators he was protecting were already dashing toward his opponent. Terrified for his life, the enemy body-tempering cultivator cranked both his spiritual power and his spirit artifact's power to the max in an attempt to save himself. It wasn't enough. As the combat cultivators dashed past him, blood exploded from various corners of his body and dropped him to his knees. He wasn't the only one who suffered such a fate. All body-tempering cultivators standing at the front line had perished in the same way. Since the front line was broken, all that was left to do was to reap the harvest. Lu Yi rushed toward a spell cultivator and was about to cut him down with his saber, but a flying weapon reached the poor guy first and put a hole in his head. He had no choice but to withdraw his weapon and chase after another target. It wasn't the first time he had his kill stolen from him, and it wouldn't be the last. In fact, he hadn't gotten many kills since the battles had evolved to large-scale battles. It was because there were too many of them. There was always someone who, after a big battle, was unable to net even a single kill. Having no desire to become one of those poor fucks, Lu Yi hit the combat cultivator he was chasing with a fire phoenix. Once the man was staggered, he immediately jumped on top of him and took off his head. It wasn't until 2 dots of red light had entered the back of his palm that Lu Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. At this stage, it was getting really difficult to kill anyone. The enemy was in total collapse after that, leaving a trail of bodies as they futilely tried to escape. When the last dozen of people reached the sea and realized that there was no escape, they shocked everyone by jumping into the sea. It took but a few seconds for the swarm of humongous shadows lurking beneath the waters to consume them all. "Nu!" A Grand Sky Coalition cultivator screamed while holding out his hand. His heart was full of sorrow, and tears were literally streaming down his face. Someone who didn't know better would have thought that the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators who committed suicide were his loved ones. Why would you rather kill yourself than let me do it? God damn it, not another fruitless battle. Chapter 195, Making Their Sect Proud. The battle Lu Yi was participating in had ended, and so was the one on the other side of the island. The loot was collected, the casualties were tallied, and the wounded visited Hua Ci to receive medical treatment. All in all, it was yet another major victory with minimal losses. Lu Yi messaged Li Baxin and inquired about his situation. The chess islands still hadn't fully merged yet, so it wasn't possible for them to interfere with the business of another chess island. However, the final merging had already begun. The restrictions would be gone once the continent was formed. The reason Lu Yi sent Li Baxin a message was to know if his senior brother wished to meet up with him. For now, his force wasn't just doing okay, they were strong enough to overpower most 1,000 Demon Ridge groups they had encountered up until this point. If his senior brother wasn't doing okay, then of course he should meet up with him as soon as the final merge was complete. There was just one problem though. His chess island was an outermost ring. If Li Baxin were to come here, his cultivation level would definitely be suppressed. No matter which terrain the battle royale of the Legates took place, the heavens always made sure to keep things as fair as possible. After all, the power gap between some Legates were as big as night and day. Take the difference between Lu Yi and Li Baxin for example. Lu Yi was an Earth Grade 6th Order Cultivator, and his senior brother a Heaven Grade 8th Order Cultivator. On the surface, it looked like they were only 2 minor realms apart from one another. In reality, it was 5. This was because the 9th order of an Earth Grade cultivation technique was only equal to the 6th order of a Heaven Grade cultivation technique. In terms of spiritual points, the 2 cultivation techniques shared exactly 180 spiritual points in total. In other words, the power gap was so massive that without the suppression of the heavens, Li Baxin alone could have murdered every 1,000 demon ride cultivator in the outer ring. It took some time before his senior brother finally responded to his message. He told Lu Yi that he still had some things to do, and that he would meet him after they were done. He also told Lu Yi to keep doing what he was doing. On the chess sea, a number of colorful lights could be seen streaking across its surface. The spiritual light at the forefront belonged to a spirit artifact that was shaped like a calabash, and Li Baxin and Feng Yuechan were sitting right on top of it. They were both wounded to a certain extent, but Feng Yuechan looked especially pale. She was also leaning against Li Baxin's shoulder for support and coughing lightly from time to time. They were currently being pursued across the chess sea. Several lights, or 2 dozens of pursuers to be exact, were flying behind them. Li Baxin let out a sigh of relief after responding to Lu Ye's latest message. His junior brother's safety had worried him since practically the start of this battle royale, so he was really glad to hear that everything was going fantastically on his side of things. His own situation was pretty bad, unfortunately. As Lu Yi had deduced earlier, Thousand Demon Ridge hadn't come up with this plan just to take out some 7th or 8th order legates. Their real aim was powerhouses such as Li Baxin and Feng Yuechan. Assuming that they could kill off enough of them, Thousand Demon Ridge would definitely gain the upper hand over Grand Sky Coalition in the next couple decades or so. 20 days had passed since they came to the chess sea, and Grand Sky Coalition's inner ring group had sustained huge losses during this time. Even Li Baxin and Feng Yuechan, for all their power, had taken some injuries. Now, they were even forced to escape their own chess island because the enemy group outnumbered them too much. Normally, to fly across the chess sea was akin to committing suicide. Not even Li Baxin and Feng Yuechan could be certain that they could reach another chess island before they ran out of spiritual power, much less everyone else. However, the chess islands were currently undergoing the final merging, so they were all moving toward the center of the chess sea. Unlike before, what was absolutely suicide was now just a gamble with a small chance of success. If they were lucky, they would be able to find a place to rest their feet. Of course, they also had to be lucky enough not to land on a chess island that was also occupied by Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators, or they would still be dead. I don't think I can hold on much longer, senior brother, Feng Yuechan said in a weak voice. I'm glad I could meet you in this lifetime. A grim-faced Li Baxin let out a sigh. Stop saying silly things. I can feel it approaching. I want to go back to the sect, senior brother. And I will take you home, Li Baxin uttered while bowing his head. Cough. Let's get married when we get back, okay? Slap. Without hesitation, Li Baxin smacked Feng Yuechan right across her smooth, wide forehead. The girl clutched her head in disbelief for a second before complaining, I'm going to die, and this is how you treat me. Li Baxin rolled his eyes at her. Do you think I'm stupid? I know your mother gave you an armor before we came here. Feng Yuechan blushed like an apple. How did you know that? I wore it under my dress. Li Baxin suddenly looked in a certain direction with gleaming eyes. Wait a second, is that? It is a chess island. We're saved. Without hesitation, he flew his calabash spirit artifact straight toward the chess island, their pursuers following closely behind them. There was a series of loud rumblings when the chess islands merged together. The final merging was complete when the last of the tremors subsided completely. From a bird's-eye point of view, the chess sea was no longer a vast ocean that was populated by countless small islands. Instead, it was a giant, province-sized continent that was surrounded by a sea of blue. At the same time, all 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators simultaneously began to travel in a clockwise or anti-clockwise direction around the edges of the continent in search of Grand Sky Coalition cultivators to kill. It was what they had planned since the beginning. Of course, it wasn't just the cultivators in the outer ring who were doing this. The ones in the inner ring were doing the same thing. It was like the entire continent had turned into a continent-sized millstone in an instant, and the power pushing it was the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators. Any Grand Sky Coalition cultivator who had the misfortune of running into them would be ground down into tiny, unrecognizable pieces. Or so they thought. Before the final merging was complete, the 300 Grand Sky cultivators on Lu Ye's Chess Island had also come up with a plan of their own. Going forward, they had two ways of handling the situation at hand. One, they could stay exactly where they were and continue developing their base. It had been 3 weeks since they worked on the island. Disregarding all the other efforts that had been made to make it a more defensible place, Huasi's mushroom traps and Lu Ye's dozen of massive gathering spirits alone made holing up in the island an extremely enticing choice. It was definitely a viable strategy to just stay put and wait for other Grand Sky Coalition cultivators to join them or 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators to throw themselves against their defenses and die. There was a huge flaw with this strategy, however. They would be putting their fellow cultivators who were scattered across the continent in greater danger. Right now, their group was the biggest Grand Sky Coalition force in the entire continent. If they were to do nothing at all, then it was only a matter of time before their weaker allies were destroyed by the enemy one by one. This was especially true since 1,000 Demon Ridge definitely outnumbered them, even if they had no way of estimating their numbers right now. The second strategy was the total opposite of the first. They would actively explore the continent to kill as many enemies and absorb as many allies as possible. The participants of the Battle Royale of the Legates were all Legates or Prolgates. Even those who had never participated in this level of large-scale operations possessed a modicum amount of intelligence and foresight. The decision was made after just a brief discussion, and it was almost unanimously agreed that they would give up their home field advantage and be proactive not just to save the others, but also to save themselves. 1,000 Demon Ridge would definitely come after them after they had successfully rooted out all other Grand Sky Coalition forces in the outer ring. When that happened, they would be fighting not a couple hundred enemies, but a couple thousands. After their strategy was set, they quickly reorganized themselves 30 or so squads made up or 10 people or so. This arrangement would allow them to act in tandem while being closely connected to each other. After that, they chose a direction and set off in earnest. On a related note, they also informed all other Grand Sky Coalition forces about their movements and told them to meet up with them as soon as the opportunity presented itself via messages. Lu Yi and Huasi were in the same squad as a matter of course. Lan Yudi, Gao Tai, Lu Yushan and his junior sister were present as well. The rest of the squad were made up of Huasi's bodyguards. Most of them had to run through the land on their own 2 feet. Only Huasi and the 2 Golem masters got to ride wolf golems. Lu Yi was starting to regret not bringing Amber with him. He had refrained from doing so because he didn't want to expose himself to his enemies, but it turned out that it didn't matter because the battlefield was the Chess Sea. Even if someone had recognized him and told the world about it, they wouldn't be able to do anything until the Chess Islands had fully merged. On a funnier note, Huasi's wolf golem was carrying over 100 storage bags in total despite politely declining to receive more. If it wasn't for the fact that she physically could not carry more storage bags, she would be drowning in hundreds of storage bags right now. Loot-wise, Huasi was the indisputable winner of this Battle Royale of the Legates because she had earned not just an unbelievable amount of storage bags, but also a lot of favors. Most of the people in their group had received treatment from her at least once, and a good amount of these people belonged to big sections. When she was just an independent cultivator, she was as famous as a weed in a prairie. Now, countless legates and prolgates were made aware of her name. Disregarding the benefits of having a large social network, most sects would do their best to protect her on the Spirit Creek battlefield if only to return the favor they owed. It was the same for Lu Yi, of course. The gathering spirits he constructed had drastically reduced everyone's recovery time to the benefit of all. Even better, they had won all this recognition not because they were the disciples of the Crimson Blood sect, but because they were deserving of it. In fact, they had made their sect as proud as it could be. Suddenly, an angry roar erupted from the forefront. I spot allies being pursued by the enemy 15 kilometers ahead, and they are heading straight toward us. All squads, get ready to fight. The continent was formed, and the sun was hanging in the middle of the sky. Now that they had a rough method of confirming one's location and communicating with others, pinpointing each other's locations became much easier than before. Show them no quarter! Someone roared in response. The Grand Sky Coalition cultivators started running down the hill while crying all kinds of battle cries. They sounded less like saviors and more like bandits in that moment. They did not need to run the full 15 kilometers because the other party was also running toward them. Not a moment too soon, Lu Yi felt spiritual powers clashing against each other at the distance. The squads at the forefront must have engaged the enemy already. The other Grand Sky Coalition group was escaping from the enemy, so of course their situation wasn't good. However, the tables turned immediately after Lu Ye's group met up with them. Caught like a deer in the sword light, the pursuers were forced to leave behind some bodies before they were finally able to disengage. The pursuers had become the pursued, and the pursued had become the pursuers. It was a hectic situation to say the least. Lu Yi himself had joined the pursuit after informing Hua Xi's of his intentions. Like an arrow, he flew straight over his allies, caught up to the escaping cultivators, and staggered one of them with his Fire Phoenix technique. Once he had cut down his target, he chased after the next without even bothering to pick up the loot. Chapter 196, Back to the Starting Point. Kill the enemy, regroup, set off, rinse and repeat. Their numbers kept growing as every Grand Sky Coalition cultivator in the outer ring who had heard the news did their best to meet up with them. Some managed the entire journey without issues, and some were intercepted midway and suffered terrible losses. This had never happened in the history of the Battle Royale of the Legates. In the past, no cultivator had ever formed a group bigger than a squad of 10 even when they hailed from the same faction because the bigger the group, the more complicated things became. Loot distribution, contribution point distribution, rights to treasure found and more. Everything was so much more difficult to handle in a big group than it was the other way around. It was different this time though. Due to the pressure generated by Thousand Demon Ridge, all the legates and prolgates of the Grand Sky Coalition had been forced to come together as a united force. In other words, this battle royale had somehow transformed into a literal war between two factions. At first, Thousand Demon Ridge did not realize the seriousness of the problem. Every group that had survived until this point had been dominating their opponents until the final merging, and they believed that the bone fragments had allowed them to snowball their advantage into something that was absolutely unstoppable. Now that the final merging was complete, all they needed to do was to take out the remaining enemies and claim the entire continent as their own. However, as more and more messages were traded between their ranks, they suddenly discovered that Grand Sky Coalition had somehow managed to gather a group that was made up of hundreds of cultivators. Not only that, they were circling around the outer ring to kill any enemy and absorb any ally they encountered along the way. Already, a lot of Thousand Demon Ridge groups had run into this group and sustained major losses as a result. The situation was not developing the way they were expecting. Not only had Thousand Demon Ridge failed to take control of the continent, they were getting their asses kicked right now. Although they tried to emulate their enemy's example and meet up with their own forces, it was too little too late. Lu Ye's group had had days to wipe out as many Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators they could find, meaning that the massive numbers advantage they had accrued was all gone. Not only that, Grand Sky Coalition was the one with the superior numbers in the outer ring. The war eventually devolved into a cat-and-mouse chase encompassing the outer ring of the entire continent after that. On the 6th day after the continent was formed, Grand Sky Coalition decided to halt their march and make camp. By now, their numbers had blown past the 1,000th mark, and some of them were cultivators from the inner ring. There were 8th Order, 9th Order, and even Heaven-grade cultivation technique champions among them. In the past few days, these inner ring cultivators had been hunted like rats by the cultivators of Thousand Demon Ridge. After hearing that their outer ring brethren were doing fantastically, they decided to escape the inner ring altogether and join the outer ring instead. Of course, everyone in the outer ring welcomed them with open arms. Although the heavens would suppress their cultivation level to that of an outer ring cultivator, there was absolutely no reason to say no to extra manpower. In fact, their group would never have grown to 1,000 people if they hadn't accepted the inner ring cultivators into their ranks. No thanks to Thousand Demon Ridge's scheme, there weren't nearly enough outer ring cultivators to form such a big group. Even now, their numbers were still growing because Grand Sky Coalition cultivators kept running out of the inner ring to join them. This had almost never happened in the previous battle royales of the Legates for the same reason Cloud River Realm and Real Lake Realm cultivators normally refrained from entering the Spirit Creek battlefield. No one's cultivation journey was easy, and to enter an area that suppresses one's cultivation level was to risk losing it all. If they lost to someone of the same cultivation level, then they only had their own weakness to blame. But if they lost to someone whose cultivation level was much lower than theirs, then the shame would linger even after they were dead. In fact, there had been a precedent where a Real Lake Realm champion had been slain by a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator on the Spirit Creek battlefield. As a result, the champion and his sect became the laughingstock of the entire cultivation world in a single night, and that shame still haunted them to this very day. Back to the present. Lu Ye's group was currently hunting down a large group around 600 cultivators strong. It was also all the cultivators Thousand Demon Ridge had in the outer ring. The reason they temporarily halted their advance was because the ghost cultivators acting as their scouts had sent back some crucial intelligence. Each of the 6 cultivation factions had a strong suit, and for ghost cultivators it was their movement speed. They also excelled at sneaky stuff such as infiltration, assassination, espionage, tracking, and more. Naturally, they were entrusted with the duty of scouting. As the group had grown to 1,000 cultivators strong, and the conflict had escalated into a literal war, they had come up with a decision-making circle a few days ago. The circle was made up of 9 representatives, and each one of them represented a continent of Jianghu. The 9 representatives had been chosen not because they were strong, but their sect was prestigious, and their social network was massive. There was an exception though. Of the 9 of them, Lu Yi was the only one who hailed from a 9th-tier sect. Everyone else hailed from 7th-tier sects, and possessed the lowest cultivation level. The continent he represented was Bingzhou. No one had a problem with this despite his lack of qualifications because he and Hua Ci were the reason Grand Sky Coalition was able to come this far. Without them, they would have lost the ability to throw down with Thousand Demon Ridge a long time ago. Right now, the 9 representatives were standing on a mountain peak and gazing toward the distance. A cultivator with the appearance of a youngster said, "According to the intel brought back by our ghost cultivators, a lot of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators had come out of the inner ring to assist their brethren. Their numbers had grown to 800 or so, and they are currently regrouping themselves and getting ready to challenge us to one decisive battle." To say that the cultivators of Thousand Demon Ridge were pissed off for the past couple days would be an understatement. Not only had their advantage disappeared like it never existed, they had been forced to run with their tail between their legs again and again. They were all looking forward to taking revenge against Grand Sky Coalition. Realizing that their brethren in the outer ring no longer possessed the strength to resist the enemy, the inner ring cultivators had decided to dispatch a portion of their numbers to reinforce the low-level cultivators. After the 2 groups met up, their numbers jumped to 800 cultivators or so. Now, the fighting strength of the 2 factions was almost even. Even if Grand Sky Coalition still had a slight lead over Thousand Demon Ridge, it wasn't nearly enough to decide the outcome of the upcoming battle. Moreover, the enemy wasn't sitting on their laurels while they waited for the decisive battle to begin. They were actively making preparations for the battle, such as setting up all kinds of arrays in key points of the battlefield. Given enough time, they could set up a massive kill zone that would narrow the number disparity between the two factions even further. If Grand Sky Coalition dared to attack recklessly, they would suffer massive casualties for sure. Not that either side was going to commit to anything reckless at this stage of the war. There was one more point of interest that the ghost cultivators discovered, and that was the location Thousand Demon Ridge was occupying right now. The youngster looked at Lu Yi and asked, "Did you notice it yet, brother Yi?" Lu Yi gazed into the far distance and compared it to their surroundings. He even checked the sun above his head to confirm he wasn't mistaken. Finally, he nodded. "They've set up camp in our Chess Island." That was correct. Thousand Demon Ridge had chosen to set up camp at the Chess Island where he and Wuxia had appeared at the very beginning and stayed for nearly 20 days. There was no one besides Wuxia who was more familiar with the terrain than him. In fact, he could see the peak that they had used many times as a lookout right now. "So, you're saying that we've come back to our starting point?" Another guy with a short stature asked while scratching his head. The youngster replied smilingly, "That is exactly right." "Oh, I get it," a girl exclaimed with bright eyes. They chose that island as their headquarters because it's where Brother E had built his gathering spirits. Those evil bastards must have used up a ton of energy while they were running away from us, and suddenly they found a special location that drastically reduced their recovery time. That's why they chose that island to make their final stand. Lu Ye's expression was odd, to put it mildly. When they had chosen to leave their Chess Island behind and take the fight to the enemy, he had thought that they would never see it again. He never imagined that it would attract their enemies like flies to honey, not knowing that they were really sitting on a giant death trap. Had Thousand Demon Ridge continued to run away like they did before, Grand Sky Coalition would not have been able to do anything substantial to them. After all, the one thing a big army did not possess was speed. But now, you could say that the heavens themselves wanted to see these evildoers punished. "The credit is all yours and Sister Huasi's, Brother Yi," the female cultivator said excitedly. "Everyone, I believe that now is the time for Grand Sky Coalition to unleash their might," the youngster said seriously. "In fact, I believe we should launch an attack right now. What do you all think?" Not only did they unanimously agree to attack the enemy, they wanted to do it as soon as possible. After all, delaying the assault would only allow the enemy to prepare better. This battle could very well be the last large-scale clash between the two factions. Almost 2,000 cultivators would be participating in this battle. Assuming that everything went smoothly, Thousand Demon Ridge would lose the outer ring to Grand Sky Coalition completely. That said, they couldn't sound the horn of battle just yet. They still needed to discuss the best way to kill or wound as many enemies as possible. The 9 representatives were just discussing tactics when suddenly Lu Yi received a message. He inspected his battlefield imprint for a moment before frowning deeply. "Everyone, may I have your attention for a moment? I just received word that this may be an elaborate trap by the enemy." They all looked at him immediately. "What do you mean?" "My senior brother, Li Baxian, just sent me a message saying that he spotted a troop of 300 hiding in a forest, and judging from the location they're only 10 kilometers away from us. Not only that, he's pretty sure that they came from the inner circle." Everyone exchanged worried glances with each other. It did not take a genius to figure out what this meant, and since the message was sent by Li Baxian himself, it was highly unlikely that this was a mistake. Did they find out about the mushrooms? A couple of people voiced the first thought that had entered their minds. Lu Yi considered this for a moment before shaking his head. "I don't think so. Huasi's mushrooms are real mushrooms, so I doubt that Thousand Demon Ridge would pay them much attention even if they realized that they did not quite fit with the local flora, not to mention that everyone who bore witness to Huasi's technique perished to the last. Even if they figured out that the mushrooms were bad news and avoided them, we still have our Golem masters to deliver the mushrooms straight to the enemy. In any case, I'm pretty sure it's just a straightforward ambush. If that's the case, then we'll turn their ploy to our advantage." The group quickly come up with a battle plan. At the same time, Lu Yi told Li Baxian to keep a close eye on the 300 ambushers and be ready to notify him at a moment's notice. Li Baxian agreed as a matter of course. Speaking of which, Li Baxian had joined Lu Ye's group a while ago. When they first entered the Chessi, he had promised to visit Lu Yi after the continent was fully formed because he believed he would able to provide his junior brother protection. However, the situation had developed in a way that no one was expecting, and now it was he who needed Lu Ye's protection. It was pretty embarrassing, all things considered. Chapter 197, Turning the Enemy's Ploy to One's Advantage. The Grand Sky Coalition army split into 3 groups. The first group would meet the enemy head-on, and the other 2 would attack from the flanks. This way, they would be able to form half an encirclement. There were several reasons they had left a gap for the enemy. 1. It was unrealistic to think they would be able to circle around to the enemy's rear and form a full encirclement. 2. They did not want to turn the enemy into a cornered animal that would rip and tear regardless of the cost. They weren't so green that they did not understand something as basic as leaving an outlet free when surrounding the enemy. Their activity was detected by the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators immediately, but not a single person had attempted to escape the battlefield. And why would they? This was their chance to repay all the humiliation they had suffered tenfold. They quickly formed battle's lines and formations before waiting patiently for the battle to begin. The 3 Grand Sky Coalition groups slowly arrived at their designated positions and waited for a moment. A short while later, a dazzling pillar of light pierced through the skies. It was Lu Yushan's Thunder Dragon roar and the signal to start the battle. All 3 groups and over 1,000 cultivators immediately charged toward the enemy. Spells and flying weapons clashed against one another in midair. It wasn't long before Grand Sky Coalition gained a small advantage because they outnumbered the enemy slightly. It wasn't obvious, but 1,000 Demon Ridge was definitely being pushed back to a certain extent. The encirclement grew tighter and tighter over time, though it was partly because 1,000 Demon Ridge was intentionally giving up ground as well. Cultivators clashed against cultivators, and teams tried to keep each other busy so they would not be able to interfere with another fight. For a time, it looked like both sides were evenly matched. Lu Yi and Wuxia were currently standing at the rear and staying out of the battle. It was because they were waiting for a signal. If 1,000 Demon Ridge really had laid a trap for them, then they should receive a message very soon. The battle was in full swing when Lu Yi suddenly felt something from his battlefield imprint. After looking down and inspecting it for a moment, he gave Wuxia a nod and said, "It's our turn now." Li Baxian had sent him a message to inform him that the 300,000 Demon Ridge cultivators lying in wait 10 kilometers away from their current location had made their move. They were clearly planning to hit the Grand Sky Coalition's army while they were at their busiest. Theoretically speaking, they could rip a hole in the battle lines and catch them in a pincer attack. If they could overtake one battlefront, then they could continuously snowball their advantage and deal a massive blow to the enemy. This was why the 800-strong 1,000 Demon Ridge's army was feigning weakness. For one, they weren't completely acting since the enemy did outnumber them, and 2, they didn't want to resist so hard that Grand Sky Coalition would have second thoughts about their assault. It would be highly disappointing if the enemy withdrew and accidentally foiled their trap because they were putting up too much resistance. Of course, since Grand Sky Coalition had found out about their plan, the question became, could the 300,000 Demon Ridge cultivators get to the battlefield in time to save their main army? There was a burst of red and aquamarine light, and a pair of wings appeared behind both Lu Yi and Huaxi's backs. They took to the skies, flew all the way to the front line, and waited patiently at the center of the battlefield. Countless 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators looked up at them in that moment. No one here was capable of flight, so of course they caught the enemy's attention instantly. It did not take a genius to know that they were scheming something, and some 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators tried to respond by shooting their flying weapons at them. Unfortunately, the weapons lost strength long before they even got close to Lu Yi or Huaxi. The duo were just too high up in the sky. Lu Yi was currently gripping his saber and hovering protectively over Wuxia. His task this time was very simple: protect Wuxia so she could unleash all of her power. After expanding her perception outward and confirming that the enemies were already infected by the spores, she gave Lu Yi a nod and declared, "I'll start now." She sucked in a deep breath, so deep that her wholesome chest visibly shuddered from the movement, before unleashing an aquamarine halo that swept over half of the battlefield instantly. Cries of shock immediately erupted from the ground. Countless thousand Demon Ridge cultivators suddenly discovered that their spiritual power was flowing slowly and disjointedly, almost as if they were suffering from pill poison. Their fighting strength plummeted sharply in just a short amount of time. This wouldn't be too alarming if they were out of combat, but they were currently engaging the enemy in a deadly battle. What was an evenly matched battle quickly turned into a one-sided massacre in favor of Grand Sky Coalition. In just a few breaths, blood-curdling screams, blood and severed limbs pierced through the air. God knows how many thousand Demon Ridge cultivators had been wounded or killed because of this. "It's that woman! Kill her!" A grievously wounded Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator shouted on top of his lungs before his head was cut off by his opponent. As if on cue, a beam of light shot straight toward Wuxia, but unlike the flying weapons, it showed no signs of stopping. It was because it wasn't a flying weapon. Someone wielding a Bao spirit artifact had shot an arrow at Wuxia. Unfortunately for them, Lu Yi easily deflected the shot with a swing of his saber. Twang twang twang. The Bao wielder possessed outstanding archery skills. His arrows flew toward Wuxia like tiny stars, and each time Lu Yi deflected one, his saber hand grew just a little number. Thankfully, the attack didn't last more than a couple of breaths. A few Grand Sky Coalition cultivators pounced on the Bao wielder and cut him into many tiny pieces. Aquamarine halos erupted from Wuxia's body again and again. This was hardly the first time she activated her ability, but it was certainly the first time she performed it in rapid succession. The amount of combatants far exceeded any battle she had participated until now. After all, she knew that the only way to end it as soon as possible was to go all out. It took only a tease time for Wuxia's face to turn pale. Sometime later, she called out in a weak voice, "Lu Yi." Lu Yi hurriedly turned around and wrapped his arms around Wuxia's delicate waist. His red wings flapped, and he carried her away from the battlefield in an instant. Wuxia was unhurt, of course. She was just exhausted because she had used up nearly all of her spiritual power. Thankfully, that Thousand Demon Ridge was already routing when she finally had to leave. There had been over 800,000 Demon Ridge cultivators at the start of the battle, but now the number disparity between their army and Grand Sky Coalitions had grown from 200 to 500. That was how many people Thousand Demon Ridge had lost in the short time Wuxia had repeatedly activated her ability. Realizing that the battle was lost, nearly every survivor started running toward the gap Grand Sky Coalition had intentionally left open for them. This was the moment where one's running speed mattered the most. One didn't have to outrun the bear, they just had to outrun the people around them. After all, there was no way Grand Sky Coalition could kill every one of them. Someone had to slip through the net eventually. An incense stick later, the battlefield was covered in mutilated corpses, and the stench of blood was so thick it was almost tangible. Grand Sky Coalition had lost less than 100 people, so this battle absolutely counted as a great victory. It wasn't over yet, however. Instead of chasing after the fleeing cultivators, they regrouped and charged toward the center of the continent. It was because that was the direction the 300,000 Demon Ridge ambushers were expected to appear. Meanwhile, the group of 300 were running toward the battlefield, believing that Grand Sky Coalition had taken the bait and were currently tied up by their main army. 10 kilometers was but a short distance for them, so they reached the edge of the battlefield just a short time later. Then, they saw what seemed to be a sea of highly motivated, extremely bloodthirsty Grand Sky Coalition cultivators running straight toward them. To say that they were stunned would be an understatement. What's going on? Where's our army of 800? It was only then they received the warning messages of their fleeing brethren. They were informed that their army of 800 was now just a husk of 200, and that they should abort the operation and flee immediately. The 300 cultivators were so pissed they could spit blood. This battle was supposed to be a slaughter where Grand Sky Coalition put their foot in the trap, got caught, and got stabbed in the kidney while they were trying to pull free. They never thought their main army would be so useless as to be routed before they could even arrive at the battlefield. To call them weaklings would be an insult to weaklings. Although they wanted nothing more but to strangle those useless bastards with their own hands, they knew that they had a bigger problem to deal with. They might be all inner circle cultivators, but here in the outer ring most of their powers were sealed. Here, quantity mattered much more than quality, and it did not take a brain to know that there was no chance they were defeating an enemy force that outnumbered them 3-1. So, all 300 inner ring cultivators turned around and made their escape. They didn't need to go too far either. All they needed to do was to run 10 or 20 kilometers toward the center of the continent, and the Grand Sky Coalition army would abandon the pursuit. After all, the deeper they traveled, the more their power would be unsealed. If the Grand Sky Coalition army was stupid enough to chase them to the inner ring when most of their members were low-level cultivators, they would learn the meaning of fear in no time at all. Unfortunately, they didn't make it far before a massive array appeared out of seemingly nowhere and trapped all of them. The array itself wasn't particularly deadly, but that was because its main effect was to increase their weight and slow down their movement. The group of 1,000 Demon Ridge looked left and right in shock as they attempted to find the person who was responsible for their predicament. They quickly found a petite female cultivator standing beneath a tree and beaming at them. She was also holding a shining array disc. "Feng Yuechan," someone exclaimed in shock as they blanched. Feng Yuechan alone would not have alarmed them so, but everyone here knew that the female cultivator was always accompanied by Li Baxian. In this case, they were also accompanied by a bunch of Grand Sky Coalition champions. As expected, they heard Li Baxian declaring from somewhere, "Sword array, rise." Sword lights started shooting from multiple directions inside the massive array. Blood sprayed out of flesh whenever they hit a target. Feng Yuechan and Li Baxian had worked together to create this composite array. Although it wasn't particularly powerful due to how little time they had to set everything up, Li Baxian had made up for that flaw somewhat by incorporating all of his flying swords into the array. As a result, it was several times stronger than it should be. A group of 30 or so Grand Sky Coalition cultivators had also appeared out of seemingly nowhere to harass the enemy. They did everything in their power to delay 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators as much as possible. They succeeded. As if on cue, the army of 900 strong whom they barely outpaced appeared at the distance. Despair colored the features of all 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators who were trapped inside the massive array. Spells and flying weapons rained mercilessly on the trapped cultivators. A while later, someone suddenly broke out into a full-throated guffaw. "Holy shit! I killed a Heaven-grade 9th Order cultivator. Ha! The heavens are finally smiling on me." The guy was just an ordinary 7th Order cultivator. There was a 200 spiritual points gap between him and his slain foe. In any other circumstance, he would never have been able to kill the other person even if he just stood there and withstood all of his attacks. But thanks to the special environment around them, he was able to do the impossible. A Heaven-grade 9th Order cultivator could only be the legate of a major sect in the core circle. He likely never anticipated that he would die to weakling one day, but at least he would not be bearing the shame alone. A good number of these 300 cultivators were champions who had replaced their old cultivation technique with a Heaven-grade one, but now they were dying one after another like flies. Many low-level cultivators suddenly found themselves gaining tens of contribution points while attacking the enemy. Seeing that the tides had swung completely in their favor, Li Baxian waved his arm and cried, "The time for revenge is now, my brothers and sisters. Charge!" He became the first to charge toward the nearest enemy. The 30 or so cultivators who had joined his little band also followed suit with bloody murder in their eyes. The past 3 weeks or so had been hellish for them, but now they were finally able to unleash the fury in their hearts. Chapter 198, Allow me to widen your horizons. By the time the battle was over, less than 50 of the 300,000 Demon Ridge cultivators who came to assist their allies were able to escape with their lives. A good number of them were legates belonging to major sects from the core circle, and even the number 2 cultivator on the Spirit Creek battlefield's role of supremacy, Yan Xing, was forced to run away with serious injuries. Yan Xing was a pretty unlucky man. Since the last time he clashed against Li Baxian, he already knew that he would never be able to take his revenge without external help. Believing that this year's Battle Royale of the Legates to aid the perfect opportunity to do so, he had kept a close eye on the Sword Cultivator's location and activities, gathered his companions, and tracked him down as soon as the continent was formed. It wasn't a bad plan, but they just had to stumble onto this exact battle where a bunch of low-level cultivators he normally deigned too humble to even look at got the perfect circumstances to beat the crap out of them. Overall, this battle was a landslide victory for Grand Sky Coalition and a most joyous moment for the low-level cultivators. It perfectly embodied the phrase, strength in numbers. After the decisive battle, Grand Sky Coalition took a moment to regroup before splitting into 2 groups that were led by the champions from the core circle. They began invading the inner ring and systematically hunt down all enemy cultivators in the area. As news of their success spread far and wide, more and more cultivators from the core circle decided to meet up with the 2 groups to join in the hunt as well. At the beginning, Thousand Demon Ridge had trounced them so hard that they nearly sank into total despair. They never thought that their low-level cultivators would surpass everyone's expectations and single-handedly turn around what should have been an unwinnable war. Before the continent was fully formed, Thousand Demon Ridge definitely had more high-level cultivators and low-level cultivators than Grand Sky Coalition. Although Lu Yi and Wuxia were able to rally a sizable force in the outer ring, it did not change the fact that Thousand Demon Ridge's scheme to rally their forces and cull their enemies using the bone fragments was mostly successful. Had they maintained the same level of dedication and unity they had at the beginning, Grand Sky Coalition would have continuously lost ground no matter how well they fought. They might not be able to eliminate every Grand Sky Coalition legate and prolgate on the continent by the end of the Battle Royale, but 80 to 90%? That result was considerably more likely. They would have accomplished their initial objective of culling most of Grand Sky Coalition's future pillars and ensuring that they would not be able to compete against Thousand Demon Ridge for the next couple decades. Unfortunately, Thousand Demon Ridge did not maintain their initial level of motivation. They thought they were dominating both the outer circle and inner circle and so grew lax at the most critical juncture of the Battle Royale. That said, no one could have predicted that 2 lowly cultivators would be able to dominate every Thousand Demon Ridge group and eventually rally themselves into a force to be reckoned with, much less sweep the outer ring of the continent in unstoppable fashion in just a couple of days. During the latest battle, they even managed to vanquish an incredible amount of high-level cultivators. As a result, they were able to rewrite the conclusion of this Battle Royale completely. Currently, Grand Sky Coalition's low-level cultivators vastly outnumbered their counterpart in Thousand Demon Ridges, but their number of high-level cultivators were more or less the same as their enemies even after the latest battle. It was because the high-level cultivators did not have a Lu Yi or Wuxia equivalent to turn things around and so sustained a ridiculous amount of losses in the past 20 days. Even so, Grand Sky Coalition had achieved a complete revival in this Battle Royale of the Legates. It was now their turn to beat the crap out of Thousand Demon Ridge's cultivators. The 2 of you have brought so much honor to the sect that I bet the old man would wake up laughing in his dreams, Li Baxian said. After the decisive battle was over, Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan had opted to seek out Lu Yi and Wuxia instead of joining in the hunt. He looked happier than if he was the one who pulled off the feat. Wuxia's the one who deserves most of the credit, replied Lu Yi while enjoying a piece of jerky. It was the truth. Besides constructing the gathering spirit glyphs that helped his allies to recover their spiritual power in the shortest amount of time possible, his contributions in this battle royale were more or less the same as his peers. On the other hand, Wuxia wasn't just the only healer in the entire Chess Sea. Her ability to weaken enemies was the reason Grand Sky Coalition was ultimately able to turn this around. Li Baxian shot a look at Wuxia. She was speaking with Feng Yuechan in a small voice right now, and nodded. That may be true, but your contributions are not to be underestimated either. He then winked at the young man and added, feel free to pick up more junior sisters like her in the future. I promise the sect will take as many as we can get. Lu Yi puffed up his cheeks in response before shoving more jerkies into his mouth. Li Baxian patted Lu Yi on the shoulder. I feel so much better knowing that the sect is succeeded by promising younglings like the two of you. Anyway, are you done eating? If you are, then I'd like to take us on a treasure hunt. That caught Lu Ye's interest immediately. After swallowing the mouthful of jerkies in his mouth in a hurry, you could see them slowly slide down his throat. He asked, what is this treasure we're looking for? I don't know either. With luck, we'll find something good, Li said with a chuckle before tossing his calabash into Lu Ye's hands. The young man looked left and right to ensure that no one was looking in his direction before uncorking the container and gulping down a mouthful of liquor. He immediately felt like his stomach was on fire as a wave of dizziness shot up his head and caused him to stumble. Panicking, he hurriedly switched out his current cultivation technique and activated Gluttonous Feast. His stomach growled audibly for a moment, and the drunkenness afflicting him finally began to fade away. Even so, it wasn't until a while later that he finally able to stand on his feet without swaying. He commented, that is one hell of a liquor you have there. He even tossed the calabash back into Li Baxian's hands not because he didn't want to drink more, but because he knew he literally couldn't handle more than a single mouthful. Li Baxian could not help but guffaw at his reaction. They set out on the treasure hunt afterward, but unfortunately they weren't able to find anything worthwhile. It wasn't like they didn't exist, but most of the good stuff had already been claimed by the other cultivators. Of the four of them, Wuxia was the only one who found plenty of useful herbs using her medical knowledge. She was accompanied by a wolf golem that Lu Yushan's junior sister had gifted to her. 2 hours later, Li Baxian suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked in a particular direction. He asked smilingly, say, do you think you can kill an 8th order cultivator, junior brother? It was a weird question to ask out of nowhere, but Lu Yi replied honestly after a moment of consideration, I think so. Really? Li Baxian was a little surprised to hear this. Back when Lu Yi was still a 5th order cultivator at Golden Tip, he had told him that he could kill a 7th order cultivator if he went all out. In fact, he proved that winning 43 duels in a row and killing the sacred child of Cult Blackfire who willingly crippled her own spiritual points to enter a duel against him, which was a feat greater than slaying just one 7th order cultivator. Lu Yi was a 6th order cultivator now. Li Baxian had asked the question only because he happened to recall what Lu Yi had said that day. He did not think that the young man would give him more or less the same response. You are aware that the gap between each minor realm after the 7th order is slightly greater than before, right? I know. Li Baxian watched him seriously for a moment before nodding. Very well. Allow me to broaden your horizons then. Lu Yi had no idea what Li Baxian was talking about until the sword cultivator looked in a certain direction and said, do you want to come out yourself, or do you want me to blast you out of your hidey hole? Feng Yuechan suddenly flew forward and landed at a certain spot. Then she stared at the same spot Li Baxian was looking at. Lu Yi followed their gaze but could not find anything out of the ordinary. All he saw was a giant rock. He was quickly proven wrong, however. There was a distortion in the air next to the rock, and a thin man appeared as if stepping out of water. He was a shady-looking youngster with an aquiline nose and an expression dark enough to dye a white paper black. Lu Yi had no idea what cultivation technique he was using, but somehow he was able to hide himself from his senses perfectly. If Li Baxian hadn't exposed the guy, he could have stepped right over the rock and not notice a thing. Oh ho! Li Baxian's expression turned amused. It's you. What a coincidence. It looked like they knew one another. Flowing Cloud Sect shares no grudges with the Devoted Ones or Crimson Blood Sect, nor were we present during the Battle of Golden Tip. What do you want, Li Baxian? All I ask is you allow me to live, said the grim-faced youngster. Li Baxian chuckled as he scratched his chin. The only reason Flowing Cloud Sect wasn't present during the Battle of Golden Tip is because you were in the middle of a war. Also, you belong to Thousand Demon Ridge, and I to Grand Sky Coalition. Did your elders not tell you that the mere fact that we are born to different factions is enough of a reason to kill each other? The youngster's tone grew darker. Must we do this? He intentionally looked at Lu Yi and Hua Si when he said this, making it clear that he was implying a threat against the duo. He wasn't weak, but neither were Li Baxian nor Feng Yuechan ordinary cultivators, not to mention that they were practically glued to each other. To offend either one of them to offend both. Since Grand Sky Coalition was currently moving deeper into the continent in search of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators, he knew it would be folly to remain within the inner ring. His plan was to escape to the outer ring and hole up there until the end of the battle royale. He knew it wouldn't be a smooth journey, but he never thought he would run into Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan of all people. It was such terrible luck that it was comparable to choking on water. Well, I suppose I can give you a chance, Li Baxian replied smilingly. What is it? The sword cultivator put a hand on Lu Ye's shoulder before saying, You'll fight against my junior brother. If you win, then I'll let you go. Shock spread across Lu Yi and the youngster's face. It was only now Lu Yi understood what his senior brother had meant by broadening his horizons earlier. The youngster was fuming with anger despite being given an out, however. Is this a joke? I know you will kill me anyway if I wound or kill this guy. He knew exactly how protective Crimson Blood Sect was of their own people. During the Battle of Golden Tip, a real Lake Realm champion of the Crimson Blood Sect had invaded the Spirit Creek battlefield and killed a ton of low-level cultivators despite knowing they would be blasted by the soul-destroying divine lightning. As far as he was aware, there wasn't any other real Lake Realm cultivator in the entire Jianghu who would lower themselves to this extent just to protect their own. That was why he wasn't happy at all to hear Li Baxian's offer. He thought that the bastard was just making fun of him. You don't seem to understand your situation. Have you never heard of the saying, when in foreign lands, do as the foreigners do? Li Baxian's voice grew just a tad threatening. Feng Yuechan was also juggling what seemed to be a ball of compressed fire soundlessly. A vein popped on the youngster's forehead. He knew he had no chance of surviving against a sword cultivator and spell cultivator duo, not to mention that they were the first and 10th strongest cultivators on the roll of supremacy. Realistically speaking, there was only one choice he could make if he wanted to live, even if that choice was almost as suicidal. You really will let me live if I beat this little guy? I swear on my junior brother's honor. Li Baxian declared while patting Lu Ye's shoulder again. The young man couldn't help but frown at the statement though. Why is he swearing on my honor? Does that mean that Brother Li has no honor to speak of in the eyes of most cultivators? That is a little worrying. Can we not play this childish game of words? Maybe you will keep your word, but what about Feng Yuechan? She will swear on my junior sister's honor. Li Baxian pointed at Hua Si and elicited an innocent smile from her. The youngster finally nodded. Very well. Please make a heavenly oath then. However, Li Baxian suddenly erupted. Who do you think you are to bargain with me? Either you duel my junior brother now, or I'll carve you up with my flying sword. Make your choice now. The youngster immediately turned as red as a gammon. Li Baxian wasn't done yet, however. He let out a cold humph as he exposed the youngster's true thoughts. Who do you think you're trying to fool? I know you want a duel against my junior brother. I know you're hoping to get lucky and drag him down to the grave with you. Chapter 199, Bloodrage. The youngster knew he was dead from the moment he was exposed by Li Baxian. The reason he put on that charade was just to conceal his true motive. Since the sword cultivator had called him out, he assumed a stance and gestured with his scimitars. Come on then. Let's get this over with. Lu Yi placed a hand on his saber and gripped it lightly. Li Baxian's voice rang beside his ear. Be careful, junior brother. Not only is he a ghost cultivator, he's really a heaven grade 7th order cultivator with over 240 spiritual points unlocked. The reason he's only in 8th order right now is because of the heaven suppression. That said, the suppression doesn't extend to battle experience, and both his strength and speed are much greater than that of an ordinary 8th order cultivator as well. You might not be a match for him even if you are capable of killing an ordinary 8th order. I know. Lu Yi was charging toward the youngster even before he gave Li Baxian his reply. Whatever the reason his senior brother had decided to pit him against such a difficult opponent, it was a fact that the battle royale of the Legates was going to end soon. He would not allow the opportunity to kill such a powerful opponent slip through his grasp. However, a stream of light flew toward his face almost as soon as he moved his feet. It took only an instant to get close to Lu Ye's face. Lu Yi responded by unsheathing his saber and slashing at the stream of light. The second the sparks flew, he felt a tremendous power transferring over the metal and splitting his perlicue instantly. In fact, it struck the inviolable so hard that it was pushed upward. Lu Yi flicked his saber upward so that the stream of light would be knocked into the air. The light turned out to be one of the enemy's scimitars, meaning that the enemy had nearly skewered him with just telekinesis. He didn't even get away unscathed. The chi of the flying weapon had left a bleeding wound on his chest. Before he could even steady himself, the youngster rushed him so fast that he looked like a blur to Lu Ye's eyes. Ghost cultivators were famous for their speed to begin with, not to mention that he was a heaven grade 7th order cultivator. While the heavens had suppressed his cultivation level for fairness' sake, he was still way faster than your ordinary 8th order cultivator. The youngster swung the scimitar he was holding at Lu Ye's face, prompting the young man to block it with his saber. This time, he was knocked back a step or two. Not only that, the scimitar he had parried earlier had boomeranged and was flying straight toward the back of Lu Ye's head. At his current level, telekinesis was something he couldn't handle no matter what he did. Hua Ci looked nervous, and Li Baxian was ready to fire a sword at a first notice. While he was the one who encouraged this battle, that didn't mean he was going to leave his junior brother to his own devices. The second it looked like something was about to go horribly wrong, he would save Lu Yi immediately. For a second, it looked like the scimitar would hit the back of Lu Ye's head and kill him. Instead, it hit a glyph and shattered it in a single hit. Lu Yi dropped his head the second he heard protection breaking and just barely avoided getting killed. Seriously, it was close enough that the scimitar had cut off a few strands of hair as it flew by. Not about to surrender the initiative completely to the ghost cultivator, Lu Yi thrust the inviolable forward and imbued it with both his fiery spiritual power and a sharp edge. Unfortunately, the ghost cultivator was able to sidestep the attack and twist the curved blade around like it was a living thing. It cut into Lu Ye's arm from an unthinkable angle and left yet another bleeding wound. It hadn't even been 3 breaths since the battle began, and already Lu Yi had taken 2 wounds from the enemy. They were only minor wounds, but it made 2 things clear. 1, there was a considerable gap between Lu Yi and the ghost cultivator's strength. 2, things were only going to get worse for Lu Yi at this rate. Feng Yuechan shot Li Baxian an inquiring look, but he shook his head because he deemed it too early to interfere. The reason he had decided to pit Lu Yi against this ghost cultivator was because it was a rare opportunity to let Lu Yi experience the fine line between life and death. During his stay at the Crimson Blood Sect, he had taught Lu Yi the art of combat for 20 days. It was a valuable lesson for the young man as a matter of course, but it couldn't teach him how it felt to dance on a knife's edge, something every combat cultivator must grow accustomed to. It was because they both knew Li Baxian wouldn't actually kill him even though he had beaten the shit out of him during those lessons. The situation at hand was different. Lu Yi was now facing off against 1,000 Demon Ridge Cultivator, and his opponent had every intention of sending him to the afterlife. In other words, this was the perfect opportunity to hone Lu Ye's ability to dance on a knife's edge. Barring some exceptions, it was a rite of passage all combat cultivators must go through if they wished to surpass their own limits. That said, Li Baxian could not help but wonder if his decision had been too rash. Lu Yi might have a shot at beating an ordinary 8th Order cultivator at his current strength, but this ghost cultivator was obviously too much for him right now. The only good news was that his fighting spirit hadn't waned in the slightest, even though the enemy was completely overwhelming him right now. The two men exchanged a couple more moves in the blink of an eye, and the ghost cultivator proved that he was both stronger and faster than Lu Yi. Considering he could use telekinesis as well, Lu Yi was hard-pressed to do anything at the beginning. As time passed, he slowly but surely became accustomed to his opponent's combat rhythm. It wasn't enough for him to turn the tides, but he did manage to force a counterattack once in a while and protect himself from the flying scimitar using protection. They clashed a couple more times before the ghost cultivator abruptly called back his flying scimitar. It was because he realized that the infamous Crimson Blood Sect cultivator of the Battle of Golden Tip was deserving of his reputation. At the beginning, he had thought he would be able to defeat Lu Yi with ease. He had even planned out the speech to bargain for his life after he had defeated Lu Yi and taken him hostage. Instead, all he got was the realization that the young man's strength and battle experience were greater than his cultivation level suggested. He could not afford to drag out this battle. At any moment, Feng Yuechan and Li Baxian could decide that enough was enough and interfere with this fight. He would be dead if that happened. On top of that, flying weapons weren't all that useful in a melee fight like this, so he determined that wielding two scimitars would allow him to defeat his opponent in the shortest amount of time possible. After the ghost cultivator had regained his weapon, his attack speed shot up drastically. Lu Yi immediately started accruing wounds at a much faster rate. However, to the ghost cultivator's shock, Lu Ye's attack speed and strength actually increased as well. Even the spiritual power on his saber seemed much thicker than normal. It was almost as if he was growing stronger as he accrued more wounds. A dozen or so breaths later, Lu Yi managed to stabilize the battle. He was actually going even against his opponent now. The ghost cultivator simply could not understand how Lu Yi was able to increase his strength and speed in such a short time, but this was just the beginning. Another dozen breaths passed, and he discovered that he was slowly but surely being outsped and outmuscled by Lu Yi. Lu Yi wasn't the only one who got hurt when they clashed blades now. He too was accruing wounds little by little. The Inviolable's blade had turned completely crimson, almost as if it was drowning in blood. In fact, a closer look would reveal that a thin stream of blood was surrounding Lu Yi as well. When the ghost cultivator finally realized this, he exclaimed in surprise, "Blood artifact." A blood artifact was a special spirit artifact that was branded with a glyph of blood sacrifice. If the wielder was hurt, or if the wielder cut themselves to offer up their blood, a blood artifact would devour it and grow more powerful. When the ghost cultivator saw the Inviolable's transformation, he thought that it was a blood artifact. While a blood artifact was incredibly powerful, it also put the wielder at great risk. It was because it would continuously consume the wielder's blood until the fight was over, or the wielder was sucked dry. That was why blood artifacts weren't very popular in the cultivation world. The average cultivator wouldn't use this type of spirit artifact either. If the ghost cultivator noticed that something was wrong with the Inviolable in the middle of a fight, then of course Li Baxian had noticed it as well. His expression turned serious. The reason he encouraged this fight was to earn Lu Yi some battle experience against powerful enemies, but he didn't think his junior brother would go so far as to activate a blood artifact. Shui Yuan was going to bash his head in if his junior brother hurt his own foundation and vitality because of this. It was at this moment Hua Ci spoke up, "Don't worry, Brother Li. It's not a blood artifact." "What is it then?" She explained, "Lu Yi knows a glyph called Bloodrage. It's most likely that." Back at Lady Yun's residence, Lu Yi had told her about his 4 glyphs. Since Wuxia was present at the scene, she knew about them as well. Bloodrage? Li Baxian commented with a frown. He didn't know much about glyphs because he lacked the patience to study them. That was why he had no idea what bloodrage might be. Still, it should be fine as long as it wasn't a blood artifact. The battle continued. Metallic clangs pealed incessantly through the air, and Lu Yi was covered from head to toe in wounds. Strangely, every drop of blood that dripped out of his wounds had transformed into mist that surrounded his person. If Lu Yi were to take off his clothes right now, they would see that a complicated glyph completely made of blood was cycling slowly at the center of his chest. Bloodrage was a glyph that was applied to his body, not his weapon. Not only was he shrouded by a mist of blood, his eyes had turned crimson from bloodrage as well. Lu Yi kept growing in strength and speed as more and more blood turned into mist. He had surpassed his limits a long time ago. The tables had completely turned. The ghost cultivator who utterly dominated Lu Yi at the beginning of the battle could only defend himself now. He didn't even have the time to launch a counterattack. Another moment passed, and Lu Yi finally landed the decisive hit. A blood-curdling scream pierced through the air as his opponent staggered away from him, blood spurting out of his chest like a fountain. When he looked up, the pair of crimson eyes was right in front of him. The young man, completely shrouded in a blood mist, descending upon him with an equally crimson blade. He roared in defiance and raised his own spirit artifacts into a block. There was the sound of blade cutting through flesh and blood, and Lu Yi appeared behind the ghost cultivator as light as a raindrop. He threw off the blood on the inviolable's blade and returned it to its sheath. Behind him, the ghost cultivator stiffened while still maintaining his block. Then he collapsed on the ground and bled a pool of blood underneath him. At the same time, the blood mist surrounding Lu Yi suddenly dispersed into nothing. The young man's knees buckled, but Li Baxian caught him before he could collapse as well. "I'm okay. I'm just out of strength," Lu Yi explained even as his face turned white at a visible rate. He had lost too much blood. For a while, Li Baxian watched him with a complicated expression on his face. Finally, he said, "You pushed yourself a little too hard there, don't you think?" To say he did not expect this outcome would be an understatement. When Lu Yi told him that he could kill an 8th Order cultivator earlier, he had believed it to be the arrogance of youth. He had been prepared to jump in at every point of this fight. But not only did his junior brother make his claim a reality, he had done it all by himself. It was bonkers. This was before mentioning that his opponent was really a heaven-grade 7th Order cultivator, which put him on par with an ordinary 9th Order cultivator even after his cultivation level was suppressed. It was at that moment Li Baxian realized that he had underestimated his junior brother. Chapter 200, Becoming Famous Overnight. In a mountain, Wuxia was kneeling next to Lu Yi and massaging his elbow while he lay flat on top of a big rock. Every once in a while, she would inject refined streams of wood spiritual power deep into his muscles and repair injuries that were invisible to the naked eye. Li Baxian was sitting next to Lu Yi with an awkward expression on his face, while Feng Yuechan was standing guard nearby. She had laid down multiple arrays in the area, so no one should be able to sneak up on them. They had set out at the beginning to look for treasures, but that plan was obviously a no-go now. Lu Yi hadn't just sustained massive injuries during that fight, he was completely exhausted. He was so sore that he did not even have the strength to lift a finger right now. When Lu Yi obtained Bloodrage, he learned that he had gained a new trump card. However, he hadn't had the chance to test it out until today. The glyph was as impressive as he thought it was. It increased his strength via consuming his blood, and the more blood it consumed, the greater the increase. The fact that he had won that battle was a testament to its power. At the beginning, he had been completely outclassed by the ghost cultivator. Not only were his speed and strength considerably greater than Lu Ye's, he could telekinetically control his scimitar as well. However, the gap was gradually closed as Bloodrage worked its magic. He even surpassed his opponent near the end of the battle. Lu Yi had the feeling that that wasn't Bloodrage's limit either. He was sure the boost would be greater if the battle had dragged on a little longer, and Bloodrage had consumed more blood. In the future, as long as the enemy did not possess the strength or skill to kill him in an instant, he should always have the chance to turn the tides eventually. Of course, it wasn't all positive. The price of unleashing power greater than his body could endure was threefold: muscle tears that spanned his whole body, excessive blood loss, and an incredible drain on his spiritual power. Unlike Sharp Edge or Protection, Bloodrage was a glyph that required a continuous upkeep of spiritual power. If he hadn't opened over 80 spiritual points, and if he hadn't saved up plenty of spiritual power before the battle, he would not have been able to use the glyph in battle. It was basically a one-shot deal and a trump card. The moment he used it, the battle could only end in his or his enemy's death. This was after he used the dragon scale to temper his body too. Every time he cultivated in the training chambers, he would insert the dragon scale in the circle of boon to activate its blood chi. He would then devour and refine the blood chi to temper his body. Otherwise, he would have been even more hurt and exhausted than he already was. The good news was he had Wuxia with him. While enjoying her treatment, he produced his jerkies and gobbled them down like a starving man. In fact, he felt hungry enough to devour a cow after that battle. It wasn't until he had stuffed himself to the brim that his complexion finally looked a bit rosier. Half a day flew by like that before Lu Yi gingerly rose to his feet. Weakness still gripped his body, but it was no longer incapacitating. Now that he was aware of the repercussions of Bloodrage, he resolved to use it only if it was his last resort. Li Baxian asked concerned, "How are you feeling?" "I feel great. Thank you, senior brother." Lu Yi replied sincerely. If it wasn't for Li Baxian, he would not have had the opportunity to fight against such a formidable foe. That battle was so enriching that he was even tempted to prod his senior brother to seek out a couple more thousand Demon Ridge cultivators that fit the bill. He wasn't insane though. He knew he wasn't fully recovered even after Wuxia's treatment, so he pushed away the impulse. "If you're feeling fine now, would you like to follow me and see something good?" "Sure." The quartet set off immediately after that. The suppression on Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan's cultivation lifted little by little as they traveled toward the inner circle. A dozen or so kilometers later, Li Baxian still hadn't returned to peak strength, but he was now capable of flight via telekinetically controlled artifacts. He tossed out his calabash and channeled his spiritual power. After the spirit artifact had grown to the size of a truck, he and Feng Yuechan leaped onto it one after another. Wuxia went third on her wolf golem, and Lu Yi went last. She pulled him up when he nearly failed the jump because of his weakened state. "Rise!" Li Baxian commanded after they were all ready. The calabash took to the sky and flew toward the horizon at high speed. Their travel speed improved drastically after that. In fact, they were moving faster by the second because the suppression on Li Baxian's cultivation continuously weakened as they flew deeper into the inner circle. An incense stick later, they arrived at a crowded spot. Looking from above, it looked as if every Grand Sky Coalition cultivator had gathered at this place. The debris and damage also made it clear that a terrible battle had been fought at this location. Li Baxian's calabash spirit artifact was iconic. It drew the eyes of many the second it appeared on the horizon. Someone pointed at it and said smilingly, "Brother Li and Sister Feng are finally here. Thousand Demon Ridge should finally give up." After the calabash landed, a lot of people snapped out of their meditation to greet them. Li Baxian jumped off his spirit artifact, looked at the massive tree the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators seemed to be guarding and asked, "What is the situation?" A burly body-tempering cultivator replied, "Thousand Demon Ridge wasn't quite willing to give up on this location and launched a couple of frontal attacks. However, they wised up after we repelled them a couple of times. Now that you are here, I doubt they'll even show their faces anymore." Li Baxian nodded and greeted the rest of them. On the other side, a lot of low-level cultivators were also making small talk with Wuxia and Lu Yi. During the time they had fought alongside each other, Wuxia had saved many lives and healed even more. There was practically no one who didn't like the Prolgate, not to mention that she was a beautiful and elegant woman in her own right. Not only that, during the final large-scale battle against Thousand Demon Ridge, it was Lu Yi and Hua Ci who risked their lives flying into the enemy's formation and activating the traps they had left behind. It allowed the Grand Sky Coalition to turn what should have been a costly victory at best into a crushing one. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the two of them were the reason Grand Sky Coalition was able to overcome the enemy's ploy and rewrite their fate in this battle royale of the Legates. These two must be brother Yi and sister Hua Ci. The body-tempering cultivators speaking to Li Baxian suddenly looked at them. Smiling, Li Baxian patted Lu Yi on the shoulder and introduced the body-tempering cultivator. This is brother Meng Si. He is the legate of the righteous sect and a heaven-grade 9th order cultivator. He is ranked 18th on the roll of supremacy. Lu Yi and Hua Ci hurriedly saluted Meng Si. Lu Yi had heard of the righteous sect a long time ago. It was a first-tier sect in Bingzhou, and their deputy sect master was none other than the deputy coalition leader of Grand Sky Coalition, Pang Zhen. The deputy coalition leader was responsible for everything big or small within the cultivation world of Bingzhou. Meng Si nodded in acknowledgement. As expected of the prodigies of distinguished pedigree, your contributions in this battle royale of the Legates are second to none. On behalf of the cultivation world of Bingzhou, I would like to thank you for everything that you've done for us. Then he surprised them both by giving them a solemn bow. Behind them, all heaven-grade 8th and 9th order cultivators from Bingzhou followed his example as well. While Lu Yi and Hua Ci were panicking and wondering how they should handle a situation like this, another cultivator walked up to them and said, "On behalf of the cultivation world of Bingzhou, I would like to thank brother Yi and sister Hua Ci of the Crimson Blood Sect for your service as well." Someone else said, "The cultivation world of Yunzhou thanks brother Yi and sister Hua Ci of the Crimson Blood Sect for your service." The cultivation world of Leizhou thanks brother Yi and sister Hua Ci of the Crimson Blood Sect for your service. The cultivation world of Wuzhou. Group after group, cultivators bent and raised their backs like swaying grass. Lu Yi and Hua Ci exchanged a glance with each other before returning the salutations with a solemn face as well. As Li Baxian watched on from the side, he knew that his junior brother and junior sister would be known throughout the cultivation worlds after this. This was different from the Battle of the Golden Tip. Back then, the sects of Grand Sky Coalition had come together to protect Lu Yi in remembrance of the Crimson Blood Sect's past achievements. It was the good karma of the Crimson Blood Sect paying dividends, so to speak. This time, though, their merits were wholly their own. Lu Yi and Hua Ci had brought honor and glory to the sect via their own strength. Li Baxian could not help but recall a blurry yet imposing figure from a long, long time ago. Are you seeing this, brother Feng? The Crimson Blood Sect might have waned, but it looks like it isn't going to disappear into the annals of history after all. Decades after your passing, a new hope has picked up our banner and waved it in the skies of Grand Sky Coalition once more. Do pay our outpost a visit when you enter the core circle to train in the future, okay? We would very much like to have you as a guest, Meng Si said after the salutations were finally over. The auspicious Cloud Palace welcomes you as well. Everyone else extended their invitations to Lu Yi and Hua Ci as well. Lu Yi had zero reason to turn this down, of course. He was a 6th order, so he could still linger in the outer circle for some time. When he reached the 7th order, though, he would have to consider entering the inner circle. The day he reached the 9th order and replaced his cultivation discipline with a heaven grade 1 would be the day he entered the core circle. Thanks to the favors he had earned in this battle royale of the Legates, he now had a lot more options than before. A long while later, the crowd finally dispersed and went back to their own businesses. Freed from their attention, Lu Yi looked to Li Baxian and voiced a question he had been harboring for some time. What is this tree, senior brother? Its fruits smell incredible. He had noticed the unusual tree practically the moment the calabash had landed. The fruit tree had 9 fruits in total, And each fruit was so fragrant that they could be smelled from as far as 5 kilometers away. Lu Yi was well aware that the Chess Sea harbored plenty of natural treasures. Some were even unique to the battlefield and could not be found in Jianghu or the Spirit Creek battlefield. Unfortunately, he hadn't encountered anything special since he came here, most likely because the good stuff had already been claimed by the other cultivators. That was until he encountered this fruit tree. Whatever it was clearly some sort of treasure. The fruit of this tree is called a mystic fruit, Li Baxian explained. It's an incredible treasure. Feng Yuechan added, mystic fruits are incredibly rare not only because they can only be found in the Chess Sea, but also because they don't appear every time the Chess Sea is open to Jianghu. For example, there were no mystic fruit trees during the last battle royale where the Chess Sea was chosen as the battlefield. The mystic fruit is special for a number of reasons. For one, it possesses incredible recovery abilities. Take your senior brother for example. If he ran out of spiritual power, and he took a single bite from the mystic fruit, he could probably replenish all of his energy in one go. That's amazing, Lu Yi exclaimed. Li Baxian might be a heaven-grade 8th order cultivator only, but that was because one part of his spiritual points was destroyed. He had unlocked the rest of his spiritual points a long time ago, so in terms of energy storage he was no different from a heaven-grade 9th order cultivator. If even a champion like Li Baxian could regain his spiritual power completely in one bite, a 6th order cultivator like him could probably achieve the same outcome just by nibbling at its skin. The recovery rate of one's spiritual power was key when battling against a powerful opponent. If both sides had run out of energy, and one of them suddenly took a bite from the mystic fruit, their opponent would probably drop dead from sheer despair. The mystic fruit was without a doubt an absolute lifesaver. Li Baxian added, that said, the true value of the fruit lies not with its flesh, but its seed. Chapter 201, Well-Deserved. What do you mean? Lu Yi humbly asked. The effects of a mystic fruit's seed aren't fixed. For example, there was a sect in Jianghu who used a seed and was connected to a small, unknown realm that contained a top-quality spirit vein covered in high-grade and top-grade spirit stones. I don't need to tell you how valuable that was. There was also a seed that put the user under a strange cultivation state that allowed them to learn anything at twice the normal rate. Some seeds were so valuable that they could be sold to the Vault of Providence for 100,000 contribution points at least. Lu Yi was stunned to hear this as a matter of course. How much Flame of Earthen Spirits could he purchase if he had 100,000 contribution points? This was the lowest number too. Assuming that the seed was that valuable, it should always sell for higher than 100,000 contribution points. There were also seeds that could be used as the core of certain arrays and multiply their strength by several-fold. There's a second-tier sect at the core circle that was lucky enough to obtain this seed and propel their array to the strongest in the entire Spirit Creek battlefield. Not even the arrays of first-tier sects were a match for them. Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan took turns to tell Lu Yi all about the incredibly varied and mysterious effects of the seed of the mystic fruit. He thought that a treasure that could only be found on the Chess Sea would be pretty special, but it was still quite the eye-opening lesson. Previously, Thousand Demon Ridge had occupied this place. If Lu Yi and Hua Si hadn't participated in this battle royale, it was likely that Grand Sky Coalition would not be able to claim even a single mystic fruit for themselves. However, not only did the low-level cultivators foil Thousand Demon Ridge's ploy in spectacular fashion, the champions of the core circle had mustered their forces and swept through the entire continent in dominant fashion, killing countless and chasing out the enemy forces entrenched around the mystic fruit tree completely. Thousand Demon Ridge was extremely unhappy with the fact that their treasure was stolen right before their plan could come to fruition as a matter of course. They tried attacking this position a couple of times, but Grand Sky Coalition drastically outnumbered Thousand Demon Ridge in both high-level cultivators and low-level cultivators right now. There was just no way they could succeed. All they managed to do was lessen their own numbers. Now that Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan were here as well, the chances they would launch any more attacks were next to nothing. That meant that their last few days on the Chess Sea should be quite peaceful. Grand Sky Coalition was going to stay here until the mystic fruits were fully ripe, and Thousand Demon Ridge could only seethe with hatred and envy from the sidelines. On a side note, the mystic fruits were definitely going to ripen before the Battle Royale was over, so no one was worried that their passive waiting during their last few days on the Chess Sea was for nothing. I count only 9 mystic fruits though. How on earth are we going to share it? Lu Yi voiced his doubts. The mystic fruits were valuable enough that anyone would like to get their hands on them. While low-level cultivators weren't a factor in this, they did not have the power, wealth, or influence to compete for the fruits. The high-level cultivators were a different story. They couldn't settle this with a might-makes-right approach. Any infighting, even a friendly one, would only give Thousand Demon Ridge the chance to steal the mystic fruits from under their nose. Situations like this are usually resolved via bidding, Li Baxian answered without hesitation. He had clearly experienced such a scenario many times in the past. The legates would bid on behalf of their sects, and the treasure would go to the highest bidder. The proceeds would be split equally among the sects present at the scene. That's pretty fair, Lu Yi said with a nod. The method ensured that even the sects who lacked the wealth to bid for the treasure would be able to get something out of this. Time passed quickly. There were many Grand Sky Coalition cultivators who were focused on healing and recovering from their ordeal, but even more were gathering in groups to talk about various matters. Generally speaking, legates and prolgates from different sects rarely had the opportunity to socialize with one another. The Battle Royale of the Legates was one such opportunity because it was participated by nearly every sect with an outpost on the Spirit Creek battlefield. This was their chance to meet up with the other sects and to negotiate deals and even form alliances. Of course, alliances created in this manner were limited to the Spirit Creek battlefield only. If 2 sects wished to form a true alliance, the responsibility would fall on the sect masters as a matter of course. Lu Yi and Hua Xi were tending to a huge group right now. A lot of familiar faces had paid them a visit for various reasons. Right now, Lu Yi was toying with a small golem, a ball that was embedded with a pair of small wings for flight and a pair of polished gems for sight, while Lu Yushan explained the principles behind it. Strictly speaking, the golem wasn't very useful. It could be used to scout out certain dangerous locations, but that was it. You are more than welcome to visit Thousand Gear Pavilion if you are interested to learn more, Brother Yi, Lu Yushan said warmly. They were close enough to be friends at this point, and Thousand Gear Pavilion had never cared to keep their knowledge to themselves, especially because golem making wasn't very popular at all. They were such a small faction that every sect master to date had made it their lifelong mission to expand their sect. This was why Thousand Gear Pavilion opened their doors to any Grand Sky Coalition cultivator who were interested in learning their ways, and why they possessed some of the biggest social networks in the entire Jianghu despite being an 8th-tier sect only. There were countless sects who shared some sort of covenant agreement with them. Unfortunately, golem making was an art that required an incredible amount of talent. Despite generations of hard work, there were still very few golem masters in Jianghu, especially among high-level cultivators. The biggest reason for this was that golem masters relied too much on external force to win their battles. Below a certain level, a golem master could unleash power far beyond their cultivation level by creating and using all kinds of miraculous tools. However, it also meant that time that could be spent on cultivating their strength were wasted on creating these tools instead. Thousand Gear Pavilion was well aware of their major flaw, but it was one that was fundamentally impossible to fix. A golem master was destined to spend most of their time creating mechanical tools that fit their purposes, which meant that their cultivation rate could never catch up to that of a pure cultivator. On a related note, the beast-taming cultivation faction was in the same boat as the golem masters. They too were unable to popularize their ways for similar reasons. As a clique that mainly focused on beast taming, a chosen beast was paired together with their cultivators from a young age. Their cultivators would live, eat, and sleep with their chosen beast like they were their lifelong partner. Of course, Neither the Golem Masters nor the Beast Tamers were easy foes just because they were a small clique. They were quite capable of defeating stronger foes because their strength came not just from themselves, but also their golems and chosen beasts. To measure their strength by their cultivation level alone would be incredibly foolish. Brother Lu. Lu Yi suddenly remembered something. Does the Thousand Gear Pavilion have super large golems that a cultivator can control to combat bigger enemies? And I don't mean a beast golem, I mean a humanoid one. In fact, a humanoid one would be best. You mean an armor golem? Lu Ye's interest was piqued immediately. So, it's actually a thing. Yep. It is beyond my current abilities though. I'd have to cultivate more before I can build one. Lu Yushan smiled. I can make one for you when I reach that level. Oh, thank you in advance then, Brother Lu. Lu Yi could not help but look forward to it. An armor golem. I don't know if it's the same as what I imagined, but it can only be a good thing. This battle royale of the Legates had been an eye-opener in every way. The more he learned, the more he discovered that the cultivation world was unfathomable. It was a lively gathering, but they didn't let down their guard. There were plenty of ghost cultivators standing guard about 5 kilometers away from the mystic fruit tree in case Thousand Demon Ridge decided to launch a sneak attack. Although it was an unlikely possibility, that was no reason to let their guard down. At some point, the scent of the mystic fruits vanished without warning. All the cultivators who noticed this immediately looked at the mystic fruit tree. As expected, the 9 blue fruits had ripened completely. At the same time, the barrier surrounding it had vanished as well. Speaking of which, the main reason Thousand Demon Ridge hadn't destroyed the mystic fruit tree when they were pushed out from this location was because it was protected by an invisible barrier, one that would not disappear until the tree had fully ripened. Thanks to it, no one could even get close to the tree, much less destroy the mystic fruit tree. Otherwise, Thousand Demon Ridge would 1000% have destroyed the mystic fruit tree already. After all, why leave something beneficial to the enemy if you had the option to destroy it? It wasn't long before everyone was staring at the mystic fruits with greed. Although it was impossible to predict the effects of a seed, few had ever caused disappointment. Worst-case scenario, they could sell it to the Vault of Providence and earn 100,000 contribution points. In that sense, every mystic fruit was beyond invaluable. Everyone was staring at the mystic fruits, but no one made a move to grab them as a matter of course. Anyone who tried would be a smear of blood in less than a second. Fellow Cultivator Li, if you may? Someone spoke up suddenly, and everyone's eyes were drawn to Li Baxien for a moment. The sword cultivator smiled politely before clasping his hands together and bowing respectfully in every direction. Thank you for your trust in me, everyone. Then, without further ado, he leaped into the air and stayed there for a bit. He looked like he was trying to choose the best fruit, though it was impossible to tell if there was even a difference at all. A short while later, he plucked a mystic fruit from its branch, produced a wooden box, and stored it safely. He then flew up to Lu Yi and passed him the box. This is for you. Both of you. Lu Yi looked like he couldn't believe that Li Baxien was giving him such a valuable gift, so the sword cultivator explained. As the others had mentioned earlier, Sister Huasi's and your contributions in this battle royale are unparalleled. Rather than just thanking you verbally, we unanimously agreed gifting you a mystic fruit would be a much better compensation. Meng Si also nodded and said, it is what the Crimson Blood Sect deserves. Please accept it. Lu Yi looked around him and found only smiles and approving gazes. It was a sudden boon that Lu Yi hadn't expected at all. Of course he would like to have a mystic fruit, but as his senior brother had mentioned earlier, the ownership of the fruits were going to be determined via bidding. They were supposed to go to the highest bidder. The Crimson Blood Sect was, to put it mildly, in a bad state right now. Besides a couple of fish, shrimps and spirit peaks, they had absolutely nothing at all. He had believed that they were out of this auction before it even began. He was just wondering how much they were going to get in proceeds when the auction was over when Li Baxien suddenly announced the pleasant surprise. That said, it was a deserving reward for the two people who were the turning point of their victory. Without the core of cultivators they had formed during the first half of the Battle Royale, they would not have what they had today. When then Chess Islands had completed the final merging, their high-level cultivators had been busy running away from Thousand Demon Ridge, and even Li Baxien and his group of dozens had to escape to Lu Ye's group to survive, much less everyone else. It was the low-level cultivators' battles in the outer ring that extinguished the rising morale of Thousand Demon Ridge and turned the tides completely. A verbal thanks wasn't nearly enough to make up for what they had done for all of them. The only proper compensation there was a mystic fruit. As Meng Si said, it was what they deserved. Chapter 202, Return. Lu Yi could not find it in himself to turn down such a valuable treasure, so he accepted the wooden box from Li Baxien, passed it to Hua Si and clasped his hands together. Thank you everyone for your love and generosity. The two of us will engrave this kindness in our hearts. Li Baxien smiled. Since you have a mystic fruit, you won't be getting the proceeds of the auction. Do you understand this? Of course. It's only right. The mystic fruit alone was worth the trip. To desire the proceeds that were supposed to be split among those who could not obtain a mystic fruit as well would be insensitive to the extreme. Li Baxien looked at everyone and asked, I will be conducting this auction. Is everyone okay with this? The answer was a resounding yes, and not just because they had decided this beforehand. Some of the legates and prolgates present were older and more prestigious than Li Baxien, but none of them could compare to him in strength, much less the younger ones. He was ranked 10th on the roll of supremacy, and he had fought Yan Xing, the first runner-up, to a standstill. The only cultivator present who could give him a run for his money was Feng Yuechan, and everyone knew she was deeply in love with him. There was no way she was going to undermine his authority. Without further ado, Li Baxien started the auction immediately. In that case, let us begin the auction for the first mystic fruit. Bidders, you may make your bid now. A smiling Feng Yuechan called out faster than anyone else. The devoted ones bid 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. The bid was immediately challenged. Sky Origin Clan bids 13,000 high-grade spirit stones. Green Void Palace offers 10,000 high-grade spirit stones and 5 kilograms of aquamarine heaven divine steel. The place became as boisterous as a market for a time. Practically everyone who bid for the mystic fruits were big sects originating from the core circle. Both their wealth and foundation were much greater than the sects residing in the inner circle and the outer circle. The foundation of a sect especially wasn't something that could be built up by just 1 or 2 generations of people. It took the continuous effort of countless generations for the most successful sects to surpass their competitors and become first, second, or third-tier sections. No one was born powerful after all. Everyone had to start somewhere and toil ceaselessly to get to where they were. Most of the bids consisted of high-grade spirit stones, and sometimes they would throw in some unique natural treasures to increase the value of their bid. There were many names that Lu Yi hadn't heard before, much less known their function. Then again, he hadn't seen a high-grade spirit stone before either. All the spirit stones he had obtained until now were classified as low-grade. From what he heard, there were low-grade spirit stones, mid-grade spirit stones, high-grade spirit stones, and finally top-grade spirit stones. The competition for the mystic fruits was fierce yet peaceful. The first mystic fruit was won by a big sect hailing from Wuzhou. After Li Baxien had announced the result, the legate of the sect saluted in all directions and gave everyone his thanks. Then, he flew up to the mystic fruit tree and searched for the best one just like Li Baxien before putting it inside a container. He was out of the auction after that. The auction lasted 2 hours in total. Near the end, the legates had ramped up the bids to levels he could scarcely imagine. When all was said and done, there were 8 happy winners and countless more not too unhappy losers. After all, the effects of a mystic fruit were random. No one knew if the mystic fruit someone got was worth the price until they determined its exact effects. In fact, the only clear winner here was the Crimson Blood Sect. They were the only ones who obtained a mystic fruit without having to pay a single spirit stone. The legates were only representing their sects, so of course they couldn't pay the bid price immediately. It would have to wait until they returned to the Spirit Creek battlefield and Jianghu and reported back to their sections. Their sects would then gather the resources that were promised and distribute them to all relevant parties. Grand Sky Coalition would be overseeing this matter because they had people that specifically dealt with this type of matter. After all, the proceeds of the auction had to be distributed not just to the sects of the surviving legates, but also those who had perished in combat as well. Of course, what was a massive sum of resources would be a pittance after it was split evenly between all the sects, but it was still better than nothing. You should give the mystic fruit to Shui Yuan when you head back, junior brother. She will process the flesh for you, Li Baxian advised Lu. Got it. The sword cultivator then patted him on the shoulder and said, "You're growing quickly, but make sure it did not come at the expense of your skills, okay? You need time to grow into your power." Yeah. Some time later, rumbles came from every direction, and the entire continent was shaking like an earthquake. The massive continent was splitting up into chess islands once more, meaning that the battle royale of the legates had finally come to an end. Lu Ye's surroundings were distorting and blurring all around him. It was as if they were overlapping with another space. "Take care, brother Li, sister Feng." Lu Yi bid the two cultivators goodbye formally. Beside him, Hua Si also bowed respectfully to her seniors. "Take care." Li Baxian nodded back. People were bidding each other goodbye everywhere. Lu Yi turned around and saw Lan Yudi, Gao Tai, Lu Yushan and his junior sister. He bid them goodbye as well. The spatial distortion worsened, and before Lu Yi and Hao Si knew it, they were standing in the outpost's Sanctum of Providence once more. The Grand Sky Coalition cultivators surrounding him just a moment ago were nowhere to be seen. Hua Si's wolf golem was still with her though, and thank the heavens for that. It would be a shame to lose all the storage bags it was carrying. Lu Yi and Hua Si exchanged a smile with each other. The battle royal had lasted a month, and what a month it had been. It would go down as one of the most memorable experiences of their lives. "You're finally back." A voice came from outside the sanctum. Lu Yi turned toward the source of the voice and saw it was Qinyu. He told Hua Si, "Head back to the sect first and inform the sect master and sister Shui about our safe return. I'll be right behind you." Hua Si responded simply before teleporting back to the sect using the Divine Opportunity column. Lu Yi then stepped out of the Sanctum of Providence and sat down on a chair. While relaxing, he asked, "Why were you standing outside? I thought you were a crook for a second, you know?" That was what he said, but the outpost was the safest place on the entire Spirit Creek battlefield. It wasn't until now that Lu Yi finally relaxed completely. Chen Yu hurriedly answered, "We independent cultivators are already infinitely grateful that the Crimson Blood sect would allow us to use their outpost. How could I test that generosity by invading a key location such as the Sanctum of Providence?" Speaking of which, the independent cultivators they had gathered so far were of good character, or rather, they were all wise enough not to give in to stupidity under Chen Yu's management. The outpost might have been semi-abandoned for decades, but no independent cultivator had ever dared to take it over. "So, why do you want to speak with me?" Lu Yi asked while cracking his neck. They had interacted with each other a couple times now, so they were past the point where they were strangers. Lu Yi had even asked Chen Yu to buy spirit pills for him some time ago. Chen Yu responded with a question of his own. "I heard that the Crimson Blood sect is recruiting new disciples again. Is that true?" Lu Yi shot him a glance. "You're pretty quick on the uptake." Shui Yuan had in fact mentioned this before. In the past, the Crimson Blood sect could not recruit disciples and was basically pending their name to be struck off the list. After Lu Yi and the Rogue Wanderers clubs had joined the sect though, his senior sister saw no reason to hold back any longer. As a legate, Lu Yi possessed the right to recruit disciples from the Spirit Creek battlefield, initiates to be exact. The initiates must go through a period of examination first before they were allowed to become official disciples. Also, Shui Yuan had told him to absorb as many independent cultivators as he could because many of them were looking to become an associate of Crimson Blood Sect. Their participation would help the sect's development and ensure he wasn't alone if new crises were to befall the sect. Previously, Lu Yi had no time to consider this because he was preparing for the battle royal of the Legates. He did not think that the news would spread before he even began to handle it. On second thought, it was probably Kong Niu or Ruan Lingyu who leaked the news, Ruan Lingyu most likely because the girl loved to visit the bazaar. So it's true, Chen Yu exclaimed in pleasant surprise. You seem pretty happy about this. Are you planning to join the Crimson Blood Sect yourself? Lu Yi asked. Oh yes. I do hope I'm qualified for this opportunity. You're a 7th Order cultivator though. It shouldn't be hard for you to join a good sect, so why wait for the Crimson Blood Sect? Chen Yu let out a bitter chuckle. Big sects prefer to recruit non-cultivators with potential than semi-accomplished cultivators like me because it's the best way to cultivate loyalty and a sense of belonging in their disciples. Also, I wouldn't be valued as highly if I were to join any other sect. 7th Order cultivators are a spirit stone a dozen in any sect, you know. That was the truth. Even a 9th-tier sect in the outer circle owned a lot of 7th or 8th Order cultivators. They just weren't seen often because they were all training in the inner circle. While Chen Yu was qualified to be the legate of a 9th-tier sect, who in the world would dare to entrust such an important position to a new recruit? This reminded Lu Yi of Dong Shuyi. The man used to be the legate of the 9-star clan until he joined another faction and became the personal bodyguard of a hedonistic young master instead. It was the epitome of a fall from grace. I have been here since I was a 2nd Order cultivator, and I've developed an attachment to this place. It's not just me either, there are a lot of independent cultivators living in the area who share the same story. We independent cultivators usually have no one to rely on but ourselves, but here in the outpost we are able to meet up and form a community of some sort. Even if the Crimson Blood Sect had never intended for this to happen, it did not change the fact that you had given us a shelter. It was because the Crimson Blood Sect's outpost was guarded by Grey. The enemy would have to be crazy or extremely confident to provoke the beast. If it's not too presumptuous, may I suggest that the Crimson Blood Sect considers us independent cultivators during the recruitment? What we lack in talent, we make up for with our loyalty and sense of belonging. It's just that we have never dared to call ourselves disciples of the Crimson Blood Sect, Chen Yu said sincerely. Is this your personal opinion? The independent cultivator shook his head. It's not just me. There are many others who think the same. I'm just the one they chose to carry the word. While propping up his chin with one hand and tapping his knee with the other, Lu Yi said in a relaxed voice, You are aware that the Crimson Blood Sect is not your average 9th-tier sect, right? You'll face far more dangers than normal. You should have heard what happened to me at the Golden Tip. Chen Yu replied, What is cultivation if not a journey full of dangers? It's not like remaining independent is going to improve our safety either. Would a 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivator let us go just because we're independent? Of course not. As for your magnificent battle at the Golden Tip, of course we've heard about it, and we all admire you for what you've done. While we are incapable of replicating the feat, we swear to defend the Crimson Blood Sect's honor to the last if you would accept us. Chapter 203, Congratulations from all parties. In front of the Sanctum of Providence, Lu Yi thought for a moment before replying, I'll speak to the sect master about this. I'll inform you once I have something concrete. He did not give Chen Yu an immediate response. No problem. Thank you for your trouble. After Chen Yu had left, Lu Yi was going to tally his rewards when suddenly, he received a message from his battlefield imprint. It was Shui Yuan. Lunch is ready. Come back soon. The delicious food his senior sister cooked flashing across his mind, he decided that the tallying could wait and stood up. He then walked back to the Divine Opportunity column and teleported back to the sect. His senior sister had most likely prepared the food ahead of time. She was just waiting for Lu Yi and Hua Si to come home. First things first, Lu Yi went to visit the sect master. Although Hua Si had informed him that both her and Lu Yi had emerged from the battle royale of the Legates safe and sound, the sect master still took a moment to inspect Lu Yi and confirm that he was indeed unharmed. Finally, he nodded and said, "Go. Your senior sister has prepared a lot of delicious food for you too." He did not ask Lu Yi how he did in the battle royale of the Legates. He was an old man, and all he wanted was for his few remaining disciples to return home unharmed. Nothing else mattered. Yes. With that done, Lu Yi quickly joined his fellow disciples at the dining table. It wasn't long before the place was filled with the sounds of eating, cheer, and gusto. Outside the door, Amber stared at the wolf golem Hua Si had brought back up and down before dropping it to the ground. It grunted in satisfaction after it planted a couple of footprints on the mechanical creation. Meanwhile, Tang Yifeng was meditating in his bedroom when suddenly, he opened his eyes and checked his battlefield imprint. It was Pangjin sending him a message that didn't seem to make any sense. The Crimson Blood Sect has recruited a pair of great disciples, Elder Tang. The message did not explain why Pangjin thought this, but since it came right after the battle royale of the Legates, did that mean that Lu Yi and Hua Si had performed well during the battle royale? He was just about to shoot back a reply when he received another message. This time, it came from the old fox presiding over the devoted ones. "When is the Crimson Blood Sect dissolving? This is my reservation for your two disciples, Lu Yi and Hua Si for when it happens." "Fuck off." Tang Yifeng shot back without hesitation. This was just the beginning. For the next hour or so, he would continuously receive messages from nearly every sect master in Jianghu, and a lot of them came from major sects too. There were so many that even he was unable to look through and reply to all of them. The torrent of messages eventually slowed down to a stream, but he was still receiving new messages after half a day had passed. From what he could tell, most of the messages could be broken down into 3 categories: congratulations, thank yous on behalf of their disciples, and requests to form an alliance with the Crimson Blood Sect. To say that he was both baffled and bewildered would be an understatement. The only thing he knew for certain was that his disciples had achieved something big during the battle royale, something so incredible that it affected not just a sect or two, but the entire Grand Sky Coalition, though he still had no idea what it was. Tang Yifeng shot a message to Pangjin's battlefield imprint. "What's going on?" Pangjin replied quickly, "Why are you asking me? Haven't you heard it from your disciples already? Or are they still away from the sect for some reason?" "No, they've already come home." "Then ask them yourself. The kids are enjoying lunch right now. I don't want to disturb them." "Just tell me already." And so Pangjin told him everything that had happened during the battle royale of the Legates. Tang Yifeng was speechless for a long, long time after Pangjin was done. Then he burst out laughing. He never imagined that Lu Yi and Hua Si, 2 sixth-order cultivators, would be able to achieve so much in the chess sea. He had only intended for them to accrue some experience and broaden their horizons, but instead they saved the future of Grand Sky Coalition for decades to come. It was a once-in-a-century achievement that only his first disciple's battle from 40 years ago could compare. Unfortunately, his first disciple ultimately fell from grace and even dragged the sect down with him. Just a day ago, they were still treated as the sinner who had single-handedly lost the Grand Sky Coalition its golden age. Decades after that fateful day, the disciples of Crimson Blood Sect had saved the Grand Sky Coalition from a bleak future. Hopefully, this was enough to wash off at least some of their past sins. It was the best news Tang Yifeng had heard since forever. "By the way, I've given the order to suppress all information regarding their involvement in the Battle Royale. We'll keep Thousand Demon Ridge's eyes away from the Crimson Blood Sect for as long as possible." Pangjin sent another message. "Thank you," Tang Yifeng replied. "You're welcome. It's only right for me to protect the young just like you protected us back then." After that, Tang Yifeng focused on responding to all the messages he received until now. Only then did he leave his bedroom and visit the canteen. At the canteen, the Crimson Blood Sect disciples were still gorging themselves on Shui Yuan's food when suddenly, the sect master appeared at the entrance. They hurriedly stopped what they were doing and rose to their feet. Tang Yifeng waved them down and said smilingly, "At ease." Then he looked at Shui Yuan and said, "I feel like cooking today. Can you prepare some food ingredients for me?" "Thank you." He then went straight to the kitchen. For a few seconds, the gang simply exchanged incredulous looks with each other. Then, Lu Yi asked Shui Yuan, "The sect master can cook?" Shui Yuan giggled. "Of course he can. He's the one who taught me how to cook." She then followed the sect master into the kitchen. One thing puzzled her, however. The old man looked unusually happy today. Did he finally make things right with Lady Yun and spend a jolly night with her last night? Or was it something else? When lunch was finally over, everyone's belly was bulging to a certain degree. He even poked at Ruan Lingyu's round tummy until the girl yelled for her to stop. No one expected their sect master, a divine ocean realm master of all people, to possess such excellent cooking skills. After a most satisfying meal, Lu Yi bid everyone goodbye before heading straight into his room. He fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. He and Hua Si had barely had any time to properly rest after they entered the chess sea. As a result, they were worn down to the bone even though they were cultivators. He didn't know how long he slept, but his nose felt ticklish all of a sudden. He blearily opened his eyes and found Yi poking his nose with his own hair. He slowly sat up with a dazed expression on his face. Yi brought him a bowl of fresh water and wet a towel. "Wake up, sleepyhead. You've been asleep for almost a whole day and night." Lu Yi didn't respond to her, so she slapped the towel right across his face and scrubbed away at full force. "I'm awake. I'm awake," Lu Yi said as the cold water finally pulled him out of his sleep haze. He grabbed the towel and climbed off his bed. "How was the sect while Hua Si and I were gone?" Lu Yi asked while freshening himself. Yi hummed a small tune while standing next to him with her hands placed behind her back. "Pretty good. It's less lively without you and Sister Hua Si, but that's it." The girl was enjoying the time of her life right now. It was to the point where she thought of her first meeting with Lu Yi as a meeting of destiny. If she and Amber hadn't encountered Lu Yi, there was a high chance they would have been captured by cultivators who were stronger than them eventually. She dared not to think what would have happened then. While her adventure with Lu Yi was hardly peaceful, she was now a Crimson Blood Sect disciple with loving elders like the Sect Master and Shui Yuan, and playmates like Lingyu. If this wasn't the best time of her life, she didn't know what was. After Lu Yi had put away the towel, he suddenly turned toward Yi and watched her carefully. "What's wrong?" Yi asked in puzzlement. Instead of answering, Lu Yi gave her cheeks a pinch. "What are you doing?" Yi asked again in an unclear voice. "You're starting to feel more and more like a real person," Lu Yi commented in astonishment. "Also, is it just me, or are you getting fat?" Yi pulled away in panic. "What? I'm not fat. Stop making fun of me," exclaimed the girl before touching her own face uncertainly. "No, I'm serious. You're not just fatter, you're bigger as well," Lu Yi said seriously. "I had no idea that ghosts could grow up. How very interesting." Yi turned tomato red when she caught his meaning. "Where are you looking at? Is it because of Amber?" Lu Yi ignored her and mused to himself. Not only was Amber much stronger compared to the last time he saw it, it had asked him for the dragon scale immediately after they were reunited. Lu Yi had no reason to turn it down, of course. Just like the previous time, the tiger had collapsed immediately after inhaling a whiff of blood chi from the dragon scale. It kind of reminded him of a junkie, to be honest. "I'm telling Sister Hua Si about this, you pervert." Yi stomped her foot and ran out of the room. Lu Yi stepped out of his room feeling fully refreshed. However, he ran into Ruan Lingyu almost immediately. For some reason, the young girl was giving him the evil eye and even standing in his path. She then put her hands on her waist, stomped her foot and let out a loud humph. It was probably a protest against him bullying her best friend. Have you finished your cultivation quota for the day? Lu Yi looked down on her. Wan Lingyu immediately deflated. No, I haven't started yet. Then what are you doing here? Get cultivating already. Why yes. The girl hurriedly ran toward the sanctum of Providence with an aggrieved look on her face. Senior sister, Lu Yi greeted when Shui Yuan walked up to him. His senior sister passed him a familiar-looking wooden box and said, I'm still processing the flesh of the mystic fruit, but the seed is ready to be used, so take it. I don't know about its effects yet. You'll have to inject your spiritual power into it and find out for yourself. He wondered why his senior sister didn't just investigate the seed's effects herself when she explained, some seeds only recognize one master, and it's usually on a first-come first-served basis. That's why you need to do this yourself. The flesh of a mystic fruit possessed incredible recovery effects, but it would be a waste to consume it as it was. That was why Li Baxin had advised him to give it to Shui Yuan. Shui Yuan was a medicine cultivator and a pill cultivator. She was the best candidate in the sect to process the mystic fruit's flesh. On a side note, it was quite the interesting coincidence that 2 of the 6 disciples of the Crimson Blood sect were medicine cultivators. Every other sect had the least percentage of medicine cultivators. Lu Yi accepted the box with gratitude and opened it right away. He discovered that it was holding what seemed like a blue gem. In fact, he absolutely could have confused it with a sapphire if he hadn't known that this was the seed of the mystic fruit. Just in case, he looked at Shui Yuan for confirmation. His senior sister nodded affirmatively and said, You are looking at the seed of the mystic fruit. Lu Yi hid a sigh. He should have known that common sense, even the common sense of a cultivation world, did not apply to the mystic fruits. Would you like to give it a go now? Shui Yuan asked. She wanted to know about the effects of the seed just as much as him. He nodded and held the blue-colored seed in his palm. As soon as he channeled his spiritual power, he was hit by a somewhat familiar feeling. It felt like he was entering the vault of Providence. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.